stage in the FTX Road to Miami starts today, and I'm in the control room. Everyone is getting ready, and well, here is Askild. And Askild, these quarterfinal days, what are they usually like?
First of all, a lot of chess. Every minute of the broadcast. Looking forward to all the matchups, some exciting players, and hopefully we also see some players who didn't perform at their highest level in the prelims speed up and play at the level we used to see them playing.
Absolutely. It's usually dramatic. Maybe we will have tie breaks, and as Askild mentions, chess going on all the time. And I'm also here with our social media boss, Jacob. And what's going to happen on social media today?
Well, we have a poll where the viewers can go and they can actually vote on the match they rather want us to look at the broadcast.
So we're going to invite the viewers to help us decide what games to follow today. And how can they help us decide?
Well, they can head on over to our Twitter and they can actually vote on the poll I'm publishing right now.
Ooh, it's live.
It's live right now.
All right, so head in and cast your vote. We're also going to head into the other part of the control room. Jovanka is getting ready for the big day. And Jovanka, which match would you vote for in the poll on social media?
Oh, it has to be the match between youth and experience. That is Geisty against Aronian. They played each other last season on the tour. This one, I can't wait for the revenge match.
I agree. The youngest against the oldest in the tournament. We also have two young Americans making it to their very first knockout stage, Sevian and Jeffrey Chong. What do you expect from those two?
Well, they might be inexperienced in this format, but boy, are they playing great chess. So they have absolutely wonderful chances of qualifying to the next stage.
Ooh, well, it's going to be a fun day. We're going to head into the studio now because quarterfinals are starting. Welcome to FTX Road to Miami.
There we go. The avalanche continues.
Oh, what's happening on the bar?
3 seconds.
1 second to make a move. Wow.
These guys are maniacs. Incredible game.
Pure panic from Shakria.
He's going to show the checkmate to us.
Wow.
Why did he give up this pawn?
Panic.
This diagonal, and he has.
I can't believe he's done that.
The players
Is he
are
just
so
blundered?
not...
He's just blundered.
He's lost his rook.
And it's over. Dingly Ren. His first smile so far in the tournament. We started out with 16 players in the FTX Road to Miami. We are now left with 8 players who will fight for 1 or 2 spots in the big final. And that's going to be very important to get one of those 2 spots. I'll get back to that in a minute. First, let's take a look at the schedule for the tournament. We have finished the first 4 days of preliminaries, and 4 days remain in the tournament. Today, a day of quarterfinals. Tomorrow will be semifinals and eventually then a 2-day final. And this quarterfinal day, all players will face each other in matches consisting of 4 rapid games. And if they are tied, they will immediately play blitz, tie breaks, and potentially Armageddon. 2 players eventually after semifinals will make it to the big final, and both of those players will qualify for the major that starts on August 15. FTX Crypto Cup will be the second major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022, and all 8 players making it to that major will meet each other in Miami in an on-site esports arena. And let's take a look at the tour standings to figure out which 8 players will meet up in Miami. We know that Ding and Prague, they have qualified because they played the final in the previous tournament. In addition, the 2 players in the final in this tournament will be invited to Miami, and the 2 highest rated players on the tour standing. So Magnus Carlsen is definitely going to play in Miami. 1 more player on the tour standings will be invited, plus 2 wildcards. So definitely it is important here to make it to the big final in this tournament. And yesterday it was all about making it to the knockout stage. Arjan Tari, he started the day with a 0.2 chance of making it to the knockout stage, but it all went down to the final game. With a win, he would make it to the quarterfinals.
There we go. He takes the pawn, which is the defender of the white knight. So white's knight under fire for black's rook suddenly. Is this a way for Duda to save the game?
Okay, what's this move?
What?
Is that mouse slip? He's mouse slipped.
Yeah, he's mouse slip.
He just mouse slipped,
He
right?
just gave away his knight?
Yeah, it was a mouse slip. He
Right.
wanted to give a check.
Did he just forget his knight was attacked? White's pawn will cost black the rook, even if the white knight disappears. Duda therefore resigns. Tari breathes a sigh of relief.
Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He was inside top 8 before this round, but if he loses this game to Aronian, he could be outside, and the bar is loving it for the Norwegian.
This could be very strong as well, though.
Well, yeah, that's threatening to capture the rook, and that would come with a lot of devastating threats. Oh, he did that with 2 seconds left on the clock.
You saw it on his camera, Mamedyarov. He's not used to being in this time situation. He kind of looked at the clock and he was shocked, I think. But
His position is just creaking. It's
crumbling.
Yeah.
Checkmate in one, threatened.
And that's it. Game over. Aronian has won.
King has to move. White is just a whole piece up now. Computer confirms +3 for White. And Black can grab 1 pawn, but White will just block. No more counterplay. And okay, a bit of a threat. Black's rook was threatening to take the White B pawn due to a pin, but White's king now on the ideal square. And this check
Okay, no,
is going to end the game.
I say that and he resigns.
Yeah, White was about to win a 3rd pawn, the Black king in big trouble, and Mamedyarov resigns.
Wow, that means Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he is knocked out of the tournament. It was a bad day for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He will not play in the quarterfinals, but 8 other players will. And of course, Grandmaster David Howell is here to guide us through this intense day. David, this day, quarterfinals in the tour. That's the most busy day for you.
It's always my favorite day, actually. It always kind of, this is where the tournament really, really hots up. We've seen some drama already, but this is where, you know, the top 8 players, those who are the most informed, can entertain us with their chess, but they can also make their move and show that they deserve to be the winner of this tournament.
Absolutely. And if you take a look at the standings from the preliminary, the final result, definitely some surprises on top of that table. Samuel Sevian, a debutant in the tour, a young American. Are you surprised to see him finish on top?
Yes, actually, we discussed this after the 2nd day, I think, when he first hit the top, and we thought, okay, he's doing great, but surely he's going to slow down. Surely he's going to take his foot off the pedal and maybe just lose a bit of momentum. But no, that's not the case. He ended yesterday with a win, and yeah, I mean, who knows? Who can stop him now? If he keeps playing like that, he might be one of the favourites.
Absolutely. And in second as well, the youngest player in the tournament, Arjun Geisty. He played in the Gold Money Asian Rapid last season. How much has happened to him over the last year?
So much. He's won countless tournaments. He's added 100 rating points in classical chess, in Blitz Rapid as well. He's been winning nearly everything he plays. So Geisty, I think he's a big fan favourite, India's new favourite wonder kid. And yeah, he could go all the way. Those top 2, I mean, those are the 2 who can play with full confidence, fully relaxed, because they've done a good job already.
Absolutely. And of course, we do see players like Anish Giri, like Levon Aronian, 2 top favourites. They did make it eventually to the knockout stage. And what do you expect from them? They haven't had the best tournament so far.
Yeah, class did show, though, when it really mattered in the end. Giri and Aronian riding the wave, you know, getting through those really difficult defeats, which they, you know, they just weren't at their best. And I do have a feeling at least one of the 2 is going to start ascending. I have a feeling Aronian's going to click into gear, but for Giri, he needs to start winning more games.
And let's take a look at the quarterfinal matches that will be coming up today, starting in only a few minutes. Samuel Sevian against Wei Yi, Richard Report against Jeffrey Zhong, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Anish Giri. That's a tough one. And the youngest against the oldest, Arjun Geisty against Levon Aronian. Which one are you looking the most forward to following, David?
It's got to be all of them. Geisty, Aronian, just because it is a rematch from last season. Geisty can show that, you know, he can strike back, get revenge for last year's defeat. But Duda against Giri, 2 kind of mainstays of the elite these days. I think that one's going to be maybe the closest on paper.
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll have some drama today. And the 2 players that ended up on top in the preliminaries, Geisty and Samuel Sevian, they are flying high after the first 4 days in the tournament.
Yeah, my family is extremely happy with how I'm playing this tournament. I mean, they're very encouraging after every game. I go talk to them. It's been very good. I'm feeling great. I wanted to keep it simple today, just play 3 solid games and get ready for tomorrow, and I had some interesting fights nonetheless.
The quarterfinal and the knockout format, very different. These matches with potentially tie breaks, Blitz and Armageddon. How will that be different for you?
I'll probably do the same things, except I'll prepare more seriously for one opponent because I'm just playing 1 player, and I'll probably play a few Blitz games in case it does go to Blitz tiebreak.
I haven't played many matches, but but it's always a pleasure to play against a player of Levon's caliber. I think starting from Gold Money Asian Rapid, I have been a lot more confident, and it's just that I get a lot more opportunities, and that really boosts my confidence.
Young Eric Geisty up against Levon Aronian today. And of course, Grandmaster Simon Williams is in the studio as well. And Simon, who do you hold as a favorite to win the tournament right now?
Wow, that's a big question. I mean, what we've got is youth versus experience, which I'm really excited to see. So there's many good pair-ups today. And if I had to pick one player, I would have to go for Arjun. I think. Wow. I think he's real talented player. He played great in the qualifying, and well, it's a big match today against Aronian. If he can get through this, then I think he can win the whole thing.
Oh, that would be exciting for the chess world. And today, Jovanka, it is a tough day. Chess will be going on at all times because there's shotgun starts in each match. So they finish the game, they have 15 minutes until the next one. So we're actually inviting the viewers to kind of be editor-in-chief for us today.
Yeah, we have something very special going on.
Yeah.
And we're asking you at home to decide, you know, what match do you want us to follow the closest? And go on Twitter to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour page and cast your vote there. And if you retweet this poll, you are in with a chance of winning 1 year's free Chess24 premium membership. So it's a great prize up for grabs as well.
Yeah. And here you see the page. So there is a poll, and you simply click on the match that you want us to pay the closest attention to. But we will start with the match in the first game between Arjun Geisty and Levon Aronian. I bet a lot of you will cast your vote on that one as well. Let's head into the play zone to take a look at the 8 players that is left in the FTX road to Miami. 8 of them has left us and 8 are left. We still have 2 players sitting in the US, Samuel Sevian and Jeffrey Chong. Levon Aronian also playing under the US flag, but he is currently in Armenia. Wei Yi playing at midnight in China. It's late also for Arjun Geisty. It's going to be in 9:30 when he starts the first game today, as well as Richard Report, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Anish Giri. And we're going to follow, as mentioned, the first game between Arjun and Levon. And David, I'm noticing Arjun is actually higher rated on the tour now than Levon.
Yeah, I'm surprised by a few of these stats, Kaja. Firstly, that Eric Geisty is rated so high. Or, I mean, I'm not surprised he's rated that high. I'm surprised that Levon has been dropping quite a bit on the tour, at least. I'm also surprised that Levon Aronian's fighting chess index is quite a bit higher than Arjun's, because Arjun seems to play fighting games every single round. So, yeah, I'm expecting a really, really tense battle in this one. And Aronian, he will want to show that his experience matters. Often, the older players, they love to assert their dominance over the new generation.
Yeah. Now, they did meet each other almost exactly 1 year ago in the Gold Money Asian Rapid in the quarterfinal. And Jovanka, your memory is great. What happened in that match when these two faced each other?
I was very close. It went right down to the wire. You know, it actually looked at some point like Eric Geisty was going to dominate Levon Aronian, but it was pretty much even, and it went to tie breaks, and there Aronian won. And eventually, Aronian actually won the tournament itself.
That's true. And he started out against Eric Geisty. So Eric Geisty can get his revenge today by winning the quarterfinal against Levon. And Levon actually tweeted. He's excited about this one.
He's very excited. And there was a very sweet text message, Twitter message that he posted. He said, "What a pleasure it is to be paired with a sweet and extremely gifted guy like Arjun, eagerly anticipating our match." What a nice tweet, even.
Absolutely. He's looking forward to this, Levon. And in the preliminaries, how did their game go, David?
Ooh, good question.
Yeah.
Feels like a lifetime ago already, the clash between these two. Someone might have to help me out, check that one out.
It went well.
It was an interesting game.
It went well. Very interesting game, bit up and down.
It was actually, no wonder we don't remember, actually, because it was only the second game in the tournament, and the young Indian, he won it.
He won, right, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say he won, but I don't think we covered that one at the time. So,
that's probably true.
Yeah, I mean, either way, Aronian will, I mean, maybe that will motivate him even more for this match.
And what should we expect by the style of Arjun Geisty in this first game with the white pieces, Simon?
Well, he knows his theory extremely well, as do all the Indian players. They're very, very hard workers. So I expect he'll come out fighting with something very sharp. He's an aggressive player, but Lev also has that great experience to neutralise that. So it's gonna, the first game is a great setter of pace. And if anyone can win this one, it's going to give them, well, a great head start.
Absolutely. And here we go. Remember, best out of 4 rapid games. If they are tied, then we will head straight into tie breaks with Blitz and Armageddon. And we have 3 pawns on the board.
We do. And it's a Queen's Gambit. It's the Queen's Gambit accepted. And I have a feeling this is going to go into one of the sharpest lines of the Queen's Gambit accepted as well. We see that Black is a pawn up right now, and he guards that pawn with his queen. This leads to a long forcing variation. Look at all the attacks and counterattacks that are about to happen. White is threatening a massive knight jump to give a check, but Black, meanwhile, just developing calmly. He's given his pawn back, level material now, and often this involves a bit of a sacrifice for Black. Black's rook in the corner. Watch out for that one disappearing if the white knight goes and grabs it now. This is a check. And this has been debated at the top level quite a lot recently. Aronian himself has played it. I think he's even fallen to a defeat or two. He's played it on the white side. And this one, it's very surprising to see Aronian switch colours and play with Black now.
Yeah, and on that subject, you're completely right. Aronian did play with the white pieces. He beat Hikaru Nakamura in this exact opening with the white pieces, and Lenia Dominguez, and in the FIDE Grand Prix.
Yeah, and actually, it was with colours reversed, so Aronian was white. But his opening preparation in those 2 games was extremely impressive. If I remember, against Hikaru Nakamura, he played a line that wasn't the computer's top choice. Viewers were surprised, Nakamura was surprised, but he just seemed to have it all planned out. He'd predicted the mistakes that Nakamura would make. So right now, if we talk about the position, Black is down a rook for a knight and a pawn. So not a huge material imbalance, but it's more about the kings right now. White's king is in the centre, about to be checked. Look at that open file. Black's king stuck in the centre as well and won't castle anymore.
This is one of those openings, David, you mentioned yesterday about systems, which we saw Richard, I think it was yesterday, Richard Report play a system opening where each move has a long-term idea, like a strategy, quite an in-depth strategy, positional strategy behind it. But this opening, I would say, is completely the opposite. Yeah. This is the opposite to what we call a system opening. This is a crash, bang, wallop opening. This is literally like, go for it. You need to memorise your moves here. You need to have done your homework. You need to have used Chessable, for example, and done lots of background work. Because if you do one move wrong in the opening here, and they're banging out their moves, but if you forget your move at any moment, you could just be losing because it's so sharp. There's a material imbalance on the board, and your memory needs to be great in order to play this type of opening for both sides.
Yeah. Especially for Black, though, because Black's material down and Black's king is stuck in the centre for the rest of the game. So I think the stakes are slightly higher for Aronian, but as Simon said, you need to know your plans. You need to know your direct moves for both sides. And
it's still very interesting because they are still following a game that was played, I think, in 2021 in December between 2 players in Budapest. And I can just also see by checking the cloud database that has actually been heavily analysed. There's been many people looking at this particular position over the last year.
It's really, you use this cloud database all the time, Jovanka, since the World Championships, and it's a great indication, it seems, of what the top players and their seconds might be investigating. So it's very interesting. It's like being a spy. You'll find out all their secret works. But it's, again, they're still moving so quickly. And, if anyone's wondering, is this theory still, are they following stuff? As Jovanka says, yes, 100%. And they both would have done a lot of work, I think, on this position. But it's not really general principles as much, though, is it? It's like, this is the modern kind of chess that you see a lot. This is like, what does the computer say? Can I get away with this kind of thing? But David, I guess Black's got this flux of pawns on the queen side, which is great compensation for the exchange down he's got, and a nice square in the middle of the board.
Yeah, and you mentioned the square in the middle of the board. One of the knights will try and blockade white's central pawn. It's an isolated pawn after all. But first, Arjun moves again. He moves his knight out of the way. Yeah, I mean, this type of opening strategy is so risky for Levon Aronian. Partly, as we mentioned, black is exchanged down. That means he is a rook for just a knight down. But the black king in the centre, such a target. And most of all, it's a stylistic thing. Arjun, his biggest strength is his opening preparation. He clearly knows what's going on here. He's clearly studied it very, very deeply. He's got 17 minutes on the clock now. He's even gained 2 minutes. And Levon, whether he's still in book, whether he's still trying to, go into the memory banks right now, it's unclear. But you can't bluff this type of position. You can't just freestyle.
Would you play this as black, David?
Never, ever, I think. I mean, it's a stylistic thing. It's not my style. But even if I'd study this for 20, 30 hours, this exact position, trying to memorize, even if I had all the best notes out there, I would never dream of touching it against someone like Geisty. Yeah. Maybe against a less well-prepared player.
Yeah, sure. What about you, Jovanka? Would you give this a go? Or?
Well, not this exact line. I mean, it's just a little bit too wild for my liking. But I did have an incident, actually, quite recently where myself and my opponent just bashed out all these moves. And then I just made a terrible error. I just got my ideas, my move order confused, and that was it. I was completely lost. And that kind of thing, it's not really chess, it's just a memory test.
That's
and it's
what
unfortunate.
I kind of hate that about modern day chess a bit. Probably because my memory's not as good as these youngsters, and you have to do a lot of work, right, to keep up the latest theory. And you can avoid this way of playing, though. I mean, if you don't want to play this way, you can play more positional systems. So it is a stylistic choice, as David says, really, what kind of style you want to impose on the board. But this is like you say, if you play one bad move here, especially if you're black, because black's under more danger, you just lose. And it's as simple as that. So.
But having said that, the same goes for white, right? If white starts making a series of inaccuracies, then maybe black is the one that can take over in the long term. And, well, Levon retreats his dark square bishop.
I reckon as soon as maybe here Arjun slows down, that's going to be like when Aronian's made a mistake, because he's probably looked at this with the computer, and as soon as Aronian doesn't play the computer's top move, probably here, David, it's an indication that his speed, that he hasn't looked at this position, and maybe Aronian's made a mistake. That often happens, right? So,
I always breathe a sigh of relief when my opponent starts slowing down, having a think. I was like, OK, at least we're out of book.
At least I've made a mistake. It's quite scary as well.
No, because the thing is that if you make a serious mistake and they know about it, they still carrying on blitzing.
Sure, yeah. No, it's true. I mean, and in these positions, even if you make a mistake, they're so complex. You've got to, to take advantage of them. It's still going to be tricky. But I don't know. I mean, this is so hard to explain, this position. But it's now white who has the move.
It's hard to explain, Simon. But should we try?
Give it a go, David.
Let's jump in.
Give it a go.
I can understand by the bar that Arjun has a great advantage in this game.
Yeah, it's a great advantage. But as we've been discussing, it's the type of advantage that could just disappear in one move. Wow. If white is inaccurate, maybe we'll see the evaluation bar swing to black side. So for the first time in the game, Arjun hasn't studied this position. So he didn't study this bishop retreat that Levon Aronian just made. And this bishop retreat, it's a bit odd to me. First of all, it's kind of counterintuitive to allow your opponent to take a bishop with their knight, because now suddenly white has the bishop pair. But Aronian is arguing that especially this bishop is not an effective piece right now. This bishop is a bit stuck. Maybe it can step back at some point, but it's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's just staring against these really strong pawns. Remember, this is black's kind of main advantage in the position, the potential long-term of these three pawns. So that's a long-term factor, kind of neutralising the bishop right now. So I don't think Arjun's going to immediately capture this bishop, but so many other tempting moves. You could use this piece, which is actually the better of white's two bishops. You can bring it to this square, maybe, pin the black knight here. You could possibly bring it to this square, pin this black knight. Those are the first two moves that come to my mind. You could make an argument for capturing the black knight and kind of shattering the black pawn structure over here. These are really weak pawns right now. But on the downside, potentially you do allow black's rook a file towards your king later, so that one has to be weighed up carefully. There's a lot of tension if we go back on white's knight right now. It is attacked by black's knight, so I'm thinking that Arjun will either use his bishop and create a pin, or he'll kind of move his knight, trade it off for something. But there's a lot of choice, as we mentioned. This bishop has two very nice squares to jump to. this knight can capture this piece. You can make an argument for it going this way to attack a pawn. You can make an argument for it maybe sitting on a square like this one.
There's quite a lot of arguments to be made there.
So many, so many potential moves.
I mean, it is a lot of fun playing these positions when you get out of the theory stage, because they are so dynamic and they're certainly exciting. But you're always a little bit worried. Oh no, have I walked into some theory, some opening preparation that my opponent has prepared? And I suppose, as you said, like the danger, just looking at the position, is quite easy to tell who's under more danger. And it must be black, because white's king is castled.
Yeah.
White's got the extra exchange, which could be, you've got more material. And just king safety is the first thing to always consider, I'd say. And the queens are on the board. I think black would love to get the queens off the board, right? And that's, I suppose, in the ending, black's queenside pawns, that's what he's aiming for, to trying to use those guys to queen, to get another queen later on. But it's not easy. You can't get the queens off the board easily in this type of position.
20-odd moves before you can start pushing these pawns as black, so you just need to survive the next 20 or so moves. And survival's not going to be easy.
You said that the other 3 black pawns, that they are very weak, but with the king not being behind them, could it be a couple of pawns that, Levon can just push forwards and he doesn't really have to keep them down there?
Yeah, I mean, for example, if white's knight were to make a passive move and retreat somewhere, I'm not sure exactly where, then you could see someday, you need to prepare it, but someday eventually black pushing these pawns towards the white king, definitely, because black's king is not on that side of the board. But at the moment, they lack a bit of defense, and they become weaker, especially if white trades off and doubles up these guys. So white can make those pawns weak, but at the same time, they are potentially something that Aronian will try and mobilize a bit later, these pawns. And okay, I was going to suggest this move, but it looks, well, I mean, firstly, I couldn't calculate it. Eric Geisty spent his time calculating that. But secondly, it looks like it just gives up a pawn. So he's pushed this pawn forward. It was an isolated pawn, and Aronian has just grabbed it. He's just saying, I'm calling your bluff. I can take that pawn. The whole idea Eric Geisty has by giving up that pawn is that he wants to open up lines towards the black king. Without the white pawn now, he's a bit closer to breaking through on the d-file. For example, he can throw his bishop out the way now with a check, gaining a bit more time. Suddenly the white queen has come to life on this file. It's all kind of hanging together by a thread for black. I'm not sure what black's move is here, to be honest, because if, for example, you try and block this check with your bishop, then suddenly after knight takes knight, the pawn has to recapture. It's all really, really loose. This knight is, it feels like it's about to drop off. Instead, Eric Geisty, slightly surprisingly, captures the bishop first, but maybe now he's going to deliver a check with his bishop.
I mean, do you have to move the king forwards?
Yeah,
that looks, it's the kind of move it just looks like so ugly. But what else can you play? I mean, maybe this is
maybe you
move.
Can run and hide on this square at some point.
Yeah.
But you block your bishop, like you say. It's ugly. We're going to see this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely. I really like this pawn sacrifice that Eric Geisty did, because when I was looking at the position, I was thinking white's rook in the corner, not doing a job, and probably doesn't have a future. But here, the queen and the rook can coordinate, and now it's just about activating the light square bishop. And once she's in the game, well, I think white is in great shape.
Yeah, I mean, the rook's coming, like you said. It's a nasty check.
And the white queen, of course, could not go to this square previously because there was a white pawn there, which wasn't doing much, actually, because it was going to be blockaded. So now this white queen is looking very, very active there. Maybe with a rook coming behind it as well. Yeah. I mean, you'd love to get if you're playing with white pieces, get the light square bishop into the game. I don't know how you can do that, but if you could get it to where the white pawn is, then yeah, it'd be just all over. I think.
Maybe later, if you get time, you can push it forward and then activate the bishop on this diagonal somehow. But you have to.
I mean, can you? I want to sacrifice it.
The bishop.
Well, I don't know if I do, but I want to think about sacrificing it, and then maybe just calmly, just try to open up the position more. Yeah. But it's a little bit over the top probably to do this. I mean,
it feels like at the moment there's no breakthrough really. Black will just control the light squares and the knights. At least defensively, they're okay.
Bit too much probably.
But definitely in store for later maybe. Yeah, I think just automatic, just improve the rook, the worst placed piece, and the attack goes on.
But maybe black has a mini threat here. Maybe black is threatening to play queen into the middle, trying to get those queens off. I mean, I say a threat. It's not obviously winning it. OK, that's why he's moved the bishop back, maybe to just stop this idea. Because Black would love to get those queens off then. And I think if Black can do that, maybe Black is better then if he can exchange them off. So hence why White stopped that with his last move.
So yeah, if the rooks come off, for example, if we see a capture of rooks, at least White controls all the lines. So White has the better bishops, White has the queen, the rooks, all the linear pieces. Black has the knights, which are a bit stuck, just defending each other right now. So the computer says 0.0. This looks anything but a draw. It's still livening up this game.
We do have a draw already, though. The first game between Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda after less than 15 minutes. That one ended with a draw. They have 15 minutes break, and game 2 will start with Jan-Krzysztof Duda having the white pieces in the second game. That was a quick draw.
Yeah. Very, very quick.
Yeah.
Surprising as well, because the position was still full of life and they found a way to repeat the position. Feels like Anish was a bit afraid maybe, or uncertain how to continue.
And we also see in the first game between Wei Yi and Sam Sevian, the bar all the way over to Wei Yi's side, starting with the white pieces. Tough start to the knockout stage for Sevian, who ended up on top in the preliminaries. And as mentioned, we are asking you guys to help us decide which games and which matches to keep the closest eye on today. And typically enough, the day we decide to do this, Twitter is having technical issues. So the poll on Twitter is not really working. So that's why we have now created a poll on Instagram. So head over to the Champions Chess Tour page on Instagram. Click on the stories and you can cast your vote there. And we will pay attention to it, and we will listen to you and choose games according to the matches you guys want to follow.
That is true. And just to add that the retweets are still working. So if you still want to enter our competition, 1 year Chess24 Premium membership up for grabs, then please retweet the poll on Twitter to be with a chance to win.
And hopefully Twitter will fix their issues as
Did
well.
Edon take over today by any chance? Maybe it's his first day in the job today. Getting in there.
He pulled out of...
I know, I think he has pulled out,
He's being sued by Twitter.
He is being sued by Twitter because he pulled out of buying Twitter, correct?
This is the protest.
Yeah, but maybe it's just because he wants to play chess, because you mentioned, David, Elon Musk, he keeps tweeting about chess.
Constantly.
Yeah.
He's obsessed, But we need to get him on board to sponsor the tour.
Oh, that would be fun. Or even invite him to the celebrity tournament in Miami.
Oh, is this breaking news then?
Yeah, there's going to be some fun stuff going on during the major in Miami starting August 15th. Yeah, hope to see some celebrities there.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what the viewers want as celebrities playing chess. Because there are quite a few celebrities that do play chess. We've seen Will Smith record a video of himself playing chess.
Really?
Yeah.
Just don't let him get a bit upset. It's all right until he loses the game, right?
Don't take his queen.
Just...
Oh, David.
That's okay.
I just meant the queens are off the board in this game, sorry. But, lots of celebrities play chess.
I wonder, I mean, who would you pick then? If you could play a game of chess, quite a good question for Twitter, but if you could play a game of chess against any celebrity, who would it be? Anyone think of someone? Any celebrity at all in the world? One game?
One game?
One game.
Kaja, can you think? It's a bit of putting everyone on the spot.
This is
a little bit. I'll give a bit of time to think.
Mike Tyson plays some chess, right? But
I don't think I'd really want to play him.
Right, yeah, someone already licked Simon's ear during a chess game. Probably not invite Mike Tyson.
He's really into chess, actually. He's an English boxer. And Anthony Joshua, I think. He's into chess. He's super into chess. You know, he went to Oxford University to do a talk there. And the first thing he did when he stepped into Oxford is he said, I want to go to the chess club. I want to play some chess. Yeah. And he played against one of my English women teammates, and he lost. And she told me that he was slightly miffed that he lost. He was kind of feeling that, actually he was in with a chance. Yeah.
He's a good boxer as well.
Yeah, very good boxer.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, in this game, the queens are off, and Simon, you said that would really benefit Black, but Aronian, has he made a big achievement here by getting the queens off? He still has that 3 versus 1 advantage now with the black pawns on the queen side. does feel like the black king's a bit open, though. The white bishops, the white rooks are going to start peering at the black king in the near future. It's really tense. I mean, I just don't know who has the advantage. Simply, it's so imbalanced, and the computer says it's roughly level, which doesn't help us at all. That's just infuriating.
I quite like that move, though, because he's making a nice square for his king, right? I mean, the king didn't really want to step in front of the bishop, but maybe with this last move, he can come behind the bishop and feel quite safe there, actually. And I think one of the issues that Black's had so far, as we mentioned, is his king. His king has been really drafty. So by putting it there, you're also maybe getting a bit nearer to supporting your pawns, but it's. I think I would take black.
Yeah, I would take black as well. And I love that king move that you suggested because it's like overprotecting every single thing. And of course, the king, if one can dream a little, might even be able to step forward and support the pawns. That would be seriously cool. But for the time being, I think that black should just simply dangle the fact that he's got 3 potential passed pawns on the left side of the board. That's scary. I mean, I know I would be panicking big time.
Yeah, number 1 priority, just survive, just swap off pieces and then use these 3 guys later. You can bully your opponent with the idea of any endgame being good for black. And it's level material actually now, so white has a rook for black's knight and 2 pawns. And the knight and 2 pawns right now balance the rook, but they could be superior to the rook. And I'm really surprised by this last move, I've got to say. What is the idea behind it? I don't see it. I thought, if anything, maybe white's bishop would want to use this diagonal at some point. But no, this diagonal's now been blocked, pushing this pawn forward. Really weird from Geisty. Maybe he just wants to launch a pawn storm, throw this pawn forward, and then this one. But
mysterious.
Very mysterious. And the evaluation bar goes in black's favour. It feels like just kind of a visual move. It's like, oh, my pawn, I'm throwing it forward. It's in your half now, but what are you actually achieving? It's unclear. This pawn could be weak even, if unsupported later.
I think Lev will be very happy now after sort of getting through some quite. I mean, he picked this opening. He's picked a very sharp opening, very brave of him, and it indicates to us like he really wants to play. With the black pieces, he could have picked something much drier, try to get a draw. Do what Niche did or Duda there, but instead he's like, I want to have some fun. I'm going to pick a very, very dangerous variation, and at this moment in time, it's looking like it's a great choice. I mean, I still think white's absolutely okay. Probably, I say probably. I don't actually know. I guess he's okay here, but I think this is the kind of position you want when you play this opening, at least. Unbalanced, chances to win.
Yeah, I'm just dreaming as black of maybe getting the knight to a better square and then jumping into this one, or maybe this square later. It just looks great for black. And yeah, it's just about Geisty. He's really slowed down. We talked about Geisty being super quick, especially when he's well prepared. And he played the first, 21 moves instantly. So he's actually spent 9 minutes. Oh, he spent more than that because he gained so much time. He spent more than 10 minutes on his last 10 moves. Wow. Levon, meanwhile, back to what we know, lightning Levon. Yeah. Just bang, 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 all the moves. So natural, so instinctive, and they have been flowing. What Levon's been doing, every piece connecting, every piece defended. Yeah,
and the black king as well. That wasn't castled, so maybe a weakness in the start of the game. Is that now a big strength for Levon, having that out there fighting with all his pieces?
Yeah. Now the queens are off. The king is pretty safe. Still some risk because white has a couple of heavy pieces, the rooks and bishops. But for now, the king is definitely a valuable piece. And okay, it feels like Geisty's just waiting, maybe just keeping his options open, lifting the rook up, hinting at going after this undefended pawn, which defends the black knight. So that could be slightly annoying for Levon Aronian, but also potentially just doubling up his rooks on the open file.
I think often in these double-edged positions, it's like, who's got the easier play? Even sometimes when you're a bit worse, it's like, whose moves are more natural to play? And you can ask yourself that question when you're playing over the board. And it just seems to me like black's moves, he can do a lot of things, like use this square for his knight. He can try pushing his pawns. It's easier for black to play. And that's another reason I would certainly pick black here.
It's really interesting, though, because he's given up a pawn. So white's bishop can now just grab this guy. And what's Levon's idea there? Is he going to just block in this bishop and say, OK, your bishop's a bit out of play now? It takes you a while to kind of relocate it to a better diagonal. Or is he just going to use the fact that the bishop's offside and start pushing? These three now look pretty menacing.
They're like the bad girls -1. Is that what you call them? The mean girls?
The mean girls.
Mean girls, but one's been taken out.
Yeah.
Three musketeers.
I love that pawn construction. But on the other hand, I think it's really tempting just to block out the dark square bishop and force it onto a worse diagonal. And then the action begins with the pawns. And you can see Geisty said, no, I want none of that. And instead moves the rook to attack some pawns. And it's one of the things that I was looking at in this particular position, because it's so complicated. And of course, there is a material imbalance. White has a rook, black in return has a knight. I mean, how do you make use of this rook on A1? I mean, what trades does white have to make in order to maximize the rook pair?
I guess he leaves it there just to try to deal with those pawns. I mean, I kind of, I like what white's done in some respects with the other rook. This is very clever to create this counterplay, and I think white, one rook's doing all the damage, leave the other rook to defend, kind of thing. Maybe this is what he's trying to do, and at least he's created some counterplay, and that is the main thing, right? To try and get some play in the position, and white has done that now, and he's got a simple plan: take some pawns, queen the H pawn.
Yeah. It's like you said earlier, Simon, this position, it's not about general principles, so we can't just say, OK, which piece am I going to improve as white? There's no real targets. It's not clear what we're doing. Instead, it's just direct calculation, attack, and just hope for the best. I think that's just that type of position right now. Black's the one who's trying to create plans, but now Black has to solve this issue with his pawns. And, OK, now the black bishop goes after Freddy the f-pawn. Maybe white's rook is just going to jump in, take a pawn, and take this guy. Is Levon's idea to try and trap this rook? OK, we'll find out. It's the idea to trap this rook. But no, it wasn't. It was actually in this position to jump the black knight in. He's really trying to either eliminate this bishop or push these pawns.
So it's getting really funky, isn't it? It's the only word I can think, really. Funky chess.
Levon feeling like freestyling a little bit today, just testing Arjun here in the first game.
Yeah, definitely. Funky chess, definitely.
Funky chess,
he's going funky, yeah.
Well, that sounds like a word that suits Levon Aronian, right? He's kind of a funky person.
Well, he's got really funky shirts, hasn't
Yeah.
he? I love his funky shirts, and he seems like a funky guy. Yeah, so definitely.
And funky chess, that must mean entertaining chess.
Yeah, it's entertaining chess, but is it good chess? That's the question.
Of course.
He's entertaining us, clearly, but Levon, he's not really using that much of his time, and he's made some really committal decisions on the last couple of moves. So he has brought his knight to the centre, threatening to push those pawns now. The problem is, for Levon Aronian, is if all of his pawns disappear on the right half of the board, then even if he gets his other pawns rolling, white at some point can just sacrifice a piece for all of those pawns, deal with that issue, and I don't know, you're just running out of pawns. You're just left with your position in ruins. Yes, you might win some material long term, but short term, I'm really worried about Levon's chances. I would just continue grabbing pawns with the white rook, just ignore what's going on right now on the other flank. You could make an argument for white's dark squared bishop just stepping away from any potential threats.
Was A3 a little threat, maybe, or
yeah,
I don't know,
potentially.
Maybe not. But this seems like very wise, doesn't it? Now A3 is not a threat, and at least white's got an idea. He's got pass pawn now as well, so which is nice. So.
I read the H pawn.
Yeah, our favourite pawn, definitely.
It's not doing much right now. It looks really innocent, but give it a few moves to march up the board. It promotes on a dark square, which is always the key when you have a dark square bishop, right?
Yeah.
So white's H-pawn could be a winner later. But first, Levon Aronian, this was his idea all along, to lure the white bishop into his camp and then try and trap it, kind of lock it out of the game. But
so complex. I mean,
it's not too hard to get out of that,
yeah,
right?
That's the problem. It just takes 2 or 3 moves and you're back to a good square.
I still take black here. Because I like something. I like his centralisation. And
you love your fun positions. It's more fun as black, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's probably bad, but I just kind of like the way those pawns seem like they're going to start coming soon, surely. Pieces in the middle, that's got to be a good thing. I mean, don't know.
Yeah, they're not easy to mobilise, though, for the time being. But I have to say, I also quite like black's position. Even though white does have the extra material, those pawns are just too scary.
I mean, am I threatening A3 to just try to queen? OK, not anymore. So we have enough move, David.
Yeah, white trying to get the rooks off. Makes some sense. Black's rook was maybe the supporter of any pawn pushers on this side of the board. So if the rooks disappear, you would think that favours favours white. But if we do see a rook trade, white's bishop will be stuck in the corner. Then it will take a few squares, a few turns to kind of get back out, get back into the game.
I mean, I think black's got to get a pass pawn here, right? So let's say you take the rooks and then, you know, I don't know, king c5 or c3 maybe. Just got to get those pawns moving now. It's going to be a race, isn't it? Queenside pawns, black's pawns coming down, and then that Harry pawn probably coming up the board. I think it's going to be really exciting, the end game here.
Yeah.
So
White's pawn will run. Black's pawn's maybe starting with, like you said, moving the king forward, and then at some point you push this guy, get rid of white's lone ranger, and then push your pawns. But okay, first he actually takes the time out to remove a pawn of white's, and here we go. The race has started. Things are really going to heat up over the next few moves.
Ooh, that's cool. Now, Simon, you mentioned Levon's funky style, and both when it comes to his chess playing and his funky shirts. There actually is a cool news story on the Chess24 wall right now about the Chess Olympiad. So apparently FIDE has decided to ask the players to think like fashionista. There's going to be prizes during the Olympiad for the best dressed team. What do you guys think about that? I think that's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was maybe David who mentioned it earlier, the Borat, or maybe me, I don't know. We want to see a team turn up in mankinis, basically. That deserves a prize from FIDE, surely.
I mean, if there's no dress code, it's encouraging, creativity, right? And
It is. Yeah. I like it. You know, because it's a bit stuffy when you have to wear like a suit and you might be uncomfortable. I mean, I hate wearing, you know, stuffy clothes if I can avoid it, especially if you're trying to play a good game of chess, right? So I like the idea. It's cool. But
it's likely to be very, very warm over there in India as well. So it's nice not to have to wear a tie during the games, and maybe that'll be England's best chance for a prize. Fashion prize.
Well, you could be leading the way, couldn't you? With your style.
Actually, if any of the viewers have suggestions what clothes I could wear, maybe going away from the suits, something else.
I can think of a nice full body thing that you've maybe worn before, potentially.
No tinky winky.
No tinky winky.
Or this one. This was the English team. Was it the previous Olympiad?
Yeah, it was the previous Olympiad.
Very nice, those blazers.
4 years ago.
Yeah, they did very well, our English men's team. And also the women's team also did well. I have to admit, I was the one responsible for inflicting these terrible jackets on them.
Jovanka wanted us to look like naughty schoolboys.
No, what happened was that there was the whole idea was that those would be dark navy and the stripes would be a lot thinner. So think Tommy Hilfiger.
Yeah.
That was the look, and this is what came.
I think they're quite nice.
And it was like,
I like them, yeah.
Well, actually, I have to say, it actually suits the women's team better than the men.
Yeah.
What are you saying? But they did bring us luck. Ever since these jackets were introduced, we came 5th in the Olympiad, we came 2nd in the World Team Championship, and we also got medals at the European Team Championship, and we hadn't won medals before that for 21 years. So they brought us luck.
Will we see those in India and Chennai this year?
Maybe, unless the viewers have better ideas.
I like it. And will the team have to wear the same kind of clothing?
I guess not forced to, but it's a nice touch, right? If you're all combining, you feel more like a team if you're all in the similar outfits.
And well, with Levon in the US team, I bet he's going to ask the other US players to wear something funky, maybe. That's going to be interesting to see.
Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So turning up in flowery shirts with Levon.
They should, like Hawaii shirts, right?
Yeah,
it's a US team. Oh, that would be cool. Let's see if we will have some funky blazers and shirts in the Olympiad. And are we having any funky moves?
Yeah, but potentially. This game is going to get even weirder over the next few moves. It could still come down to the race that we were discussing. This last move by Geisty offering a bishop trade. Take that bishop or don't take that bishop? Big question right now for Levon, and I'm going to pose it to you guys as well. Simon, Jovanka. Take that bishop or leave that bishop?
I would say no, thank you. I mean, I think the light square bishop is needed just to slow down those white pawns. I mean, especially if you take a look at the h pawn, you know, it's 4 moves away from queening, and those black knights are needed to assist those black pawns, the trio over there on the left. That's my answer.
Yeah.
No calculation.
I think that's why Lev, it's really, I agree with you just on principle, that H pawn looks so strong. And I think this is why Lev's just slowed down. It's like a critical moment, because if you do take the bishop, it's just a race. And it is just pure calculation, because you can, as David's showing, take that and just start pushing as well. And let's say this is actually quite easy to calculate, right? Because there's only one move at a time you have to envisage. So David here, I don't know if you want to show, but if you push that pawn on and white pushes, what on earth is going on here? I mean, someone's going to get first, but who is it? Because black's pawns look quite quick as well, right? Yeah. With the C pawn moving next, or the B pawn. I mean, it's just one of those things you can calculate, and I think Lev's doing a very good job of calculating this.
Who's winning here? I mean, it's no idea.
really sharp stuff, right? Yeah. But maybe black's ahead.
Maybe black's ahead, although, I mean, bishop takes, for example, getting out the way of white's pawn and something like this.
Or even bishop takes knight there might be.
Oh, yeah, bishop takes. Yeah, that's actually very strong. And suddenly, white's pawn is just too far away for the black knight to deal with. Okay, also 2 pawns versus 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the type of thing going through Levon's mind right now. He's thinking, if I take the bishops off, if I trade these guys off, whose pawn is quicker? My pawn or your pawn? And if you don't trade the bishops, you might have to lose a move, you might have to retreat.
Maybe there's a knight F4 check there, which is a very useful tempo gainer, actually.
In this position, and
potentially, I don't know.
I was thinking after the king moves, the knight gets trapped. This is the problem.
Okay, does that matter though? Like knight G3 or something?
Hang on a second.
Crazy.
We saw a trade.
We did see the exchange happen, and instead of pushing on the last move, instead of pushing the pawn as we were just showing in that last variation, which would have been a pure race, black's knight has jumped in. Now I think you're right, Simon. A pawn push might well be met by a knight check and a capture of this pawn. So maybe haste is not good here for white. But if you're not quick, then this pawn drops. Oof.
Very exciting position here. I mean...
Computer thinks white's ahead in the race, but from a human point of view, it's just guesswork. It's just calculation and hoping for the best.
So it's so hard to play this position, right? I mean, again, it's been the whole way through the game. One mistake, you lose. I thought it calmed down after the queen exchange, but it hasn't. It's got even more intense.
Not with these players.
No, it's great to see him play like this.
Definitely, and here it's all about like which side can utilise their team in order to be on the defensive, but also be on the defensive as well.
I mean, I agree, Jovanka. And one very good strategy when you're playing against the knights is to try and restrict them, right, with your pawns, and maybe here you could just restrict that check, you know, by pushing the pawn, and we're back to the race again. But
for example, knight takes pawn. This guy runs. Black runs, white runs. It does look like white's a bit quicker here because there's nothing stopping white's pawn, whereas white's rook acts as a stopper for black's pawn. Okay, similar idea. He's utilised, instead of this, he's used his rook to come across. And, okay, a bit strange to use the rook rather than a pawn, but I guess his idea is the same. After knight takes pawn, he's just going to push. Now his rook covers any knight check on this square. And, Eric Geisty ahead in the race.
Yeah.
Wow.
The positions are so mind-boggling. You kind of need a lot more time than they have to figure out all the intricacies. You know, sit there, spend 10 minutes in just complete harmony, thinking about this and being focused. And the players just don't have that luxury.
I mean, I do think here that the stakes are much, much higher for Levon Aronian. Because if things go wrong for him, white just makes a queen with Harry the H-pawn. If things go really wrong for white, however, then you can just give up your rook, give up your bishop for all of the black pawns. Black has 2 knights at the end, and 2 knights alone cannot give checkmate against a king. So, for example, if you imagine all of the pawns disappearing from the current position, white's rook and bishop also disappearing, it's still a draw. So white has this kind of exit strategy if he really needs, like, a last resort. I could imagine, for example, the white rook giving itself up for all the black pawns, the white bishop giving itself up, and still it would be a draw. So that's why you need to know your endgames. And I don't think we'll see 2 knights versus a king, because I think white here is doing pretty well. Just start running now, Arjun, with that H-pawn. But it's nice to know that you do have a bit of safety in your back pocket.
And less than 2 minutes on the clock for Arjun Erigaisi. Remember, we are asking you guys to be editor-in-chief on the show today. We want to hear from you guys which matches you want us to pay the closest attention to. And actually, right now, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and against Anish Giri is the one in the lead. Aronian against Geisty, a good number 2, but that means we will have to pay close attention to as well to Duda against Geary, and they are currently playing game 2. They played a super fast draw in the first game, now in game 2, so hopefully we can jump to that after this one finishes. And this one, will we see a win? Will we see a draw? What's going to happen?
You said it yesterday, Simon. The craziest games in chess. They normally go one way, another way, one side attacking, the other side attacking, but it always seems to end in a draw.
Yeah, they do, don't they? Why does that happen? It's like, yeah, I mean, forget about the computer evaluation. It's obviously gone a bit mental today, you know. It's just going to be a draw. Everything gets swapped off, draw, shake hands, but we're a long way away from that. It's just a really strange imbalance, and, well, we now see that white is fully ready to push the H-pawn, so black's got to get moving as well. And, oh, there you go, the evaluation bar has finally caught up and agrees that it's just a dead draw. Boring. Get on with the next game. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
But I was going to ask about the psychological impact of Arjan's last moves, because, you know, we saw he didn't push the H-pawn. He instead went for a little bit of a safer move, I think, of going bishop takes pawn. Is he feeling the pressure? You do think that maybe he's kind of lost in that fog, which tends to happen when you do feel the clock ticking down?
Potentially. Maybe he's just trying to be really perfectionist, playing really accurate moves. It feels like not pushing the pawn. He's just trying to be a bit too sophisticated in a way. I'm curious here, can we see the stockfish moves? Because I'm trying to see what...
there might only be one move.
You think there's only one move?
Look at the move.
Oh, you're right. What?
So, OK, one move holds the balance. Everything else gives white what could be a potentially decisive advantage. And do you think he'll find this?
No.
I would never dream of this move. We have to show it on the board, because black's best move in the current position is so weird. This knight looks glorious. It's on a protected outpost, but to put it on this square with a check on the edge of the board, offering itself up for the white rook as well, that is the best move. The whole idea is rook takes knight. Suddenly the white rook has been deflected and black can take the bishop. And suddenly black's knight is actually on the dream square, guarding both of the white pawns. So it's very specific here. Actually, in general, you don't really want to trade a knight for bishop because the white pawns will run. But here, the black knight is actually on a decent outpost. And I guess... Yeah.
Time for a bet?
Oh.
I mean, I would say I mean, how can you find a move like that? I mean, I know Aronian's a genius, but that move, that is just such a weird move. Put your knight in a city square where it could be taking... I don't think he can find this move. No offence to Aronian. He's a great player, but, you know, what do you reckon, Jovanka? Do you think he'll find this one?
Yeah, I think he's going to find it. I mean, I didn't see it, but I think maybe...
Oh, you've got a lot of faith in the man. So, David?
Yeah. Maybe we can keep an eye on the players just in case he plays it, but I think no. I mean, it's so weird. Knights on the edge of the board. We're taught when we're young, don't look at those types of moves. It's also on a protected square. Automatically, subconsciously in the head, we rule out kind of putting pieces on squares where they can just be captured. The only way he can find this is process of elimination. It's looking at the black pawn moves, figuring out those are too slow, looking at other knight moves, figuring out those don't do anything.
40 seconds left as well. I mean,
maybe with 30 minutes on his clock, I think he'd find it.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
1 minute.
If he finds this move, it'll be incredible. I mean, I really hope he finds it, but...
No, he doesn't. Oh, well, there you go.
And it looks like white might well be winning now. White is ahead in the race. This pawn push now... There we go. It's all about Alice, the A-pawn, against Harry, the H-pawn. And Harry has a clear run through to goal. Note how Alice, the A-pawn, is protected. Its promotion square is protected twice. So, yeah, just one shot.
Oh, and 5 seconds for Levon as well. Clock is...
Oh, now he sees it. But it's one move too late.
Oh, that's really sad, right? Because if you'd have played it last move...
on his radar.
But why is it not a good move anymore?
I've got no idea.
That's a good question.
Because there's absolutely no idea.
If I were to say, it's because the white pawn, the H-pawn, has stepped up to the 5th row. So before, the knight sitting on F6 would have stopped both pawns. As it is, it's only going to stop one.
Big question as well. Does white have to take this knight? Maybe we can see the stockfish moves again. Should white take this knight or not? Because if you take this knight, then the white bishop would have dropped. He doesn't take the knight. Is that a good move? Is that a good decision? Now the black knight's rerouted. This is still a race. I mean, it looks like black is going to get there first, but I think Arjun has a trick up his sleeve. White's bishop as well is so strong. Note how white's bishop covers the promotion square for black. And if black wants to go and remove the white bishop by trading it off, white will recapture it with a check. So can he continue pushing here, Arjun? Whoever queens first is going to protect the queening square of the opponent's pawn. That's the trick with rook's pawns. When one side's pushing a rook's pawn, the other side, whoever queens first protects the corner square. So it looks like white, according to the evaluation bar, but is there a trick now for Aronian?
I'm so happy we picked this game. Out of all the game, I mean, look at this, one square from queening, both sides.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Both of them. And
10 seconds for Levon.
yeah,
It's difficult anyway. I don't think he's going to find a saving move here. What can he play?
Is there any way you can keep the game going even?
You have to just take that bishop and hope.
Yeah.
OK, he moves his king. But the problem is, look at this, it is a check. And now white makes a queen, defending the corner square. And miraculously, both sides made queens, and the queens have both disappeared immediately. Wow. I mean, it's so rare to see that. And now it's all about another race. Yeah. White's pawn is running, but black's pawns are surely going to be too slow now.
They are way too slow. And
White's king is going to stop them.
The white pawn just has that free run. You know, it's going to be unchallenged until the very end. It's totally hopeless for Levon Aronian.
Oh, I think he loses by just one move as well, and his king is just too far away. Aronian, I mean, if he resigns, we will show why. There's a really nice variation in the air right now if black pushes his pawns. But, yeah, no way to save this game anymore.
Great play from Arjun. And also Aronian, you know, he missed a couple of moves, but you can see him shaking his head now. He's realising that he's a little bit slow here.
Yeah.
Still have to be a bit careful. I mean, if you push the pawn now, for example...
Yeah, black has a massive threat. You have to stop the black pawn coming down one more square. So you can do that by, I guess, stepping your king across one square. You can bring your rook to the second rank, maybe. And you could also step your king forward one square, potentially, just so the white rook will come down and block on the first rank. There's a few moves. Or maybe we can see the Stockfish evaluations again, because how narrow is the winning path for white? There are 3 winning moves, at least. Maybe more. He is winning.
So is the rook move maybe a mistake, or is it going to be...
Which rook?
The rook moving to the second row.
Well...
OK, well, because he's done it. But, OK, so is...
But why would this be a mistake? It looks
no,
like
it looks completely winning, right? Because when black tries to push Charlie, the c-pawn, the king will step across, and we're seeing it.
Look how the white king and rook are completely stopping the black pawns, and we'll see a really nice finish here after rook takes pawn. And the black knight is trapped, white's pawn runs through and wins.
And he's smiling, lovely smile.
It's over. What a start for Arjun Erigaisi. The 18-year-old takes the lead in the match against the great Levon Aronian. What a game. Funky was a word used by Simon to describe this. And David, you have to take us through what happened here.
So many twists and turns in this game, but we have to show that dramatic race of the pawns running on opposite flanks. And it was in this position that actually Arjun had calculated perfectly till the end of the game. He was just in time. Black's about to make a new queen with a check. That would have been devastating. So white was just in time to give a check of his own. When the black king moved, he could promote, covering this corner square. So black made a new queen, of course. The queens were traded, and suddenly white was the one to run. And we saw the pawn race, if we just fast forward to show how the pawn race ended. It was here, white's rook completely controlling the second rank. Any pawn pushes, black's knight in the corner, a terrible piece. And most importantly of all, white has a runner here. So after black gave a check, white just eliminated that pawn. The knight is completely trapped. White's king can even take it on the next move. But most important of all, the black king is too far away. It cannot stop the white pawn. It's just too slow. A new queen's coming, and therefore Aronian resigned.
And that means Arjun Erigaisi takes the lead. Now we have that poll going on today asking you guys to decide which matches we should keep the closest eye on. And you guys have said that you want us to definitely follow Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Anish Giri. You can head into our Instagram account, Champions Chapter on Instagram, to cast your vote. And right now, this match is in the lead. And this is game 2. They played a very quick draw in the first game. And in game 2, Jan-Krzysztof Duda started with the white pieces, the bar roughly to the middle. What are we looking at?
This actually really reminds me of a game we saw yesterday between Arian Tari and Arjun Erigaisi. It's a similar type of piece, a similar pawn structure. It's what we call the Maroczy bind, where white has 2 pawns in the center on light squares, controlling things, but everything else is pretty balanced. Black's knights, I really like where they're placed. I do slightly prefer white in these types of positions in general because the onus, the pressure is on black to break out, throw some pawns forward at some point later, so you can kind of just control those kind of breakout squares. Black in the meantime just has to maneuver like this queen is doing, maybe eyeing up these weaknesses on the left-hand side for white. But Duda can just protect against, protect his pawns over on that flank. And look at Giri, he doesn't look happy. He might be frustrated later in the game if he's unable to kind of trade off the right set of pieces or initiate any pawn breaks. And Simon, Jovanka, any experience in these types of positions? And if so, which side do you prefer?
I mean, I generally like taking the white side of these. I like playing with more space. And I think it's really important to know what kind of positions you enjoy playing. I mean, this exchange is a little bit peculiar because you do give the option of black taking with the pawn, you know, moving a pawn towards the centre, which you normally avoid this exchange. But yeah, I mean, again, I think it's like a preference thing, but I certainly prefer having the white side. And Jovanka, yourself?
Yeah, I'm also a bit of a space hogger. I mean, I love playing with extra space, and I also just love it with that construction of the pawn sitting on e4 and c4. And I feel that white just has to be very, very careful. And if you are, then you should be able to enjoy long-term prospects. And Anish recaptures the piece with a queen, and there is a threat. That was to capture the pawn on e4. That's why Duda just drops his knight back to d2, defending that pawn. And the question now is the kind of white threatening to kind of push even further with his pawns? So I was just thinking at the right time on the left side of the board. Okay. So the first move I'm thinking of is maybe, yeah, I would love to get in that move in, except I don't want to drop the a4 pawn. So maybe take as much space as possible.
Yeah, so maybe push this one forward, just clamp down on these 2 black pawns, and then again, if black doesn't do too much, then gain even more space. Yeah, this is greedy. Gaining all the squares, kicking back the black knight all the way. And with that in mind, wanting to prevent all these pawn pushes, it looks like Giri has just tried to fix a square for his knight. So these pawns now are fixed on light squares. This does leave a hole on the square next to it, on the b5 square, but at least it does cement the black knight, cemento, on this nice outpost. I don't think white ever really wants to eliminate this knight with his bishop, because black's bishop now is just really strong. It kind of cuts across the board, hitting thin air, but controlling some really nice squares. And black, meanwhile, can play for this pawn break eventually, perhaps, and also this pawn break. How does white regroup? We talked about space. White does have this kind of double kind of prong in the center, just clamping down on squares, the Maroczy bind structure. But what next? Do we have to defend this pawn in order to free up our knight? But that would be ugly to do with a pawn. We could see all the pawns on light squares for white, but I don't really like this structure. Just looks like some holes around the white king. Instead, Duda just moves his rook across.
I think we were like joking about this yesterday. That it's quite strange that these 2 players are the veterans of the tournament. You know, and then, I mean, it makes me feel so old. But I mean, David was saying he was old yesterday. I'm like, hang on a minute, David. I mean, you got
compared to these guys, I am.
Yeah, then there's me. But they are. It's strange to think that, you know, Anish is what, around 30 or something. I mean,
28, I think.
28, and he is a veteran of the tournament, and you know, Duda is probably even younger.
24.
I mean, 24, and he's a vet. It's just wrong, isn't it? I mean, like, they are veterans of the chess scene now because all these young talent, you know, like Arjun, like Sam, all these fantastic players, Jeffrey. This, you know, it's really good to see. So I think this is probably going to be the closest match, right? I mean, because they've got so much experience playing each other. They're so good. Their opening's good. Well, I mean, it's likely to be go all the way. I wouldn't be surprised to a tie break, even Armageddon.
Yeah.
Would not surprise me at all.
And I guess Duda is the one who's had the most success this season on the tour, but so Anish must be a little bit hungry for showing that he is the oldest.
Yeah, but also he wants to be in Miami I mean, I had a chat with him in Norway Chess, and he was like, yeah, I think I'm going. I've already qualified. And then he was like, no, I haven't qualified. No, I need to play very well in the next tournament. So he's motivated. He's really hungry. And he comes to every game very well prepared. And he's been a little bit unlucky during this tournament that he has come with this great opening preparation. But his opponents have been playing well, and he hasn't been able to secure those points. And, OK, it's still a very solid game from Anish Giri right now. He's just overprotecting anything before he's going to break out.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, other than Aronian, he's the oldest player in the field, and he's only just turned 28.
That's crazy, actually,
I mean, Aronian is like he's like the great-grandfather of the tournament.
OK, enough, guys.
Well, I'm still older than you, Jovanka, so, you know, it's, I'm allowed to call people grandfathers.
I had something worrying. Well, for me at least, and maybe for you.
Cheers.
We are older than Homer Simpson.
Oh,
right.
Homer Simpson in the series is 38 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. I've never thought about that. But
neither. I was
but how old's Bart? Bart must be like, you know.
Isn't he like 13?
He's always 13, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he can't. Yeah. Maggie never grows up, does she? It's just you know. Anyway, yeah.
You guys are ageless, just like the Simpsons characters. You're ageless. And I mean, Giri on this season of the tour, he's maybe yet to peak, yet to shine. But last season, remember, he did win the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Yeah. He had some great moments throughout the season, and he has been unlucky. When we had our first major of the season this year in Oslo, if it wasn't for a bunch of mouse slips, a couple of blunders here and there, losing a lot of tie breaks, then he would have had a great score. So. It's just really tiny margins, and that is the type of thing that will decide this match, this quarterfinal. It's just one move here and there. It's who can kind of hold their nerve better in the time scrambles, because this game is definitely headed towards a time scramble. Both players around 4 and a bit minutes now, and still so much tension on the board. No pawn breaks, no threats, no direct kind of plans for either side. So it will come down to nerves. When the action finally does happen.
Incidentally, the two have played each other before. They played in the tour final last year, and that went to tie breaks, and Duda won the tie breaks there. And also when it came to the Oslo Esports, that match also had to be decided in tie breaks. And there was another one where Anish just cracked when it came to those moments of playing under pressure.
That's interesting.
Yes. So maybe his strategy will be to try and win this match in normal time in the first 4 games, because if he goes down to the playoffs, Duda will be the favourite.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of tell, can't you, on his face, Anish's face, that he's more, I'd say, more focused than normal. I mean, just that concentration is really intense. And is he moving pieces without his hand again? Has he used the Jedi mind trick yet, or the Anish, the Giri mind trick?
But
that time the move appeared like slightly before he put his hands to his head, I think.
But I was going to ask about, OK, so we see an overprotecting move from Duda, but I was going to ask about Anish's body language. To me, yes, he seems focused, but he also seems incredibly tense. There's none of that relaxed kind of casualness that sometimes can indicate a flow state.
Are you allowed to get massages? Is there any rule? Because I know in poker it's quite a big thing that you could get a massage
during the game.
During the game, when you're playing, someone could come and massage you.
To stay loose, to stay.
Yeah, just
But
like
I don't think you're allowed to have anyone else in the room if it's not an arbiter.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if it's a dog?
Dog would probably be allowed.
Monkey, massage monkey, maybe. Potentially.
Yeah.
Maybe
I would allow it,
the tour needs to partner up with some official...
A zoo.
Animal masseuse, the company that does that.
So isn't there one that like you can lie down on a goat yoga?
Goat yoga.
Yeah.
Yoga.
I've seen that before. Only in America. But I mean, it looked seriously cool.
I mean, it genuinely helps. The Russian team, I remember in the World Team Championship, when they got the gold medals in 2019, they brought a chef, they brought a personal trainer, they brought a masseuse with them. Yeah. And between the games, they were clearly relaxed throughout the tournament.
And also blood flows to the head if you get those massages. Must be a good idea.
No, it's good to kind of relax the shoulders and not be so tense. You know, I've been keenly aware of my body language and body pose when I'm playing chess. And I've noticed that a lot of the time I'm like this, the shoulders are up. I'm doing this.
Yeah.
And it helps actually having someone just to kind of remind me, be aware. Do that reality, rain check of how you're feeling, and if you're feeling stressed, breathe. So some advice that I've been given that I'm sharing on to everyone.
So Simon, maybe you join the British Olympiad team
as the masseur. Would you like that, David?
I mean, I'm going to petition for that immediately.
Yeah.
Need you there, Simon.
Might not be the first time. No. That was really creepy, wasn't it? It would be the first time, I'll just clarify, just in case anyone was getting worried. But
it sounded like you've been...
Let's not go there.
Yes.
No, but you do sit in poker a lot. When you're sitting there for a long time, you do. You need to loosen up, don't you? That's why it's good to have a little walk, and if you can do that with mass, it must help, So
Absolutely.
I think not a bad idea.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm just looking down. There are 2 games still in the matches, still their first game of the day.
Played for 1 hour now. Both Wei Yi against Sam Sevian and Jeffrey Zhong against Richard Report. I mean, the bar I've seen in Wei Yi against Sevian has been swinging from side to side.
Yeah, White was winning in the middle game, I think, but the whole endgame Sevian was winning, and then Wei Yi just tricked him. So it should be a draw, that game. But yeah, we'll update you guys with the result as it comes in.
Absolutely.
Really fascinating endgame stuff. And Jeffrey Zhong Rapport maybe more balanced, but still hard slog. These players really want it. And meanwhile, Anish Giri manoeuvring the Black Knight to the edge of the board, but it's coming back to an outpost. And the Black Knight going back, retreating, means that Duda, he senses a signal to step forward, and F for forward. He throws this pawn forward. What do you think of that? That's committal.
It's very committal. You have to be very careful with making those moves. I mean, does it have a plan, or is it just a space grab?
I mean, I quite like it. I mean, you could try to push it again at the right moment, like we saw in that. We mentioned this yesterday in the same setup. That often can start just a kingside attack, and it also gives the White Knight maybe quite a nice square, right? I mean, the White Knight can now even come around to square David mentioned earlier, all the way over there on the queen side, which I think would be an ideal square, pressurising Black's backwards pawn. And this is always a slight problem in these positions, that pawn that Black has in the middle of the board, which is lined up against which David has shown there. And so I think it's quite a nice idea. No? I mean, White's trying to make progress at least. Here it comes.
Here it comes. I really like this idea. I do think it was premature to start attacking anytime soon, because first of all, you actually just open up lines for the Black pieces, if anything, just initiating a bunch of exchanges. But White's pieces are not ready. The Queen not necessarily ready. The Knight, and it's definitely better to get your pieces primed before you launch any pawn breaks. And it's Black now, Anish Giri, by necessity or by desire, he has chosen to launch the first pawn break. So we saw manoeuvring ever since we joined this game. It was just players positioning their pieces, getting ready for the action. The action's finally started and initiated by Anish Giri. This pawn push, a capture here, leaves Black with nice kind of connected pawns, but they are weak pawns. They are targets for the White rooks. I don't know. It's really, really committal, that decision as well.
I was going to ask, this to me is a very risky decision, and Anish has launched that pawn forward when he's only got 1.5 minutes on the clock. So he's initiated chaos now when both sides maybe don't have the time to think their way through the complications. I mean, who's going to have the more instinctive position? Maybe White, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, White has the safer king, right? For example, after a trade. The reason I think Black would take with this pawn is if he takes the other way, then this is isolated and backward pawn. But maybe that's not the end of the world. Maybe this is his intention to open up lines. This is maybe more of a Giri move to trade off pieces and look for safety in an endgame. Wow, Duda makes a committal decision himself. I'm using that word a lot, committal, but that's because they are making big, big decisions that they will live or die by. Bishop takes knight. And if the queen recaptures with a check, the king will just hide in the corner. I just feel that White's king is safer than the Black king, and that means if it comes down to 30 seconds against 30 seconds, it's easier for White to play this position. Also, White's rooks are looking on the open files. Black's rooks are just looking at their own pawns, just defensively.
And also, White can make a lot of the non-type of moves, the ones that don't really change the nature of the position, just move a rook here and there, slowly improve the queen. And, OK, Anish did not capture the piece with this queen. Instead, he captured with a pawn.
He's got this kind of reversed bathtub pawn structure again. The upside-down bathtub, which is nice.
The
and
cave.
pretty, but the cave?
The cave.
The cave, yeah.
You know, or like...
Or tiara.
Tiara?
Ooh,
The cave, yeah.
Yeah, but either way, he does have some weak pawns, and now after this capture, still got the upside-down bathtub, but white is going to start doubling up against the weaknesses. This pawn especially I'm looking at is going to be a big, big target. Also, look at the black king. I can imagine the white knight moving out the way, the white rook swinging across. Okay, it's really, really tense right now. Can Anish Giri hold his position together?
Well, this is game 2 in their match. The first one ended with a draw, and game 2 between Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi has also now started. The young Indian player is in the lead. He won the first game with the white pieces. In this one, Levon has the white pieces. And rumor has it, on our Instagram poll, you guys are now having Arjun against Levon as your top match, the one you want us to follow the most. So we will jump to that game when this one finishes. These are the results so far. Wei Yi against Evian eventually, after more than an hour, ended with a draw. And Jeffrey Chong against Richard Report, also a draw in the first game. Tension has started in all the matches. And in this one, clocks are ticking. Anish now under 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, and he's got so many holes to plug in his position. White's queen move is nice and sneaky, eyeing up that side of the board. Black has an isolated A pawn, but also potentially hinting at going the other way too. Maybe we'll see, is it called Alekine's gun? When the rooks and queen all stack up, the three of them, on one file.
Yeah, it's kind of intriguing. I mean, like, we saw Anish had a quick draw in the first round. He might regret that, right? I mean, especially if he loses this one. He had the white pieces in the first. This is the second round, the first round, and he agreed a draw in a position which had a lot of play left. And that might. I mean, maybe he's just a bit nervous today. I think, you know.
It's chess karma, right? It's the goddess of chess, Kaisa. She punishes people who take quick draws with white. That's always the way it works. If you take a quick draw with white, you're guaranteed to lose the next game with black.
Actually, I remember we talked about her, the chess god, a lot last season. We did have quite a few quick draws that we didn't like that much. But this season, I don't think we've hardly mentioned her. There's not been that many quick draws.
True.
Yeah.
She's been smiling. She's been happy. Rewarding the players for their entertaining games.
Absolutely. And, well, the bar has jumped up for Duda.
Yeah. I think it's not even anything specific. It's not even a forced win. It's just a beautiful long-term advantage. Look at white's pieces, nicely centralised, putting pressure on a bunch of pawns. Black's pieces, all defensive.
Definitely all defensive. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. Black can hardly make a move. Now, the only thing that I would be trying to plot is, like, how can a major piece kind of snake their way into the right side of the board? I like the queen somewhere on h5, but it's not going to be easy to get her there.
I agree with you. I was thinking exactly the same. If you have to move the rook, the knight, and the queen comes in. But if the queen gets there, it could be terminal, right? So it's a really nice. I really like your idea. And he's moved the rook now, creating a threat.
So maybe he's going to line up on the other line. And put the queen on d1, and then start looking at that. Oh, what a crafty player!
But Anish is now struck.
Yeah.
So and Duda's shaking his head there. We've seen him do this before. When he shakes his head, he often gets a bit, you know, I don't know, I think he's a glass half empty kind of guy, maybe.
I mean, he's shaking his head, but it was a blunder by Giri, according to the evaluation bar, at least. And clever trick here. If the black queen takes the pawn next to it, then white just steps up with the g-pawn, and the black queen is trapped. So the black queen has to run away. No other safe square. So we've seen this position before. Second time we've seen this position.
I think it was the other way around. Was it the other way around with the rooks, maybe?
Yeah, you're right, actually.
Because now the queen can come across one square, and maybe we can try to get out near the king is maybe the key thing that Jovanka actually pointed out.
So clever, Simon. Now this is a key move. Just to show the queen trap from the last position, black's queen was attacked. If it had taken this pawn, this is actually really pretty. The queen has no safe squares, but instead she had to run. And as Simon mentions, also it's Jovanka's plan from earlier. Line up on this pawn. Oh, he doesn't find it. Maybe he thought the position had repeated as well, just like I had. But this pawn is attacked. If black defends it, then you could maybe hint at moving the knight, I'm not sure where, and try and get in from this angle. At the very least, this is Alekine's gun, tripling up all your pieces, the maximum ammunition against this one pawn. Actually, this looks really strong as well. You could even think about some knight jumps now into the centre. This looks almost winning.
Yeah.
But if we go back to the game, it's still similar. Not much has changed. Duda instead has resorted to just pushing his king up. It's definitely the nerves kicking in for both players at this point. As Simon said, Duda was shaking his head. Is he getting a bit flustered? He's still got a dominant position here. Anish Giri is stuck, completely frozen. He just moves his rook back. He's just going to kind of move his rook back and forth between these two squares, and nothing else to do for black. It's up to Duda to break through.
All right. Well, the bar is definitely liking it for him, but 35 seconds left on the clock against Anish Giri is 49 seconds. This is a time scramble now. And who can keep cold under the pressure?
Yep. And now he's getting it into operation, but he's doing it in a really controlled manner. He's not allowing the black queen into the middle of the board. He didn't like that one.
It's quite a nice strategy, isn't it? Because often if you can't make progress in a position but your opponent's totally tied down, you just look at each of your pieces and you can literally just, you know, blindfold yourself and say, if I could take that piece off the board and put it anywhere on the board, where would I want to put it? And with the queen, you clearly want to get the queen into that position where it checks the black king and starts an attack with maybe a white rook also swinging over. So it's quite I suppose, a simple plan. In order to you know, manoeuvre that one around, but will he find it? I think that's probably the right idea, right? But
I think he's thinking about the clock situation, and also he's desperately trying to keep control. And has Anish set a crafty trap? Is the queen moving there to perhaps push the pawn forward?
Well, he's going for it now. I mean, I think he's going for this idea. He's found it with the queen now, ready to come in with a big check, but also the white rook coming over. But yeah, your move is kind of, I mean, it looks really risky pushing that black pawn, but maybe.
I'm surprised by Duda's last move. I've got to say, as soon as I see the black queen lining up with the white king, I would have instantly put the white king in the corner and then moved on to the next turn.
But now the queen comes in, right? And there's some big threats here, like queen takes one of the pawns.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this idea that you found, Jovanka, is the winning idea, getting this big piece into the attack.
I mentioned it, Simon. Queen takes this pawn is the killer.
Yeah.
If he's allowed to play it, okay, the black bishop's come through, but
she can take the pawn.
Yeah.
He's played
Queen
it.
takes pawn, utilising this pin. The queen cannot be touched, and if the rook is captured, then this is a deadly check. This is a skewer and hitting the rook at the same time. Black can't save everything. I think we're about to see a result any moment now. Giri's defences have been broken. Yeah, no way back now. He's won a pawn, an important pawn. And Duda shaking his head, but he should have this in the bag.
He's trying to confuse us all because he is totally winning. I mean, I don't think there's any chance for Duda to go wrong. I mean, this position is just a dream. And, OK...
Wow,
so
he's given up. He's
so sneaky. He just wants that white rook to be captured because, as we showed, that motif of the white queen going to the edge of the board, that check is still deadly. And the black bishop now under fire.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the clock is ticking down for Anish. He's under 10 seconds, and his position just is horrible.
He's a pawn down and facing a really scary attack. White's queen just go to a safe square. She's not under fire right now because of this pin on the e-file, but I just don't want to tolerate that tension anymore. She goes to grab another pawn. 2 pawns up now for Duda.
And will we see the white knight spring into the game?
Well, maybe there's one chance of the rook going into the corner, but that's probably not great. But I mean, it's still a try, isn't it? I mean,
unfortunately, White's knight comes forward to attack first.
And well, Duda's being crafty, you know. Sorry, not Duda. Anish is also being crafty. He set one final trap.
Big trap, actually. Yeah. He has shut down this trap with his last move, pushing Harry to the h-pawn. Always a good idea. If he had got greedy, if he was too hasty here and impatient, Duda captured this pawn with his rook. This is a check, but queen takes is a winning queen sacrifice because suddenly, look at this, the white king is the one under fire. So you have to protect your king. This is a nice kind of thematic checkmating pattern. But let's go back to the game because he did stop this. Duda, now these 2 pawns nicely protect this knight. And still 2 pawns up, should be winning. White's king so much safer than black's king for now. And the white queen just running away safely. he's done the hard work. Now he just needs to make sure he doesn't blunder Duda.
Yeah, I mean,
8 seconds for him.
yeah, a bit short time, so there's maybe some swindling chances, but
Anish does not look happy.
no.
He looks concentrated, but not very happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, there's really not that much to do for Black. He just has to make some moves and just pray for White to go wrong. And unfortunately, Duda is a world-class player. He's not going to go wrong in this type of position, even with 24 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, he has 3 passed pawns on the king's side right now, and eventually they will decide the game.
And that's dramatic for Anish Giri because game 3, if Duda wins that, he will be ready for the semi-finals. Anish will be in a must-not-lose situation if, and I guess then, when he loses this game.
Yep, Duda just protecting everything. There are some nasty queen checks. White's queen can enter on the f-file, or she can enter on the diagonal. And yeah, first I would just tuck the white king closer towards the center. But okay, Duda's more direct than me. He goes into the corner with his queen.
Maybe
Too many holes in Black's position.
maybe now is the time to just throw in the towel.
Yeah. Top players, they only resign when they're 100% sure that they're out of it. So Giri takes a pawn, utilising a pin on the h-file.
Good game from Duda.
Yeah, it's
Played
really
very well.
classy.
Very good game. He's kept it under control. He took his chances, and I actually think I loved it. I loved when he gave up the bishop for the knight. If you can remember that, because I think a lot of people wouldn't play that move, even grandmasters, because it looks so wrong to give up. You know, earlier on, if people can remember that moment, but it was actually a brilliant decision, really clever decision. Could be, you know, going some positional masterpiece books. That one.
I think the queens are going to come off soon. And with that, I don't see any chances for Black at all.
Yeah, maybe just push the pawn as well.
Yeah.
Just get all the pawns going. Got to be careful he doesn't go into a free fold.
Second time we've seen this position.
Yeah, if he checks again, yeah, which would be really stupid.
Yeah,
Have you ever done that? Have you ever fallen into a free fold? I have.
Have you? Hang on a second.
Has he fallen? Has he given a chance here? What's the chance?
I don't see it.
Oh my words! There's an amazing move here.
No way.
Unbelievable.
We have
move.
Stockfish, the computer's move suggestions here.
God blimey! God blimey!
Does Black have a saving move?
Does he?
Looks like he's completely lost to me.
Maybe
Black's king
Stockfish
is so open.
Okay. I mean, the computer here
Is telling us that Rook takes pawn or will save the day. I mean, what is that?
Well, we have to show this, but let's keep an eye on the players. Anish Giri in the current position. He's played it. He's played Rook takes pawn with a check, hitting the white king, and suddenly after the pawn recaptures...
Oh!
Does it work, though? Does it work? Stockfish thought it didn't work, but this computer thinks it does.
The bar has changed its mind. Suddenly, a massive threat of queen takes pawn. Suddenly, the white king, which was so safe for so long, is under fire. And look at the white queen. She's offside. She's not doing anything. And we have this position on the board right now. If the queen gives a check, the black king simply sidesteps. You only have one check with white. Your queen is actually caged off. It can't jump back to the defence. You have to just protect your pawn, as Duda has just done. He swung his rook across, defending his pawn. But now, what's the black queen do? She has to jump in. And Giri,
he's played it. Unbelievable.
If he saves this game, it's going to be a miracle. The biggest miracle I've ever seen, I think, on the tour. But suddenly, after pawn takes rook, OK, he gives a check first, but if the rook is captured, suddenly the black queen comes down. Black is 2 rooks down, but it's a draw. White's king cannot escape the checks. If you go up the board, you lose a rook. And if you go up the board again, you get checked. You go up, you get checked. Nowhere safe for the king to hide.
And Duda shakes his head. Now he realises.
Yeah, he messed up.
Save.
And suddenly, I think maybe Anish will believe in Father Christmas. I mean, it's that kind of mistake.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Get a lottery
Incredible.
ticket.
This check is coming. I mean, he has to just take the rook now and try to run with his king, but where's he running? This king has nowhere safe to hide. I mean, this is just incredible.
What a save. I mean, finding that is easy for us because we could see the evaluation bar, but Anish did not have the evaluation bar, and he found just an incredibly hard resource there to now get what we think is just a perpetual check. There's no way you can escape the checks, and That is a save of the century.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
In order to try and escape all the checks, he had to give up one rook, but look at Geary. So happy with himself.
Oh, look at that. That is such a big swing, isn't it? Who's the daddy? Who's
so
the daddy? Yes. I bought a smile.
I would be so irritated if my opponent did that to me.
This is what I love about chess, the difference on their faces, you know, just the emotion. You've got one agony and one who's in ecstasy. It's incredible.
I mean, if Duda had seen that smile in Geary, he would have been so angry. Simply nowhere to hide. The black queen can just step back with a check now.
I mean, black doesn't even need to take the rook, like you say. Just carry on the checks.
Yeah, pawn
No
up
way
check,
out.
I think also draws. Check with the queen. Can Anish now win this one?
Ooh.
Oh, you know, someone...
Well, with the psychology in this game now.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll be looking for ways, but I mean, you can. I mean, 2 moves down. You were 2 moves ago. Sorry, you were 2 rooks down. You can regain the second rook. You can go and capture White's rook, but then White will have a move. White will give some checks of his own. Okay, just keep the White king in the cage. If the king goes back, you come down again. Check. If the White king goes across, as we showed, keep checking. Yeah, a mix of checks from the side and from the diagonals is easy enough.
And we see Duda in the camera. He's accepting. It is just a draw.
And
It's going to be sick, isn't it, that one? I mean, that's also, it's really hard to balance, you know, to now, it must be in Anish's, you know, favour because you've got to go straight into another game and you've got to forget about that game if you're in Duda's position, which is really hard to do.
It's like in Monopoly, Geary used his get out of jail free card.
Yeah, definitely. We should get some T-shirts made of that facial expression of Anish's, don't you think, when he's like...
I think it should be a GIF.
Yeah.
Don't you think? You know?
Or an NFT.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what a moment for Anish. Still smiling. He is saving this game. And they finish in a draw. There it is. Wow, look at that smile on Anish Giri's face. He is so happy. He saves a draw in a lost position. And that means they are still tied, these two, after 2 games in their quarterfinal match. Game 3 coming up in 15 minutes. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is not happy. He blundered away the win in this game. Anish looking over it. The game, they now have 15 minutes to rest and prepare for Game 3, where Anish will have the white pieces. But what a game. And here is today's Lisoveta learning point.
Today's learning point is simply to never give up. Keep looking for chances and sometimes you may be rewarded. Here, Black has a completely hopeless position, as we saw. Geary with Black was completely out of it. All White needed to do, all Duda needed to do to secure the win was to give a check, swap off the queens. He could also, for example, just retreat the White queen back to anywhere safe. He would be winning with 2 extra pawns. But he locked the White queen out of the game. He pushed his own pawn forward, trying to break through to the Black king, but he had forgotten well, I can't blame him for this, Duda, but he had missed a really incredible saving resource. Black here gave up a rook, breaking through to the White king. It's desperate, but it's necessary. And after this rook was captured, he simply swung the Black queen across, aiming to capture this pawn, which would be devastating. White brought his rook across to defend, but it was this move which Geary had to foresee, bringing his queen into the game, giving up a second rook. But after the rook is captured, as we saw in the game, there's no way for White to avoid the checks. The king steps forward, 1 rook drops, the king steps forward again, and the checks simply continue. No safe square for the White king, but it's all because Duda locked his queen out of the game. Always look for resources, never resign, and sometimes you might save half points here and there, just like Geary.
And we do like Anish Giri's reaction, celebrating basically that he did save a draw in this game. Is that the best feeling, Simon? When you
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just look at that. You can't get a more happier person in the world at that exact moment. Name anyone happier than Anish. I mean, just a miracle moment. So,
he's going to be showing his grandkids that finish. He's like, no, nobody can beat me. I can get out of even these types of situations.
Yeah, they are tied, Anish and Duda. game 3 between them coming up in about 13 minutes. But we're letting you guys decide today which matches we should follow. You can cast your vote either on the Champions Chess Story account on Twitter or Instagram. And take a look at that. Our Aronian against Geisty is in the lead. 50% of you want us to keep a closest eye on this one. So that's exactly what we're going to do. This is game 2 between Levon and Arjun. Arjun won the first game. He is in the lead. And Levon, he needs to make a comeback. Can he do it in this game? The bar just went up for the young Indian.
Yeah, the bar just went up. Maybe the computer assumed that White should have traded off a set of rooks just on the last go, but Aronian has kept the rooks on the board. Before we discuss the position, we should mention Black is a pawn up. That's why the computer says +1 for Black. But in terms of strategy here and positional play, White actually has a glorious position. If White had another H-pawn, for example, if the material was level, White would be winning. That is because White has a good knight against Black's bad bishop. White's knight controls everything. It controls some entry squares for the Black rook, so I actually quite like Aronian's decision to keep the rooks on the board. And for me, at least from a human point of view, it's hard to see Black breaking out of this bind, activating the Black bishop, and winning this game. Maybe, objectively, Black's doing better with the extra pawn, but it's quite easy for White to play this type of position. And there we go. Arjun starts by hiding his king in the corner. Who would you guys take here? Positional compensation, or would you take the extra material?
I mean, I don't have a lot of respect for pawns, unfortunately, so I would, I mean, just looking at it very briefly, I'd probably take White, but then I've got to find what I do next.
You can't push Harry the H-pawn up the board anymore.
Yeah, actually, there's a king there instead, so, I mean...
Black pushes.
I don't know, but the more you look at it, the more it's like, can White actually do anything? And Black can do stuff, you know, so, and it is a pawn, so... instinctively, though, I'd say White, but I'm not sure what the plan is, though, for White, unfortunately.
I mean, if the queens and the rooks came off the board, because the White knight is so dominant over the Black bishop, I don't think White can ever lose. Black's extra pawn, after all, is the D pawn, which is blockaded by the White knight. But yeah, getting the queens off the board might be the tricky.
I'd love to push my F pawn here, but I doubt it works. But I'm trying to get into the Black king. So you know, when you have this pawn, this very far advanced White pawn, it's often a good idea to home in on your opponent's king. This is like the normal strategy. So I'm trying to do that now. I'm trying to find a way in around the back. So I could try pushing the pawn next to it, Freddy pawn, with the idea if you go, for example, pawn takes pawn, my queen can now go to that square and try to get into the position here, and the rook can swing around. This would be the first kind of thing I'm thinking here, just to try to do something, which, I don't know, it could be possible, but maybe bishop can catch it, I don't know.
Yeah, this looks beautiful if you can achieve it. And OK, Levon didn't go for this. We'll show what he did in a moment. But yeah, as you mentioned, Simon, maybe the bishop captures, and now you have to part with your great knight for the bad bishop. But yeah, the computer really hated that move by Levon Aronian. I understand what he's trying to do, pushing a pawn to a dart square, just trying to clamp down. Long term, again, if the queens and rooks disappear, then Black's bishop is just terrible. It's stuck on the light squares, it's blocked in by all its pawns, which are also all on light squares, and the White knight will dominate. White completely controls all the dart squares with this pawn push, but the only reason I can think that the computer hates this move is that Black can take this pawn. No, he doesn't take this pawn. Maybe very clever there from Arjun Geisty. Instead of taking this pawn, allowing the White queen in, this is similar to what Simon was showing, the White queen sneaking in and giving a nasty check. Instead, Geisty didn't get distracted, didn't get tempted by the extra pawn. He's just planted his bishop on a really strong square, hitting the White rook. I mentioned that Black's bishop was bad, but suddenly it's found a nice outpost, and White's rook stepping forward. Is now the moment? Can you grab a second pawn for free?
It's tempting, isn't it? It's certainly tempting to do that. Also, for me, it's very tempting as well just to improve my rook. First, I'm a pawn grabber, so let's have a look whilst we've got the board up and running.
Queen takes pawn.
Queen takes pawn. Now, OK, the most aggressive moves in the position, or the most opportunistic ones, maybe move the queen to the diagonal where the Black queen was sitting on, and then threaten to bulldoze open the king side by just pushing the e6. The e5 pawn one square forward.
One of these pawns will step forward in a moment. And yeah, from a human point of view, actually, it is a bit scary for Black.
Black's queen cannot now get back to stop this queen check. Maybe the black queen can retreat the whole way, but white at the very least now could give a check. And if the black queen blocks, white could kind of switch the focus over to the other side, regain one pawn, next move, regain another pawn, maybe then regain another pawn. Black's queen now on a bad circuit, on a passive square. So this would be bad news for Geisty. This would be maybe a reason for him not to get greedy in the current position. But the computer thinks clearly that black can get away with it. I'm struggling to see how, to be honest, because this looks really scary for black.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, the computers just famously have no fear.
Yeah, ice cold.
This is why you never gambit pawns, and when you do sacrifice the material, you often get a cold shower at the end of your spectacular variation. And
maybe we can see the Stockfish, talking of computers, maybe we can see what the computer wants to play in the current position, because to me, this is the first move I would calculate. I would probably rule it out. I'm playing an attacking player like Aronian. I wouldn't be brave enough to distract my queen. But the computer says, yep, just take that pawn. You're 2 pawns up. Therefore, you have a +2 advantage for black.
By far the best move.
Yeah, by far the best move. Other moves the computer suggests are quite natural. Jovanka mentioned activating the black rook. Putting the rook on the 4th rank makes sense. Attacking this pawn, putting some pressure on the white knight. Very logical, much safer than grabbing the pawn with the queen. And the computer's third choice move, a bit mysterious, is to retreat the queen to its start square. And, okay, Geisty doesn't get greedy. I don't think we can blame him for that. He isn't a computer after all. And, sorry, in this position, he just decided to move his king to a light square. Here, it won't get checked so easily by the white queen, as we saw in that previous variation. But Levon has had the time at least to guard his pawn. So we see black still with an advantage, but maybe it could have been bigger. Yeah. Geisty not being brave enough to grab that second pawn.
And I have to share with you, you mentioned earlier about you asking for recommendations, David, for what the English team should be wearing. And Sairam Subramani says, not sure what the English team should wear for the Olympiad in Chennai, but I'd love to see the Indian team wear this traditional South Indian veshti. Kind of looks like the Scottish kilt. So maybe the English team could pay homage to their fellow Brits. What do you think? You know, it would be nice and cool for the tropical heat.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I am 1/16 Scottish, so I could maybe get away with that.
Yeah. And maybe you guys could grow the moustaches too. Very nice.
I think that would be cool. I have to say, I'm really looking forward to the Olympiad now to see what kind of cool suits and costumes.
You'll probably be disappointed, Kaja. We'll all be there in like sweaty suits. Or...
Well, but isn't it nice though that FIDE has sort of left this traditional strict rule of very strict dressing, and in Chennai, as you mentioned, will be warm. So now we can maybe have a little bit more chill style, maybe a little bit more sporty.
Yeah. Now it's our responsibility as chess players. It's like a duty to dress well and look good, just to prove to FIDE they don't need a dress code.
Yeah.
The thing is, there is a code of conduct and what kind of clothes you can wear. Like, for instance, there should be nothing too revealing. I mean, there's all sorts of things like that. So, I mean, we can't just rock up in the mankini as Simon advocated. But OK, I definitely also would love to hear from the viewers and hear for their suggestions. And of course, tell us who you're following, who are you cheering for, and what games you would like to watch the most. And of course, we'd love to see your selfies. And you can do all that by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Yeah. And you can read the full story on this new invention by FIDE to give out prizes for the best dressed chess players in the Olympiad on chess24.com, and the new feature on the wall. Woo!
Sorry. Tea
time.
I went to pour myself a cup of tea and accident happened. So, oops.
Oopsie daisy. Tea time
TV.
for Jovanka. Yeah. But go into Chess24. The new feature, the wall, is very cool. There's even puzzles every day that you can solve, and you can read the stories. Top story right now. Chess for success in the Olympiad. And Aronian, he always dresses for success. He's wearing a different T-shirt actually now. In the first game, he was wearing a black one, and he lost it.
Chess players are very superstitious. If you lose wearing one top, you never ever want to wear that top again. You want to burn it. You want to get rid of it. You want to. I have several clothes that I just never
touch anymore just because I remember the defeats that I had in those tops. Yeah.
You might not remember the moves, but you remember the sensation of losing in these clothes. And I have to admit, I have thrown away a jumper because it was extremely unlucky. It cost me my GM norm, and I know it was unlucky because I kept on losing in that jumper. Yeah. So even though it was very beautiful, I was like, no,
never again.
No.
Yeah. Well, who's having the most success in their clothing in this game? The bar is still over to Arjun's side.
Yeah, despite the evaluation bar, I really like what Levon Aronian has been doing over the last few moves. If we jump in, I just want to show a really nice trick that he used to kind of at least create some counterplay to get the white queen active. In this position, Arjun had just swung the black queen across. It looks like he's attacking the white knight using the rook and using the queen. So a lot of pressure on this piece right now. I thought Aronian would just have to defend it, but no, he moved his queen away. And the whole idea is that if this knight is captured, white's queen can simply swing back where she came from, and utilising a pin on this diagonal, white will next move win the black rook, winning material in the process. So he got his queen active, Levon Aronian, and after the black queen moved, he has now jumped into the position. For example, now if the white knight again is captured, then he can force a draw instantly. So Geisty has a way to allow a draw, but does he want more? Suddenly this would be a check, and it's inescapable checks which go on forever, and the position would repeat itself. So if Geisty wants a draw, he will actually allow this, but if he wants to win, then what else? He can maybe just bring his king across to defend the pawn. Feels a bit shaky going onto a dark square. At least this would ask Aronian a question, what to do about the threat. Or maybe it's not a threat, but what to do about rook takes knight on the next move. I was going to say it's not a threat because if we just move our king, for example, after rook takes knight, there's a really nice trick. Queen check, hitting the black queen, and suddenly a series of checks, an exchange, would leave the black rook undefended at the end. Probably still a draw.
Looks like it's going to a draw now, David.
Yeah, we're heading towards a draw, as we showed. Let's go back to the players. Any moment now, we're going to see a repetition of moves. Aronian, is he going to look for a way to win? I don't think there is one.
He can look for the impossible, but I mean, you're a piece down here, aren't you? So,
yeah,
I mean, if you could get the king to g7, as you pointed out, then you have this lovely trick that you showed, but you're going to need a lot of help to get that one in.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean,
just trade the rooks, give a bunch of checks with the white queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very difficult unless he's thinking about pushing forward with his pawn.
Yeah, I suppose black should be able to take that. Oh no, because then there's a queen check, right? Okay, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, we'll show the variations.
Well, this is where if the king goes to the wrong square next move, then you get your trick in as well, David. I suppose. Yeah. But
potentially, I'm not sure where the white queen can go to set up that trick. Unfortunately,
no, that's a good point. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Aronian, he's checking on different squares to how we showed a moment ago, but yeah,
it's even hard to cheapo, isn't it? Here.
Yeah, he's hoping for the impossible, as you mentioned, Simon. Don't think there's any losing moves here for Geisty. He's just going to try and choose the safest square for the black king. Yeah, that's the word cheapo. Is that widely used, or is it just in the UK? I've never heard it elsewhere, actually.
I don't know.
It's like a cheap trick.
Cheap trick, cheapo. Yeah.
Cheapo.
Oh. Cheapo.
But it's only a chess term, right? I mean, you would never use it.
I mean,
unless someone is being very tight with their money, maybe you go
cheapo.
Such a cheapo.
You're such a cheapo. I've never heard it used like that either.
No, neither have I.
If you say cheap trick in the US, it's like the band Cheap Trick, but
yeah, cheapo means that
cheapo's different. Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically going. Here we go.
Players agree to draw.
There we go. Fair result after a well-played game.
And that means Geisty is still in the lead. That also means when Game 3 starts in 15 minutes, if he wins it, he will have knocked out the great Levon Aronian, and he will be ready for the semi-final. But Game 3 between these two coming up in 15 minutes. In the 3 other matches, Game 2 still going on between Sam Sevian and Wei Yi, and between Jeffrey Zhang and Richard Report. I think I saw some time trouble between Sam Sevian and Wei Yi. Is that correct? No, that is not correct. They have much time on the clock, but Game 3 between Anish and Jan-Krzysztof Duda has just started, so we're going to jump into that one. They have played 2 draws so far, these two. And it was close to a win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda in game 2. It ended with a draw. That means they are still tied. And here, Anish Giri has the white pieces in game 3. What does this look like?
So it's early days, but white has adopted the Reti setup. That means developing the knight, pushing a pawn, this kind of really nice compact structure around the white king. And black, meanwhile, is going for a double fianchetto. So he's pushed 2 pawns on the flanks, and he's going to put his bishops on long diagonals. Slightly going against the rules, conventional rules. Normally we say knights before bishops, but Duda trying to get away with things here. Do you think his lighting, his camera, does it match his mood right now? Just darkness after that last game.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so he's gone all to the dark side.
It must be hard after a blunder like in that game, losing sort of his chance with just 15 minutes to get ready for the next one.
Yeah, I could see Anish really putting the pressure on this game. I mean, it's a good situation. He's got the white pieces. He's got kind of, already I'd say a more niche position, slow manoeuvring, chances for an advantage. And Duda has played, as David said, a very unconventional setup. I mean, the main problem with Duda's, positionally is that his light square bishop is just pointing at its own pawn. So it's like, you're trapping yourself behind a wall, basically, which you can't get out of. And the other bishop, which Anish has, is very strong in these positions. So certainly think white has chances to gain advantage out the opening here.
Yeah, white's significantly ahead in development as well. White's already castled the king away to safety, so Anish is able to open up the position very quickly. I quite like this move. Black has 2 possible replies. I was going to say either you can just kind of defend this pawn, maybe with a pawn yourself, or you can capture just to open up your bishop, but this bishop is undefended. Maybe there would have been some consequences. Instead, Duda brings his knight out, and after a capture, he just castles his king. And this is interesting. He will win this pawn back on the next move. There's no way to really defend it if you throw your pawn forward in the center. This guy just gets captured. So in the position right now, I was going to say something along these lines for Anish Giri. Just move your rook across, get ready to build this nice pawn center. Looks really good.
It looks really weird,
it looks
doesn't it?
Wonderful for white.
Yeah, definitely.
Is this Duda on tilt?
I think so. I mean, we've seen Duda go on tilt before. I remember when Magnus surprised him with a very strange opening move, 1F3. He just drew that game, and then the next game he just cracked and lost.
He was very lucky to draw that game. He was losing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a bit like the Grunfeld, one of your favourite openings, David, but a really bad version of it because you don't have the Grunfeld pressure and you're getting kicked around by White's pieces. So White's going to have a fantastic centre. Anish is not going to get a better chance than this to take a lead, I think. I mean,
beautiful for White. This is everything you want from an opening, right, Simon?
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
This bishop, you mentioned getting kicked around. It's moved 3 times now already in the opening. That's where he's lost the tempo, tempi, plural of tempo. And right now, these 2 pawns looking fantastic. If you challenge them, they can just simply step forward.
And Black probably won't even be able to challenge them in the future either as well, because, I mean, that's not going to be easy to orchestrate. And I was always taught by my very first coach, who was from Serbia, and he was a great coach, and he gave very generalistic rules, and he said, if you get this, it was Milos Pavlovic. I was working with him for about 2 years, and I got my first coach when I was about 27.
Oh, right, I thought you were going to say 7.
No, 27, right, yeah. Okay. And he was like, if you get something like this, you're positionally 1.
Yeah.
And he said, because you're just going to have the capability to march forward with your pawns and your pieces. And if Black can't do anything about it, they lost.
Yeah, it's probably as simple as that, really. At this,
very simplistic, but
it's totally simplistic. But it's very, it gives you a lot of hope, and gives you lots of motivation.
Yeah, and at other levels, other than this elite level, I mean, just don't give up though as Black. Just develop your pieces, try and maybe just hold some squares, keep your pieces nice and compact. But unfortunately for Duda, someone like Giri will be able to find the best squares for White's pieces. He will be able to step forward at the right moment. And it's just one-sided traffic at the moment. It's just all about these pawns.
This is a slight weakness in Duda's game, isn't it? I mean, I think I actually tipped him in the candidates to do really well. to actually be one of the chances to qualify. But in the first game, he kind of threw away a nicely won position against Ali Reza. And then after that, his play was not impressive. And
Did he tilt a little bit?
I think so. I think he's again, like we talked about emotional players. I think he's a very emotional player. When things are going well, he can just wipe everyone off the board, win, win, win. But when something goes a little bit wrong, it affects him more than, you know, like, let's say Magnus Carlsen is the best at bouncing back. But it's something he could certainly try to work on a bit. And it does look like it's getting darker and darker in the room. I know it's probably getting darker outside, but he does look like an evil villain now, doesn't he? He really does.
Oh, yeah, with his hands like this as well. Yeah. In
You
a
just need
dark chair.
a cat to jump up, don't you? on his lap, and he strokes it. A nice white cat there.
Dr. No.
It's Blofeld is the villain out of James Bond.
Okay.
With his white cat.
So imagine walking into a room and you just see that.
You'd be like, come and enter, David. Take a seat.
Just the silhouette.
I will tell you your fortune.
And he's not too happy, Jan-Krzysztof. Duda, this is game 3 between Anish and Duda. Now, look at that. Young Samuel Sevian has won the second game against Wei. He's taken the lead now in that match. Report against Zhong, that is game 2 still going on, and the bar is slightly over to the young American side. We are asking you guys today which match you want us to keep the closest eye on, and I think we have the live poll right here, okay? So it's still Levon Aronian against Arjun Erigaisi. Your favorite match to follow? Duda against Giri in second place. You can cast your vote either on the Champions Chess Tour page on Instagram or on Twitter. And also, if you retweet the poll on Twitter, you are in contention to win 1 year subscription to Chess24 Premium. So go ahead, cast your vote, and help us decide which games to follow. This is game 3 between Anish and Duda. They are tied before this game, but it's looking good now for Anish.
It's looking very good for Anish. He chooses this square for the bishop. Slightly surprising to me, because black can just do something that you've alluded to, Simon, in the past. Just kick back this bishop. Black can push a pawn on the side of the board. I don't think this bishop wants to trade itself off for the black knight. Maybe Anish wants to provoke a pawn push around the black king. It might weaken the black king side later on. But, the problems remain for black. OK, we see this pawn push happen. He does step back, so maybe that black pawn will... Duda will have to lose some time protecting it later. But, yeah, problems remain. White's pawn centre, hard to touch. And, OK, he does just try to prevent the white pawns from stepping forward. Very logical, this last move, at least from Duda.
Levon Aronian and Erigaisi, your favourite match to follow. Game 3 will start quite soon. Erigaisi is still in the lead, and if he wins game 3, then he will win that match. He will be ready for the semi-finals. And since this is your favorite match to follow, we will, of course, follow game 3 when this one finishes. Maybe with a win for Anish.
So I guess we all like White's position, right? What would be the next plan? What should we be looking for here?
I mean, put the rook in the middle.
Yeah.
I mean, just get the absolutely ideal setup if you can. Push the queen, connect the rooks. And this is kind of like, it's a great example to show beginners maybe this game, because you take the centre, you get all your pieces on the best squares, and then you can think about what to do. You don't need to rush at doing something, but you make as many useful moves as you can right first.
Beautiful.
It really is. I mean, you can push a pawn at some point. Maybe you can do something on the king's side, and he's going for this. Just put the rook in the middle, and everything is ideal really then. And then it's quite a lazy way to play as well, because you don't really have to calculate much. You just do this.
Move first, think later.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, at some point you have to do something, obviously, but I mean, you can think about that later.
Yeah.
Maybe even go move as many pawns as you can. The H pawn, the A pawn, the B pawn. Just take as much space as possible.
Yeah. And he's going for your plan, Simon. Very natural play. Yeah. And I love this position for White so much. I'm completely crushing on it.
I mean, look at the white half of the board. Literally the first 4 ranks, we control every single square. OK, maybe not these two, but they're not so relevant. It's just complete control. Black's just huddled. Huddled in a box.
But OK, so we've been waxing lyrical, as we say in the UK, about White's position. What about Black? I mean, is there any chance for him to do some repair work? I don't know, step the queen forward, also connect rooks, and then try for something? I mean, try being the operative word.
I mean, if I was Black, I'd be looking at, he's gone for it, trying to place the C pawn forwards, but it just always seems like it's a bad move. And the Black Knight on the side of the board is horrible, right? I mean, it's just sort of hanging there. And it's weird. This kind of position you could probably show to a lot of players, and they'd be like, "Well, why is White doing so well? I can't see a plan for White." And it is kind of like you don't actually in chess always have to do something. You know, you can win games by just doing nothing sometimes, taking space, improving. Something will turn up. I mean, and he's doing that right here, just getting
Tactics
more space.
always work in your favour, right? If your piece is centralised like this, if you control the centre with pawns, after this rook move, I mean, what's to stop? And he's just pushing this pawn forward. I mean, it looks like you're almost trapping this knight. I guess you don't have to be so hasty. You can kind of wait. You can maybe get the white queen out of the line of this black rook. Maybe that would be the kind of pragmatic approach, just shuffle the queen across somewhere, eyeing up this knight, which, yeah, you mentioned, Simon, it's just the worst piece on the board by a mile right now. Okay, he does push this pawn. So he wants to definitely kick back this knight. Ooh, the evaluation bar goes down, though, so maybe this means that black can break out now with a pawn push.
Okay.
It looked to me like this is just terrible for black anyway. For example, oh, I think I realised why. I was going to say after pawn takes pawn, now we could push forward in the centre with white, creating a pass pawn, gaining space, leaving this knight stranded. But suddenly, in this position, maybe black can take with a knight. Suddenly, the knight is off the edge of the board. Utilising the fact that there's a pin on this file, so pawn takes knight would be met by rook takes queen. Don't want to lose our queen. Yeah, it's just maybe a bit of haste from Giri. I mean, it was the first move that came to my mind as well, pushing this pawn. But now Duda, he has to play this, I think.
It's a bit sloppy from Giri because well, okay, I'm being a bit critical because it's not an easy move to see, but he doesn't normally give chances like that away. No. He's normally very good at stopping counterplay when he's commanding a position. So, yeah.
I mean, let's go back to the players because has Duda realised it? Is he still unhappy with his position? Can we even... OK, it's not as dark as it was earlier. He's leaning forward. Giri in full focus mode, meanwhile.
Yeah.
That's what you call mood lighting. So whenever his mood improves, there's a little bit of light in the background. So.
Yeah, actually, it has been matching. His mood was clearly dark at the beginning. His opening was terrible. Suddenly, it's OK again, maybe.
It's getting a bit better.
It's interesting.
A little glimmer of hope.
Yeah. Maybe we should have that for all the players in the tour.
Can we be in charge of their lighting?
Yeah.
We could just be like, right, that would be really fun. And the electric shock machine that you got Magnus was using on you when they play a bad move.
Yeah.
After this last move by Giri, I think there would have been a few shocks there. Because,
and you can see
now the key move.
Yeah.
Knight takes pawn on the board.
He's played it, he's found, yeah.
And now Giri has to work hard all over again.
Does it still look better for Anish, or are they back to basics?
Yeah, I would take white, just because white still has this really nice strong pawn centre, but black has solved some issues. Black's knight is off the edge of the board. Even if it retreats now, black's pawn structure is much improved. And also black has a 2... OK, he even gives up material.
Wow. Did not expect that move to be played. Does this... how does this work?
Oh, maybe he's going to grab a pawn on the edge of the board at the very end.
Wow.
So, first of all, we see a transition where at the very end, white will have 2 minor pieces, a bishop and a knight, for black's rook. Traditionally, a bishop and a knight are much stronger than a rook, but black has now won a second pawn. So black has 2 pawns on this queen side, pass pawns unrivaled, that are going to march down the board later. Suddenly, the nature of the position's completely changed.
Yeah.
Still in white's favour, maybe, but he has to be accurate.
It's, maybe. I have to show you guys something. I know it's maybe not the right time now, but I have to show you a tweet from Shivam Yadav, who said, what's the worst feeling in the world? Just ask Duda how he's feeling right now while his opponent must be celebrating in ecstasy. And
All right.
Ta-da!
Keeping the
They
suspense.
promised me it was ready, and it's not.
All
but
right.
when it's ready, when I will show it to you guys.
Okay.
It's very, very cool.
We'll look at that later. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Duda. In a strange mood today, according to his lights, at least. It's dark, it's light, according to his mood. And I have to say, the youngsters, they're doing good today. Sam Sevian winning game 2, and Jeffrey Chong winning game 2. They're in their lead. They are in the lead in their matches, heading into game 3s. And game 3 has just started between Arjun Erigaisi and Levon Aronian. If that is a win for Erigaisi, he will be ready for the semi-finals. We will jump into that game when this one finishes. The bar, it's definitely liking it for Anish, but you don't 100% agree with the bar being that optimistic?
Well, I do, as long as White is really energetic with his play. I would completely disagree, for example, if the queens come off the board, if White doesn't manage to whip up an attack against the Black King. In this type of situation, when you have the minor pieces, so for example here, White's bishop and knight, rather than the Black Rook, you need to go on an attack. You can't just slow the game down, trade off the queens. You can't just kind of meander. You can't just kind of float your way through this game. You have to be really accurate, really direct. That's why Giri, I think he's refocusing himself now. He's just kind of finding that mentality, going all out. The Black King doesn't have too many defenders around it, and the reason a bishop and a knight are better than a rook is simply because there are two of them. And Black will only have one defender, a rook. If White can use a bishop and a knight together to attack a weakness, then it should be very strong. So what I would be looking for here, for example, from Giri, I mean, the first move that comes to mind would actually be Simon's favourite.
Definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah.
Yep.
Pushing this pawn forward.
Soften it up.
Yeah, it's got to be done.
Softening up the king. Another move, if we were to play with pieces rather than pawns, would be to jump in with the white knight. For example, this is actually the weakest spot in Black's camp right now. Okay, he pushes the pawn, but watch out for this knight jump later, looking for weaknesses. And yeah, long term, Black is doing okay because Black has these two great pawns, but it's about whether Black can survive till the end game to be able to use these pawns.
And at least it's like a free result maybe game now.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
previously, it looked like White just couldn't lose in any situation. But now, if the queens come off, White can lose this position. Sometimes, you know, Black's might be better, right?
Black's probably better if the queen's disappeared.
So there is that danger element now that Anish has in the position.
Problem for Duda is this queen's so far offside, it takes at least one move to get her back to anywhere kind of decent. And also the king on this diagonal, really uncomfortable. If you step him back because of this kind of battering ram about to approach, then what is Giri's idea next? That's the big question. I would be slightly tempted to push his pawn again and try to sacrifice something on the square just to break through towards the black king. But, OK, we don't find out the answer to that one. If we go back, we see instead Duda counterattack. The top players love to do this. Counterattacking, just keeping White aware that his pieces are loose. OK, where to put this rook?
As safe as possible, I guess.
Yeah.
Plonk it up one. Are you worried about the back rank? Or?
Yeah,
Nice
this
and
is
defended.
nice and defended. I think the king is pretty safe. It can find a nice shelter on h2 and doesn't need to worry about any checkmating ideas that Black might have.
Whenever you have a bishop on this square, you can nearly never get checkmated. Yeah, it's rock solid for White.
Okay, well, that's what Anish likes to hear, being rock solid. This is game 3. They are tied. So if Anish wins this game, it's going to look good for him heading into game 4. Duda, a little bit on tilt. Is that what we're seeing from him in this game?
Yeah, it feels like he got a small chance to get a semi-decent position, and instead he didn't spend much time on the clock. He completely transformed the position into one where, objectively, he might well be in trouble. So it's hard to put a finger on what Duda's kind of what's going through his mind right now. Feels like he's just playing moves without too much enthusiasm behind them.
Yeah, and on the subject of things going through players' minds, now we have the tweet ready, and it's from Shivav Yadav, and he says, "What's the worst feeling in the world? Just ask Duda how he's feeling right now." And here it is. I'm sorry, I loved it so much. I was like, get it on.
Stuff for nightmares, that is. I could just imagine just seeing that for, you know.
But this is probably running through Duda's mind right now. You know, he's thinking, oh my goodness me. My opponent is like celebrating when they should not be happy. They should be down in the dumps. It should be me who's on the verge of perhaps taking it through to the quarterfinals. Instead, he's having to fight the battle all over again in a worse position.
Like, during a match like this, will you, hate is a strong word, will you kind of hate your opponent and be angry with them, even if you are maybe friends or on good terms in between and, you know, any other day? But on the day with the matches, can you really hate your opponents?
You have to, right?
It can happen. It can happen in certain situations. It's never temporary. It's never temporary. It's never permanent. It's what I wanted to say. But, you know, you will have that moment also, you know, if you see a reaction like Anish did, it would just be pure loathing. And I'm sorry, you just don't get over that. But hang on a second. I thought that this move wasn't necessarily possible because there was going to be a discovered check on the board. But, I don't think it works, actually.
Yeah, really clever, sneaky move there from Duda. It looks like this square is a bit loose, partly because there's indirect pressure from this bishop. For example, after a queen exchange, Jovanka was mentioning a knight jump, jumping out the way with a check, hitting this rook. But the problem is, after the knight is captured, yes, white is a piece up, but that's only temporary. At the very end of the variation, you have to see that the white bishop is attacked. And here, black is actually up on material and doing well. So, yeah, unfortunately for Giri, there's no direct way after this queen retreat to punish it. There's no jumps out the way with the white knight. So instead, he drops back his queen. He wants to keep queens on the board, as we mentioned, in order to attack the black king later. And now this is the threat for sure. The knight jumping out the way. For example, if black pushes a pawn, that would be careless because of a knight check. And next move, the queen would be captured. So, yeah, where to put the queen? That is the question for Duda in the current position. If this is the threat, if you offer a queen trade again, I think that just gets rejected, right? The white rook will block and no more queen trades. So, OK, the queen goes back the whole way.
Your favourite square.
Yeah, my favourite square, but maybe not for a queen.
No, not for the queen. Bishop. Bishop needs to go there.
Maybe the black queen wants to slide into the corner to put some pressure on. Wow. Joke. But, the big question is, how does white increase the pressure now?
Yeah,
how does white activate and go for the king?
I mean, the first thought is to push your h-pawn, but if that doesn't work, maybe you reroute again, right? I mean, is there anything in the air here? Like, I'd like, you know, you always want to calculate capturing that pawn, right? I mean, I think if bishop moves, you might, OK, you know, Nisha's gone very safe. This also makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
But
now there's no back rank checks. The white king very safe, but
I thought maybe he could move his light square bishop now to point against the king, because then that h pawn moving at some point would be, if you've got time to build the position up, get your pieces to the most aggressive squares you can. We tried doing that with the queen, but the bishop's not doing much on the square it's at actually anymore. So. And maybe you can start hitting the queen side as well in some rare situations.
Yeah, so black started pushing pawns. What else to do for Duda? These guys are going to start running. Yeah. And it might be your manoeuvre now, Simon, bishop dropping back. Yeah. Another way to do it, maybe advancing the knight. Yeah. It looks like you might get hit by some pawns. You have to calculate this one really well, but you could try and activate the bishop this way.
I wanted to do it via pushing the g-pawn forward. Okay. Is that any surprise? And then returning to the idea of pushing Harry, the h-pawn, up to the 5th row. And then once you've got the opening, then everything can come forward.
Looks nice as well, yeah. So got a square for the bishop.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Many tempting moves. Should we check with Stockfish just to see how many of our guesses were correct? On what, I think we suggested 3 moves there, dropping back the bishop. That is the 3rd best move. OK, we did well. We didn't get the other 2 moves, though. So the computer thinks that actually white should take a timeout to stop black's counterplay to maybe target this weak pawn. But that feels like the wrong side of the board, so I'm not sure how human that is. I think Giri's already going to be looking towards the king. I wish we could see where his eyes are looking on the screen, because I have a definite feeling he's looking on this side of the board. But the other move, the second top move there by Stockfish, that's logical as well, using the white queen, going back on this diagonal to try and target the king. And we'll have to see what Giri chooses. Plenty of choice here. We see 3 moves in front of us. We also suggested, for example, dropping the bishop back, pushing this pawn, very logical. Moving the knight in, also logical. Lots of tempting kind of choices here for Giri, but that can be
a double-edged sword, especially with only 5 minutes on the clock. Maybe he has 7 or 8 moves here which maintain an advantage, but how do you pick between them?
Those pawns are moving as well. The black pawns, I mean, this is what we're saying when we mentioned it's a free result game. I mean, those pawns, you know, you give black 4-5 tempo and they become very scary. So you need to, you can't just keep moving your king backwards and forwards. Okay, he's gone for the rerouter.
You should be happy, Simon. I'm glad we didn't bet on it.
Am I happy that Anisha's thinking like me? Yes, I am. Yeah, of course I am. Yeah, that's it. Only joking.
It's like bingo, isn't it? Your numbers have been matched.
You're basically the ginger Giri. Oh, that's a compliment, Simon.
Thank you.
Well, this is game 3 between these two. They are tied. Game 3 has started between Arjun Geisty and Aronian. If that is a win for the young Indian, then he is ready for the semi-final. And the situation is the same for Sam Sevian. He is in the lead, and they're now in game 3, him and Wei Yi. If Sam Sevian wins that game, he will be ready for the semi-finals. And the situation is also the same for Jeffrey Zhong, the other young American. Game 3 will soon start between himself and Richard Report. He is in the lead, Jeffrey Zhong. And with a win in game 3, he will be ready for the semi-finals. So 3 of the matches can actually be decided in game 3. But the one we're following, Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they will definitely play 4 games. And if they still are tied, then we will have tie breaks with Blitz and Armageddon. But you guys have predicted that Anish probably wants to avoid that. He has lost 2 tie breaks to Jan-Krzysztof Duda on the tour.
Yeah, and this feels like the key game. He needs to use the momentum from that kind of miracle save, that bounce back he had in the previous game. And yeah, if now he doesn't strike, if he doesn't win a game that he's had an advantage since move 4 or 5. If he doesn't strike in this one, suddenly momentum's back on Duda's side. Duda will have white in the last game and the tie breaks, as we mentioned. Yeah. He's a big favourite there.
So what can Anish do to win this game? The bar is only now saying 0.4 advantage for Anish.
Well, he's got to attack now, hasn't he? I mean, he's got to do something which he does very well when he does it, but it tends not to do it enough, which is just go all in for the opponent's king. I mean, all his pieces are now kind of lined up against black's king. And I don't see any reason at all why he shouldn't push the H-pawn, trying to open it up more after black's move. I didn't even realise it's black's move, of course, but like, you know, here he comes.
Yeah, here he comes.
Good stuff. This is going to get very exciting now.
Definitely. And take a look at black's rook. It's actually moved itself to the 3rd row, but hang on a second. I mean, there's no defensive purpose behind that whatsoever. Does this mean that Anish can just simply continue with his plan of softening up the king?
The black king looks pretty soft right now. I mean, the pawns around it barely protected. Black's queen is protecting a couple of pawns, but even that's not a great piece. White's queen could move out the way. White's knight could start jumping forward. A couple of decent squares, tempting squares.
It's actually Duda's idea to sacrifice his rook for that bishop?
Wow. Maybe, because in the current position, for example, if white's knight jumps to the edge of the board, I don't really want to go to this side, to be honest. I want to go to the centre, but maybe the black bishop can eliminate here. But, OK, he has done this. But, Jovanka, you think maybe at some point the rook takes bishop will come in into the equation?
Yeah.
And if white recaptures, then to just say, I don't care, I'm a knight down, but I'm just going to push these guys.
Yeah, bank on those 2 passes on the left.
Maybe you can push the pawn first. Is there actually a threat here?
Yeah, in the current position.
I mean,
that's a good question, because if the black pawn pushes, maybe not this one.
Maybe the A pawn.
The A pawn, yeah.
But maybe you've got knight takes pawn. Oh no, then you take the bishop. Yeah. Very good.
And suddenly black gets out, not material down, and still with these pawns.
It's a bit unclear-ish. I mean, it's like it should be good for white, I'm sure, but you could see you could get nervous here and go wrong with those pawns. Just maybe it's easier for black to play. That's that's the issue.
I like this move, just cold-blooded, saying to Giri, okay, it looks like you're threatening this one, but no, I'll just take back with the queen. And here your queen drops as well. Yeah, that's really cold-blooded. Just utilising the fact that this pin is.
Yeah, and Anish has to find a move after that, because black's just going to keep pushing those pawns. I mean, I guess you can move the queen, but then you can do Jovanka's plan at least an extra tempo up, right? So
could eliminate this. You could maybe, I mean, it looks so risky, but you could maybe eliminate the white knight Okay, the position is on the board. And, okay, Giri goes forward with the white queen. But now, is there a threat? Queen takes pawn, is that the threat? Knight takes pawn, maybe?
But
a lot of pressure on this square.
knight takes pawn.
Must be knight takes pawn, mustn't it? Then
do we have the same trick in the air?
For example, let's say black pushes the pawn forward again, just cold-blooded, ignoring white's threats. Knight takes pawn. Is this just met by rook takes bishop? Trying to eliminate this knight next. Does white's knight have anywhere good to jump? Not 100% clear. Maybe the knight just jumps back, but then we have a question of are black's pawns strong enough? Maybe white can stop the pawns in this manner. Maybe this is good enough.
This is getting really murky, isn't it, actually? I mean, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm thinking, you know, Duda's done a great job of creating counterplay, at least. And
at least his king for now is surviving.
All three results again. I mean, it really is all three results now.
Look at these pawns.
Yeah.
One slow move from Giri, one false step, and those pawns will win the game. Really unclear. Really messy.
It's a really cool matchup. Anish Giri against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Top players. They have very different strengths as well, it seems.
Very different strengths. And yeah, Giri loves to control positions. He loves to use his great strategic understanding, his great opening preparation. Duda, he's okay with openings now, but he's never been that's never been his stronghold. The openings, he just wants a mess. He just wants the initiative. He just wants tricks.
And talking about tricks, he's doing a great job at establishing them.
Yes.
And I think that Anish probably has to take a time out already if he wants to continue with his attack.
Well, I mean, we were talking about Duda's lighting, which has now got a little bit better.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Also, Anish's chair. When Anish's position gets worse, his chair goes down. And he starts getting lower and lower. So he's like nearly under the... Oh, there he is. He's feeling confident again. He's played a move.
Oh, okay.
Sort of in with the queen.
But suddenly he's looking at something else. What's happening? Was he checking the webcam of Duda? The evaluation bar's gone down. So does Giri on the camera.
It's going the wrong way, isn't he? That's the thing. As soon as you start moving away from the target zone, which is clearly your opponent's king, you know it's understandable, that move, get behind the pawns and try to keep control. But it's just, I really don't know what's happening anymore in this game.
What happens, for example, if black's rook just slides across two squares and attacks the white queen? Where's the white queen actually going to hide? Not too many safe squares for her.
No.
I mean, the black rook can just continue attacking the white queen, try to kick the white queen back out of black's camp.
But maybe the position has suddenly become incredibly wild, that could be like a logical result.
Yep, he's played it.
And
it's very natural.
yeah, I think I'll be honest here, I might chicken out.
If you were
just
white.
if I were white, and I would just move with my queen keep it on the 7th, and let that rook chase me for prepared.
Even with the match situation in mind, because a draw here and Duda becomes a huge favourite in the remaining game today and in the tie breaks. And look at this, the repetition of moves is beginning. White's queen is hit by a black rook, it moves, it gets hit again.
Yeah, that's why I said chicken. Chicken out.
You can sort of you can do it zigzag when you can't keep chasing it. I mean, I think you have to play for a win here, really, because it's also hard to change that you know you're winning, you know you're doing well, and suddenly you've got to take the draw. It's going to be really depressing playing the next game. But maybe he will go for the draw.
But
second time we've seen this position.
Right. Maybe it's not crazy to do it. But
okay, he is going for it. I mean, the thing is, though, at the back of your mind, you will be thinking better to draw than to lose.
Yeah.
And if you're not quite comfortable with the position,
but you can't play. You gotta. No, you can't
play on.
I mean, you got.
We're like observers. We're like not in the midst of the battle, so I can kind
odds-wise, anyone who's studied odds, anyone who's been in the heat of tournament battle and matches, you know when your moment is. And
okay, there you go.
Good boy, Anish.
Making you guys happy.
Anish. There's your courage, Anish. Good.
No draw on this one, thank you.
Bar hates it.
Oh, the bar can go away, and he'll probably end up losing, but still gets a round of applause for us. So. Yeah. So.
Yeah, the goddess of chess, she'll be happy that he didn't want another draw with white, that he didn't kind of bail out of a really rich, complex position. And now, as you mentioned, Simon, the queen can zigzag back, so the white queen can go back to the a5 square, suddenly keeping an eye on two black pawns, and black's rook cannot... There we go. And black's rook cannot continue harassing her.
Why is
the bar going so?
It's still in Anish's...
Ooh. No, yeah, because it went suddenly on my computer. I was like...
Well, let's hope you know, the Queen of Chess does actually reward Anish because what's the move?
What is the move?
What the hell?
What?
Best move for black. It's maybe not an obvious one, but it's maybe not too hard to find either because this pawn is attacked twice by white's bishop and by white's knight. The best move is simply to move to push it forward. That makes some sense. Also, you clear a path for the black queen potentially to check the white king. Now that white's queen is so far offside, he finds it.
Oh,
He is-
wow.
I feel a bit bad now. And if the bishop just retreats, what's the idea that I'm missing?
Maybe there's a queen check.
Yeah, king shuffles. I mean, it looks okay to me.
Ooh,
the
it
bishop's
looks a
come
bit
in.
scary. Some checkmating
Oh,
ideas.
the rook's coming in. Oh dear. Oh yeah, I missed that one.
Okay, but
dear.
yeah, he did stop this from happening. I think the moral of the story here, guys, is that never put your queen on a5. Duda, the reason he didn't win the previous game, he put his queen on this exact square, and then his king was attacked on this exact square. So,
But isn't the moral of the story just take the draw whenever you can? You know, just take the draw. If there's ever an opportunity to take the draw, don't go for the win. Grab the draw. You know, take the draw. Always.
No, you can go. You can go for the win. It just has to be a bit measured. Yeah. Now it's all gone wrong.
it's all gone
Has
completely
it
wrong
really
for
gone
Giri.
wrong? He doesn't deserve to lose
No,
this
he
one.
doesn't. Absolutely. I mean, the gods have not been kind.
Well, he's got to keep the queens on. We've said if the queens come off it, I totally agree it's gone wrong because those pawns.
The problem for white is one of your bishops is hanging as well. The dark squared bishop for white is attacked. So
dear.
if you save your queen, you have to give up your dark squared bishop.
Well, let's say you move the queen 2 squares forwards because I just think the ending's going to be very easy for black. So I have to.
You have to gamble here.
The black king is still very weak. So let's try queen up 2 squares maybe.
Yeah.
The only square it can
Has
go.
to try that.
Only
Trade the queens
square.
and you just lose.
Yeah.
Those two black pawns are too strong.
You've got no choice there.
Okay.
Look how Duda, suddenly his camera's all bright again. He's loving life.
Yeah, I know.
It really is mood lighting, isn't it?
Mood lighting, yeah. Wow.
Must be some high-tech kind of gadget there that he has in his room for the lighting.
All right, well, you are suggesting for Anish now with 2 minutes left on the clock to move his queen 2 squares up.
I think so. He's
Attack
got
the
to.
rook.
He's got to try, right? Yeah.
I mean, the rook is defended, that's the problem. So you will just drop your bishop. The whole idea would be to swing white's queen across on the 7th rank, maybe give a check. I'm not sure what next. That is the issue for Giri. And Giri hates sacrificing unless he sees there's something specific.
Yeah, he's going for it. He has to do it.
Process of elimination.
Yeah, I mean, taking the bishop looks very risky, though, doesn't it? I mean,
Does.
I mean, you've got at least a draw, bishop check. No, you haven't, because the king goes in the corner. Right, I see, yeah.
There's a few moves, right? I mean, I personally would take the bishop.
Oh, wow. OK, black's only winning move, but the only move to get an advantage is to drop the black queen back 2 squares. That's not obvious.
Oh.
Dropping the black queen back, actually taking the white bishop, which we were assuming is the key move, that, as Simon mentions, leads to a draw, 0.0. Right. We don't see why it's a draw. It's still very complicated, but it could go either way. Dropping the black queen back 2 squares, mirroring the white queen, trying to force a queen trade. That is the key. Again, the key is you want to force the white queen to the a5 square. That seems to be the kind of cursed square in this match. And only once the white queen gets off the 7th rank, then you take white's bishop. Wow, that is...
Oh, he's found it. Wow.
Brilliant move.
Yeah,
Finding that is incredible. I mean, the last game, Anish turned it totally around from a completely lost position. This game, it's going the other way. Yeah. Duda's turning it around. Are we going to see him in a bit of ecstasy as well, maybe? I mean... He's played brilliantly to defend this, but I do actually... Well, I mean, I felt for Duda in the last game, but I'm really feeling for Anish. You shouldn't be punished for trying to win a game of chess, really. Yeah. You know, it's just not fair. So...
But the goddess of chess may be still bitter about that first game of the day when Anish took a draw with white.
Ah, that's why. That's why, yeah. When he took the draw, that's it. He took the draw in the first game. There is some justice.
But look at this. Black has 2 squares, 2 good squares to go to. One was a bad square, but he did find the best square, the safest for the black king.
Incredible. I mean,
there's actually a way to win a piece right now for white, but black's pawns would just win the game. So in the current position, white can actually be flashy, I think, and give up the white queen. You can even take on this square with a check. You give up your queen for a rook, but then you jump in with a knight fork. It looks like you're winning. The black king moves, takes a bishop, because at the end you save your own bishop and you win the black queen in the process. You emerge with an extra knight. But we've been talking about these black pawns, and I think one of them's going to win the game. You just push forward simply. And the white knight tries to ride back to the rescue. The other black pawn steps forward, and these are going to cost white at least a piece, maybe even more. They're just too strong. It's almost similar to a previous game we saw with Geisty and Aronian. It's just a pawn race, and queenside pawns, when they've got nothing stopping them, when your opponent's pieces are distracted, they can be such a good trump card. And okay, the white queen is back on that cursed square on a5. If we go back to the current position, and the question is, do you take this bishop? Do you get brave?
Can't you trap the queen now?
Ooh, with the rook?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, unless there's some...
Where's the queen go?
You got knight... No, knight check, just
knight
take
check
the bishop.
just drops the bishop. Wow, is this just simple now? Yeah, let's go back to the players. It looks like Simon's found the winning move. I don't see a reply.
I mean...
I don't see it. The queen is trapped.
So,
you're right, Simon.
Yeah, it's weird because you're looking at... If you can get the bishop to d6, if you can get the knight in a good check, then... but I can't see anything that's quite good enough here.
Do you think Giri spotted it suddenly?
Yeah, look,
he's barely breathing.
Yeah. Well, I think that's also not the only way to win. I was also looking at threatening checkmate, just to set the heart rate fluttering. But I love your move, Simon. That is just put it in the bank. Victory assured.
Seriously, guys, there's something about the white queen on the a5 square today that's just all gone wrong in the last game. Every time he's put it on that square, this is the second, third time he's done it this game. It's
gone bad.
Computers hated it, and now queen trap. Duda finds it. White's queen is doomed. No safe squares.
Duda's played so well in this game from the horrible position to he's done everything right. He's complicated it. He's mixed up, and it's not even really that clear where Anish went wrong. Actually, I mean, we were. Well, I was kind of playing most of Anish's move anyway, so it's like I'm not even sure what he did wrong, actually, which is even though he was probably winning. You know,
the plan of maybe using the white queen and going off to the side of the board was maybe wrong.
Yeah, sure.
He could have still gone for a draw after that, but
take the draw. Always take the draw. Doesn't matter if you're completely winning. Just take the draw to be safe. Solid is the way to go.
In hindsight, that's definitely words of wisdom for Giri. But okay, he's got less than 10 seconds. He needs to find a move. There's just no way to keep your queen on the board.
No. I don't think there's a move.
Nothing.
2 seconds.
Okay. He gives a desperate knight check, but after the black king takes the white light squared bishop, that's game over. Giri is about to resign.
What a change in emotions from the last game. I mean, painful to see. And look at the light. Now Duda's winning, the light comes on. He's like the enlightened one. Wow. Bang. Oh, hallelujah.
That is the sound inside Jan-Krzysztof Duda's head right now. He wins game 3 to take the lead in the quarterfinal match against Anish Giri. And look at Anish, heartbreak, shaking his head. He is down by 1 point, and he has to win game 4 to take it to tiebreaks. That is the only chance for Anish to make it to the semi-finals. Ooh, look at this. This is Anish looking over the game, looking at that A5 square, the doomed A5 square. Oof. How do you feel for Anish right now, David?
It's heartbreaking in a way to see a chess player suffer and go down to defeat, especially when they were dominating the game for the most part. But it was just a style thing. He actually went into a really messy, complicated position, and we did highlight that as one of Duda's strengths. So Giri, 2 or 3 moves there that he will regret massively, but he faces a must-win situation now. He just needs to forget and move on. Still a chance to strike back.
15 minutes to recover and to make a plan for game 4 with the black pieces and a must-win for Anish. But first, this was game 3. Let's take a look at it. A great win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, a great win for black in the end, but it all stemmed from this position. Giri here with the white pieces had quite a promising attack. We'd already seen Duda find some really clever moves to complicate things. But here, white has several options. One of the options that he may regret, Giri, was bringing his queen to this side of the board. It looks great. It looks like you have some threats on the 7th rank, potentially. Looks like you're keeping an eye on the black pawns, but the queen simply got hit. It got harassed. No way for the queen to escape from these constant attacks from the black rook. He found this kind of clever zigzag back to the a5 square, but as we mentioned, every time the queen came back to the square, it ended up being a mistake. This was the first mistake. Black pushed a pawn forward, changing the momentum of the game, maybe hinting at some queen checks.
But after Giri attacked the black queen, now the queen trade bullied Giri into making a mistake. As we saw a bit later on, let's fast forward a few moves, bringing the queen back to the square was the final error. Suddenly, the queen was trapped. No way home for this piece, and Giri ended up resigning.
Oof. Bad news for Anish Giri, but he can still recover in game 4. This is game 3 between Arjun Erigaisi and Levon Aronian. The young Indian is in the lead, and if he wins this game, he will be ready for the semi-finals. But the bar is over to Levon's side. Is he making a comeback?
Oof, he could well be. If we do a quick count, white is 2 pawns up, but it's about the quality of pawns. That black B pawn, it's always about these passed pawns on the queen side today. But that black B pawn is so close to promotion.
I can't believe, again, I've cheated just by turning this position on. I can't believe there is a way that white can save this because, as you say, David, there's a very simple plan. Push the pawn, move the king, queen. And it doesn't look like there should be a draw, but there's actually an unbelievable draw here.
Wow.
Somehow the white rook can get around in a bizarre way as well. I don't know. It's very strange. It's very. I mean, we can maybe bring up Stockfish. Shall we?
Let's show the Stockfish moves suggestions here because Erigaisi has 1.5 minutes. Simon, you mentioned. I think our computer here is still trying to crunch the variations, but it mentions pushing the F pawn forward, swinging white's rook across the whole way, white's king stepping forward, but it doesn't necessarily save the game for white. What are you thinking here? Is the best move?
I mean, maybe the move suggested. I mean, if we get a chance, I mean, maybe we could.
Let's keep an eye on the players for sure, because Erigaisi 1 minute now, and you mean this move? So stepping forward makes some sense.
And then let's say black pushes the pawn, makes a lot of sense, and now the king comes behind that pawn, and this allows the white rook to swing all the way around. And I guess the point is that the black king now has 2 squares it can move to. If it goes across 1 square or to this square, I guess you can check it, and the black king can't really. Is that right? Or maybe it can come to b3.
Here, black makes a new queen. I guess the idea is that do you bring your rook back this way?
And you give it up.
You give it up,
Right, that's the way.
So you give up your rook and then you just bank on all these pawns, costing black his rook later. He doesn't find it, Levon Aronian. Just to show your plan there, Simon, if the king had come across, you swing the rook the whole way this way, and now you sneak this. I mean, this is so sneaky. We can't blame Arjun for missing this.
So hard to see, right?
Black makes a new queen, white gives a check, eliminates the queen, and I mean, even the fact that this is a draw is not obvious to me at all. I guess white makes a new pass pawn and it will cost black his rook, but so difficult.
It is very difficult, and the clock is ticking down for Erigaisi, and I guess he's just banking on the fact that the rook will sacrifice itself for black's pass pawn. But unfortunately, his pawns are quite far behind.
Yeah, but how does he stop this move now? The black rook is coming to intercept the white rook. And there we go. I think we have a result. Black's rook was going to eliminate the white rook, making a new queen with this pawn. And Aronian striking back.
It's a comeback from Levon Aronian, tying the match against young Arjun Erigaisi. That means in 15 minutes we will have a game 4 between them. And if that is a draw, then it has to be decided in tie breaks. But if one of them win, that player will be ready for the semi-finals. A great comeback by Levon. We came in very late. David, what happened in this game?
Yeah, we came in late, and I'm just wondering why Erigaisi resigned. So in the final position, it looks like black's rook is coming down indeed to swap off for the white rook. If white, for example, pushes a pawn, then this move happens, a rook trade, and black makes a new queen. But one pattern that is quite common in these rook endgames is, OK, this is the threat, is to bring your rook across to try and eliminate the pawn from this angle. So for example, the black rook coming down, this is a rook check. And you will eliminate this pawn unless black blocks with the rook. But now you go back and you say, how are you going to actually promote without allowing the white rook to sacrifice for itself, for this pawn? I'm not so sure. Maybe a position like this one is actually winning for black because white's pawns are so far back and they aren't pushing anytime soon. But he should have played on. Why resign? Erigaisi maybe just thought it was hopeless in this situation, in this position. He should have kept the game going and hoped for a comeback. I mean, still some chances here for white, in my opinion, at least.
Well, he did give up that game, Arjun Geisty, and that means they are tied 15 minutes to get ready for that crucial Game 4. This is Game 3 between Jeffrey Zhang and Richard Report, and the young American is in the lead in this match. If he wins this game, he's going to make it to the semi-final. The bar is slightly over to his side, but it's early days, I guess.
Yep, early days, and it's level material. There's a lot of tension on the d-file, all of the rooks staring down at each other. Whose piece is better, the knight or the bishop? I think that's the key question. Whose position do you guys prefer?
I mean, just looking at it again, I normally do two things to try to evaluate position. I look at the skeleton, so that's the pawn structure, and the pawn structure to me looks better for white, clearly. Sometimes having double pawns in the middle of the board is not a bad thing because they control a lot of squares, but I don't like black's double pawns here. They seem like they could be weak later on. And then the second thing you look at is the pieces, which I'd say are like the organs, pumping the skeleton, making the body move. And this, I think black's pieces are a little bit better, right? Because black's knight must be a better piece than that bishop, I feel. I mean, I say that, I'm not 100% sure, but I kind of... So it does seem quite balanced, actually, because they outweigh each other. But I don't know which colour I'd rather be. Maybe black, because the pieces have a little bit more energy. Maybe the rook can come 2 squares. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe slightly black.
Which pieces would you want to keep on the board, off the board? Which ones would you try and trade, for example?
Trade off all of the heavy pieces. I want the rooks and the queens off the board. And then...
If you're black.
Yeah, then the knight is way superior than the bishop. And also the black king has some entry squares and can target that white c4 pawn, which is backward. And there you go. That's my pipe dream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good idea. Is this a draw offer, though, David? Maybe the last move from white?
Yeah.
Just saying, which I doubt Richard will take.
Jeffrey would love to get out of this game with a draw because he has the lead in the match. That will guide him 1 point closer, or 1 game closer to victory and the semi-finals. Rapport has to try and find a way to keep the game alive. Maybe your move, Simon. Just this idea of slowly gaining space, creeping forward. We mentioned these double pawns, but they do control a lot of squares. They control kind of these squares, so you can utilize this by moving the black rook in. And we mentioned exchanges helping black potentially, especially if the queens come off. The rooks are probably destined to come off anyway. So much tension on this file. But now you're kind of bullying white. For example, a rook trade, you can correct your pawn structure. Maybe you can even take with a rook, but suddenly no more double pawns, and you have like a duo in the center of the board. Looks pretty good for black if this happens.
These are good double pawns.
It feels like that at the moment, at least. Simply, they're good double pawns in the current position because they can't be attacked. Black's queen easily defends them. Only white's queen can ever attack them.
And also because they control a lot of squares around the king?
Yeah, that's true. They protect their king, and Rapport does play that move. So white's queen slides across. It definitely feels like Jeffrey's asking for the draw here. He's just kind of oscillating between this square, the current square, and e3.
Yeah, I think it's definitely black playing for the win now. Yeah. And I don't know what about yourselves, but Richard reminds me of another great player who doesn't play so much, Morozevich, quite a lot. And the Russian player who also, I remember lots of incidents in his game where he loved having the double pawns. He's one of the only players who would do some very strange decisions to get these ugly pawns, and he was a real maverick of player as well. But it just sort of does something about his play which is similar to Morozevich, who unfortunately kind of gave up top-level chess a bit too early. But yeah just...
He played some great games, Morozevich.
I did, yeah. Brilliant player.
Yeah, I guess you have to be a very dynamic, very energetic player to kind of wield these double pawns effectively.
And when it comes to this type of position, I mean, should white just carry on passing the move, or maybe ask a question to the rook? I can see Jeffrey, yeah, he was impatient and he's pushing away the rook, but yeah, the bar is swinging in black's favour, and
I think it's your plan, Jovanka, here.
You can offer a queen trade right now. Black's kind of more advanced doubled pawn can step forward. Suddenly the queens are on the same diagonal.
There's a big hole, isn't there, that white's created a hole with that pawn move. And like you said, Jovanka, if you get he's done it, if you get the queens and rook off the board, that black knight is so strong in the ending. and there's great chances to win that ending for black.
Yeah, I would just run rings around the bishop.
Do you have to trade queens? If you don't, maybe the black queen will sneak in with some nasty checks. For example, if you just drop back, protecting your rook, or it looks like the black queen is going to sneak in either from here or maybe from behind, from this corner. This looks really bad for white, but as you mentioned, it's about evaluating this endgame. I'm not even sure which way you capture here. You could make an argument for capturing with a king, potentially, and a rook trade. Just looks great for black. You park the king on this square, and then you just go rogue with your knight. Just hop in and behind and start winning some pawns.
Yeah, it looks like a dream.
Definitely.
Yeah, I
Look
guess.
at Jeffrey on the camera.
Yeah.
Really upset with himself, maybe missing this last move.
Yeah, very exciting matches. This is going to level the score as well. So we've got all these great matches going on where the score is level going into the last game. I mean, this is really going to be a nail-biter of a final game.
Ooh, he keeps the queens on the board. That's really clever, actually. I must admit, I missed this move. And so he's just breaking the tension between the queens. White rook is pinned temporarily on the diagonal.
Got to watch out for a knight jump.
Yeah, the knight is going to jump into the d3 square, and I don't know. I suspect something is going to drop.
Either here or after a check. I don't know. Yeah, maybe this one is working. Is it working?
I think that's a clever trap, actually. If you give a check first and the king drops back, now if you jump in, this is really tricky for Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's a great way for me to find the only losing line, which I'm quite good at.
Queen takes knight. Great move.
That is painful.
Yeah, after you capture the queen, suddenly, whoops, the black queen drops on the diagonal.
That's why I'm sitting here and not over there.
I mean, imagine, I mean, we have seen blunders, one-move blunders from Rapport, but we won't see that one.
No, definitely not.
So in the current position, I mean, it makes sense in all chess positions, right? Especially when it's a bit tactical to compare. When you have two really tempting moves, you compare jumping in with the knight first. Looks really promising, to be honest. Computer says +3 for black, meaning there's something direct. I'm guessing it's this move, attacking this pawn. But yeah, you compare it. He's like, oh, this looks tempting too. And then jumping in. But then you have to look for the details. And there are always differences.
The next challenger to the World Chess Championship, Jan-Krzysztof. It's his birthday today, first of all, so happy birthday, Jan. And on the bottom of the screen, you can read all about his Chessable course about the King's Gambit on Chessable, if you want to learn that opening. Jan-Krzysztof must be the perfect teacher to learn from.
Yeah, he is, and he even used it himself to defeat Alireza Firouzja, I think, in Norway Chess of last year. And I remember watching it and I was thinking it would be something mainstream, and nope, out came a King's Gambit and he won. It was very, very nice to see.
Yeah.
And he's the perfect teacher. And I have to say there's quite a few Chessable courses that I really love.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Sam Shankland, actually, who sadly, of course, got knocked out and had a terrible time here. But his courses are fantastic. And it's all... There's so many good stuff out there. And
Simon has the record.
Simon does have the record.
I have a lot of courses out. I mean, I started making them years ago, and quite fortunate to start working with Richard Palliser, who's a great person to work with. He's one of the best theoreticians. He works alongside Wayne Jones a lot, and that made the job a lot easier because you get his creative ideas, which we can bounce around, and I do a lot of the video stuff. So it's been great, because it helps me keep learning about chess and hopefully give everyone out there some interesting opening to play. So Chessable is obviously a great resource and way to learn more. So go and check it out. And there's also loads of free stuff there, which is also nice, isn't it? We don't always want to pay. Try the free stuff out first.
Yeah.
And then if you like it, you can buy it. It's as simple as that.
Exactly.
You don't need to dive in and
then
buy
you get the whole course.
Yeah, exactly. The 30-day money guarantee as well. And all the courses, which is good. So,
and I do know, the Champions Chess Tour are giving away free key. And if you join in this free key, you get the first 500 get a free Chessable course on this tournament.
Yeah, this
That's
is also
so
for
good.
the FTX, right? I mean, the FTX, who big sponsor of this, and it's all free. And it's a great way to investigate and get into that kind of emerging market, I think, which I know a lot of people in chess, they're really into their crypto as well. There's a very good synergy between the two, it seems. And, I won't mention any names, but a lot of people I know have done very well in it. And, very well in the emerging. And I think it's still a very it's an interesting future. So it's well worth getting that free key, I think, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Which is there's no cost, it's free. So
Yeah,
good to get free
and you
stuff.
can get it if you just scan the QR code on the bottom of the screen right now, or go to ftxcrypto.com. You can claim your free crypto key, and with that key you can just unlock an amazing fan experience for the FTX Summer of Chess with this tournament, the FTX Road to Miami, and the big major in Miami coming August 15th. And with this key you just unlock a great experience with a bunch of competitions up to $100,000 in prizes up for grabs. So go grab your free key. And in this one, Jeffrey Zhong is fighting to get the draw. Is there any chances for him to win this game?
No.
No.
I really don't think so. You know, he is suffering here. I mean, he will be desperately trying to hold this position. I mean, the problem is he's so weak on the dark squares. And now he's fighting an additional weakness, which is his king as well. But having said that, Richard has grabbed a pawn, and in the meantime, the white queen has gotten active. So there's still some hope.
And game 4 between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Anish Giri just started. And that is must-win situation for Anish Giri to take it to tie-breaks after Duda won game 3. We'll jump into that one when this one finishes. Game 3 between Wei Yi and Samuel Sevian has ended with a draw. So that means Samuel Sevian is in the lead before game 4. That will be a must-win situation for Wei Yi. And this one, of course, Jeffrey Zhong is in the lead, by Richard Report, maybe about to make a comeback before that final game 4.
Yeah, so black did grab this pawn and black queen retreated. It looks a bit scary what white's done, but black's king is super safe. Just all the dark squares, no checks.
And you've talked about pieces working well together. It's always worth considering this. And knights and queens work. They're like ant and deck, you know. So I know we struggled before to think of two things, didn't we, in a previous show? But ant and deck's a good one. They're like
Salt and pepper. Ben and Jerry. What else?
Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah. We can keep on going.
That didn't end very well, did it? So, but yeah, this. But they work very well, don't they?
Yeah.
Talking of black's pieces coordinating, look at what Rapport is doing. I wanted to say, I hope he goes for this plan because it's so instructive. Black's king is just going to walk forward on the dark squares. And no checks for white. White's bishop drops back.
Will it go further? Or will the queen step up? And
You can make an argument for the knight coming in now as well.
I love the king coming all the way in the dark squares, and this is Richard again. He plays so well in these. I know the interview the other day. He was like, he played this beautiful game. I thought, he goes, "No, I didn't play well. No, didn't like that one." And I was like, "What? Come on!" But again, he's doing a lovely manoeuvre here, isn't he? And he really knows how to use his pieces so well.
It is a bit special, right, to do a king march like this. I mean, I know it's in an end game, so it carries less danger, but it's so rare that
with queens on the board, it's satisfying, right?
Ah.
Feels like you're walking a minefield. Like if you step wrong, whoops, bang. But yeah, if you find a nice, safe path.
It takes bravery.
It takes a lot of bravery.
He's just such a natural player. We talk about it, but he's one of those guys who just understands the right idea nearly always, and he sees things outside the box. So, you know, it's really nice, I think, watching him play when he plays like this. It's a joy.
Yeah.
So,
he's about to strike back with black. Really impressive. And there's no way in an interview he could say he played badly in this game. He's played wonderfully since we joined.
I think he will.
Yeah, he'll find a way. He'll try to say it, but we'll call him out if he tries to say anything about this game. The problem is there are no checks for white. Black controls everything. Black's queen, if she wants, she can sit on the central dark square. Everything in the position is covered. Every single pawn. If the black queen sits in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
Nothing for white to do. White is just handicapped, playing on half the board. White is only playing on the light squares.
And do you think that king, it could go towards its counterpart, but it could also get greedy and just have a good old munch on those pawns on the left?
which way do you reckon it'll go? I reckon I go for the checkmate.
I think he will go checkmate, right? He has to do that. He has to just like put the boot in.
Queen knight and king. It's so lovely, harmonious, right?
The king's journey, I mean, it's literally zigzag like this. It would be appropriate for it to go in towards this bishop. I mean, move one more time. Oh, he doesn't do this. I like what he's doing anyway. Just full dominance.
Oh, he's gone the other way. He's
it's going munching. What can I say?
There is a big threat in the position, however. For the first time in a long time, white was threatening to come to this square, checking the black king on this diagonal. But, OK, this has been stopped. What a manoeuvre. Now he's going to zigzag the whole way back. He's going to kind of zigzag this way.
He can just grab the pawn, right? His king.
Yeah.
Super safe.
Super safe.
You only have, in this position, you only have one check as white, and that can be easily blocked.
Yeah.
Or you can even step back, but you can step back, go and grab some more pawns. And, OK, here we go, current position. I think in the last few moves of this game, all black needs to do is bring his queen to join the action. Eventually, Alice the A-pawn. She's going to win the game. So many queenside pass pawns in today's quarterfinals are just deciding these games. Black has done the hard work. Just don't walk into any checkmates. Don't, for example, let the white bishop join the attack. So don't sit on any light squares. Anything else should win for black. OK, he brings his knight in instead. Equally good.
And I'm kind of curious, Kaja, what are the crowd saying about who we should follow next? Because, of course, we're running a poll where we're asking you at home to be the judge. What match do you want us to follow the closest? And you can either vote on the Champions Chess Tour Twitter page or on the Instagram story. And do remember that if you retweet the tweet on Twitter, then you are in for a chance of winning 1 year's Chess24 premium membership.
Yeah. And I do see on the Twitter poll, Duda Giri in the lead. And on the Instagram poll, I think also Duda Giri in a slight lead over Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi. And of course, Game 4 has started between Anish and Jan-Krzysztof. And that is a must-win situation for Anish. So, I mean, that must be dramatic.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah. So we're going to jump into that game when this one finishes. Looks like Richard Report will win. Is it a long way for him towards that win?
Not anymore, really. He's done the hard work. That was just guiding the black king safely through the dark squares. And on that note, Kaja.
You're a wizard, David Howell. There we have it. A comeback for Richard Report, tying the match against young Jeffrey Chung. So that means in Game 4, if we have a winner in that game, then that player will head to the semi-finals. If it is a draw, then tie breaks. And in this one, Anish Giri has to win this game to take it to tie breaks. Any other result means Jan-Krzysztof Duda takes the spot in the semi-finals. And Anish, in deep thought, what are we looking at?
He has to win, but this is the most blocked position I've seen in donkey's years. I mean, look how blocked the centre of the board is. Every square pretty much occupied. The good thing for Giri is that he can push pawns towards the white king. He is the only one who can push pawns, really, on the king side. This looks like a King's Indian defence. Similar themes, at least. And King's Indian attack, King's Indian kind of motifs of attack, at least they're very straightforward. You just push pawns, push the black H pawn forward, then the black G pawn, go for the white king, one-track mind. He's got a lot of time on the clock, Giri, as well, so at least the opening's been a big success for him. He hasn't kind of let Duda shut down the game, go for any drawing lines. It will get messy. He just needs to be ready for it.
He's got some chances, hasn't he? I mean, it's so hard to get chances with the black pieces at this level, and he has some. So, you know, I think white is still quite solid, but your idea is a very good idea, David. Just go for the king.
Yeah.
And I really like this queen move that he's played. It's very flexible. And I was wondering about this. When you were mentioning about pawn storming the king, I was like, well, hang on a second. Could the white king just, like, live on this square?
Maybe we can
yeah.
Like you know, like we just saw Richard's king, right? But do it the other way.
Well, I thought maybe he could just, like, move his rook to the edge of the board, which looks a bit daft, but says to black, you know, don't think you want to be pushing pawns.
So anticipating the pawn stepping forward, because now at least white gets an open file. And he does that. He chooses Jovanka's plan.
Yeah.
Jovanka always gets the moves.
Yeah, this is always a little bit worrying. You know, I know it's very... I feel very proud when it happens, and I think, yes, I have ticked off a little number there. But, yeah, is this the best plan? It does look a little bit passive, but...
The problem is if the position doesn't open up yet, you just get stuck with a odd rook. I like your plan, Simon, just kind of in the current position, just zigzag, kind of away to safety somewhere.
I kind of liked it because Richard did it the other way around, so I just wanted to happen here. But there is, I think also, Giri's got another break, right? So when in these kind of positions, it's often who has the pawn break, who has the advantage. And we talked about the one on the king side, but he can also switch it to the other side of the board, and he's got maybe this move here to open up that side of the board. So that's really useful. I mean, it might not come for a long time, but at some point he can open up both sides of the board, and that's a really good thing for him. So I think this is like as good a position as he could ask for, really. You know, and maybe the dark square bishop can sneak its way in as well at some point.
At some point, not sure exactly how it could sneak this way, or it could sneak here and then push and then get round this way. Like you said, Simon, I mean, it's the pawn breaks on both sides, but it's also the fact that white doesn't have any real pawn breaks. If white ever pushes this pawn, it just gets blocked at the very least for black, just now and in the near future. If white ever pushes this pawn, it just gets bypassed and blocked. White just has to sit and wait, right, and do nothing. I don't think white ever really wants to touch the black knight in the centre of the board, because black will just recapture with this pawn, and then there's a beautiful square for the bishop in the centre. You could even make an argument actually for the other pawn, and black's bishop will get a great diagonal on this side of the board as well. So it just looks fantastic for Giri right now. Maybe not one-way traffic yet completely, because white will try and gang up against this guy, but Giri, yeah, I mean, in a must-win situation, this is a dream. So much tension left, and lots of opportunities later.
Yeah, it's good, very interesting, this. I mean, a bit blocked at the moment, but it's certainly going to come to life.
It's going to be a long grind.
That's what we like to see.
And, OK, Duda going for white's only plan, really, stacking up on the b-file, but Giri says, no, I'm shutting the door, dropping the bishop back.
Yeah, he's holding tight, right?
I think he's got a clever idea here, Anish. He's going to put the dark square bishop next to the light square bishop and just go for this one push right at the right moment. So he's preparing this but first going to put his piece on the best squares.
So in these, you called it very blocked, David.
Yes.
One of the most blocked positions you've seen. So how important are then knights in very blocked positions? Because I guess those are the only pieces who can sort of jump over the blockade.
Yeah, knights are extremely important, and this is kind of a weird situation because both knights have kind of maxed out their potential already. So white's knight is on a dream outpost. It can never get kicked away by a pawn. It can never get kicked away by anything, really, and it's protected by two of its own pawns. Same for black, it's protected by both of its own pawns. The only piece that can eliminate the black knight is white's dark-squared bishop. But the problem is, once white kind of parts with his dark-squared bishop, long-term, white's dark squares are going to be terminally weak. So it's like the knights, they're both sitting nice and pretty, but both players, they're just trying to kind of play around the knights. It's like the centre of the board is just locked. They're forgetting, so they're kind of going around the sides now, from this side, this side.
It's Christmas, walking around the Christmas tree.
Definitely.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's a very, very tense position. And did you see Duda was taking a sip or something? I was trying to figure out what it was.
I thought it was a Black Russian, or maybe a like cheeky Guinness, maybe, or probably a Coca-Cola.
Probably.
But drinking out of a glass.
What, Coca-Cola?
Someone drinks coffee out of a glass, actually.
Yeah.
Someone prefers that.
Could have been black coffee, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we do have a move. Anish steps back with his knight. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting your plan, Simon. And the position is so blocked that, I mean, both sides are just kind of like manoeuvring, waiting for that opening to happen. But can it ever happen?
I mean, I guess David could show it, but I mean, I guess David, you just improve your pieces, don't you, as much as you can, and you've got the one break you've got to play at some point is this G4 move, but you don't rush playing it, so you get your dark square bishop to the perfect square, and you know everything else, David, I guess like this, and your rook's behind it, and hopefully when it comes with power. This is, you know, what is the only way you can break through. I mean, is it going to be enough when it comes? I mean, who knows? But it's
at least it's only scary for Duda. Giri is the one who kind of holds the key. And I just think that he's going to try, with his last few moves, it seems like Giri's idea is to replace, in the current position, he wants to replace his queen with a bishop, so he wants to put his bishop on the square, defending this pawn, so that his queen is free to run around. But, yeah, I heard you laugh there, Jovanka. Is it because this zigzag is about to happen?
No, I was laughing because I've never seen a game where someone has castled and then actively uncastled. Have you?
Yeah, it happens quite a lot in these King's Indians, doesn't it? When the White King, but it's very rare, right? So,
yeah, I mean, if we were just jumping in for the first time to this game, we would think, oh, maybe White can castle. But it's illegal. You've already moved your king, you've already moved your rook, you already castled. What was it? 20 moves ago. So, yeah, you're right, Jovanka. Very odd. Literally, White castled and then brought the king back like this, and then put the rook back in the corner. It's as if he's setting the pieces up ready for the next game. Yeah, you can imagine, for example, the white bishop moving and then the white queen going back where it came from. Maybe the white bishop should go this way, and then black moves the queen, white puts the bishop back, the bishop comes out.
You've got to do all the pieces.
White puts the queen back.
You've got to do. Can we see all of them?
White puts the rook back.
Yeah,
puts the rook.
Just to guard the A pawn.
Yeah, just to guard the A pawn. Now, unfortunately, I don't have all my knights left, but like this.
Whoa, nice.
Just missing this guy.
But you know,
I should have done it for black as well.
Yeah, but I was just thinking, you know, even if White did something ridiculous like this,
You're not losing yet.
you're not losing.
It's that block.
And I was like, if you leave the knight, if you just go, I'll do it with all the recipes, but I'll leave that knight in the centre.
Yeah,
then
you leave the knight here.
Yeah.
Pretty much do anything else.
That'd be the ultimate troll, wouldn't it? If he could do that now, I would, just get away with it.
Would you give him a
Challenge.
stylistic prize?
Oh, you should have more stylistic prizes in chess. There really should be like style prizes, I think, that for doing wacky ideas or doing something completely crazy.
Well, there kind of is in the Champions Chess Tour this season, so there will be some extra prizes for the players according to the Fighting Chess Index by the end of the season. So it is all about playing fighting chess, and you did put the white pieces back to the starting squares, getting ready for the next game. But Duda hopes that there won't be a next game. If he plays a draw in this game, he will win it. Or if he wins, of course, he'll be ready for the semi-final. It is Anish hoping for another game, the first Blitz game, if he wins this game.
Yeah, and I have seen that actually some streamers, they've been playing tournaments where resigning isn't possible. So you have to play till checkmate, and sometimes they take all their opponent's pieces and they still have many pawns left. So they promote one piece to a queen, then one piece to a knight, one piece to a rook, bishop, and then they try and set up their original starting position. I'm not sure anyone's ever achieved it, but that would be pretty impressive.
Oh, that's a cool goal to have. Yeah.
And meanwhile, Giri is just going for this plan, as we mentioned. The black queen is now freed by the fact that the black dark squared bishop protects an important pawn. The black bishop will take over the role of the queen, and the queen is the one that wants to be free, roaming around. So I like Giri's plan. I just don't know what's next.
Yeah.
And you can get a new piece, NFT piece, if you want to. If you head to chesschamps.io/giveaway, right now they're giving out a free mystery NFT piece that you can add to your collection. We've been giving out new pieces every tournament, and this time it's a mystery piece, which I think looks very, very cool. So go claim your free NFT chess piece.
Can we claim it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. Of course. Start collecting those NFTs. It is the future.
Have you not collected yours already?
Me and Simon collected it from day one.
Day one. We have the whole collection, clearly.
I mean, no, because I think they're very beautiful.
They are.
I mean, I like the shiny, and the thing I would like is that I would like to display them, because I just think it's beautiful, moving art. And
there must be a big business now with NFTs becoming so big for like screens where you can sort of have all your NFTs out showing in your living room.
I mean, because it is, so much effort has gone into it. I want to appreciate that.
Yeah.
I want it up on my walls. And these pieces, they're so beautiful. They reminded me of one of my obsessions when it came is buying nice chess sets. But I never had enough money to get the one I really wanted, which was a Swarovski one. And these ones remind me of these.
Yeah. I agree.
I can remember as a kid as well, I used to love collecting football, collections of the stickers, and you put them in your little book, and you you try to get all the players in the World Cup, and you swap them at school and stuff like that. And the sort of NFT idea is to do that digitally, right? So you improve your collection of valuable sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You add to it all the time. So it's nice. Yeah. Did you? I bet you collected football stickers today when you were
I was
Pokemon, was it?
yeah.
Pokemon.
I think I had one album of those football stickers with the faces and everything, but it wasn't a religious thing for me. It was Pokemon that was.
Yeah.
I remember when I got Gaza, I was so happy. When I got Gaza.
Not Gary Kasparov, but...
No, Gaza.
The Kasparov of football. Maybe not.
96, maybe? Oof. Yeah, I was like, oh, Gaza. Yeah.
Just after he scored that goal against Scotland.
Yeah. Classic. Oof.
Yeah. I was all about the Spice Girls pictures, collecting them. And I know Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's big on collecting stamps, I think.
I thought you were going to say he's big on Spice Girls.
Yeah, me too. Well, maybe he is.
But you know, someone else who is a big stamp collector is former world champion Anatoly Karpov. I mean, he collected them big time, like serious collector, spending thousands and thousands of dollars on it.
Something about stamps. All right, well, they're definitely collecting wins, these top chess players. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has one in the bank today, and Anish Giri, he needs one to take it to tie breaks. Aronian and Eric Geisty, they're also playing game 4. They're tied. The bar is roughly to the middle, so that one quite possibly is heading into tie breaks. What do you think about this one? Tie breaks or a win for Duda?
I like Giri's position. I would rather be black, but just from a match point of view, Giri at some point is going to need to gamble. He'll need to try and win. And it just is so hard to time that breakthrough. We've been talking about that black G-pawn pushing forward. It's so hard to time it correctly because black's king is on that side of the board. You only open up your own king. I just have a feeling that at some point, Giri will make his move, will press forward, maybe when he's lower on the clock. And the chances of that backfiring are pretty high. So... don't see Giri winning this game.
It's interesting because I was looking at this position and I was thinking, you know, how can Giri minimize the risk? And because obviously when he wants to push forward, break open the position, it's going to be very dangerous if his king is on the open side. So maybe his king should join in the fun as well, you know, go on a bit of a walkabout.
It looks pretty
dangerous over
there. I wasn't going to cover the 7th row, but, you know, I was thinking the rook can step up and, you know.
Okay, for example, white's just moved the queen, doesn't really do too much, but the rook steps up.
Yeah.
And say...
It can move it to the centre a little bit, so it's ready to
get out of the way.
Hide
Is it safer there? I'm not so sure.
I don't know.
The problem is if we open up now, then we're still vulnerable on the 8th rank, so maybe you need to, before this, put your rook back.
Yeah. Oh, I like the thinking.
So in this position, we solidify our king. It's like we're building a castle around it. You just need another rook kind of next to it, and then you have 3 rooks guarding it from every direction.
And I know what you do in these positions, David. You'd make 49 moves, and then you'd move a pawn.
Then I'd move this pawn, and then 49 moves, and then I'd finally maybe push.
Get the most out of the position.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But maybe Duda wants to annoy black somewhat. Maybe his idea is to put the queen on this square, putting some pressure on this knight, and then push the pawn forward to try and remove the defender of that piece. But yeah, either way, whatever Duda does can be prevented, can be stopped quite easily by Giri. It just feels like Duda's just trying to make life as difficult as possible for him.
Now, we have been following his tour rating, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, currently second highest rated player on the tour after Magnus Carlsen, currently 28-20. But if he wins this game, he will be the #1 rated player. He's going to go past Magnus Carlsen. But it's not very likely he's going to win. A draw is what Jan-Krzysztof is sort of fighting for here.
I think his best chance of a win is when Giri strikes that he can counterattack.
Yeah.
And the chances of that are pretty decent, actually. Giri, as soon as he pushes forward, there will be a big risk involved.
He might be forced to win, mightn't he? I mean, literally, because he hasn't got any option. He has to, you know...
Sometimes that's a good way to kind of beat higher-rated players or beat players who are in must-win situations. You just do nothing, and then they come forward, and then, like someone says, you're forced to beat them. I do think maybe Duda's last move prepares the white king going into the corner as well. We're talking about all these king walks. The white king can just drop back and back into the left-hand corner. Super safe.
All right.
You definitely don't want a king in the middle when things open up.
Definitely not.
All the matches are now in game 4s, and Sevian and Wei Yi, they started a few minutes ago, and Sevian in the lead in that match, so it's a must-win situation for Wei Yi. But Richard Report and Jeffrey Chong, they just started, and they are tied before game 4, so anything can happen in that one. Jovanka, you were going to say.
No, I was just going to say it's a very tense position, and the king safety is so paramount for both sides. It's a very blocked position, very cagey, and I agree with what the guys on our panel are saying. You know, Anish, unfortunately, is chasing down Duda, so he has to strike, and it's very difficult. Very difficult. I mean, do you think he'll do it?
Maybe he's thinking about doing it now. I mean, he's got to play G4 at some point. Is there going to be a better chance? I mean, with the White King going to the corner, as David said, why not play it now before, you know, are you really going to get it? You have to play that move. Just play it now and see what happens, I would say, for better or worse, you know. I mean...
put yourself out of misery.
Yeah, why not, you know? I mean, you're probably not going to get a better chance than this to push it, are you? I mean...
Yeah. Maybe you just pull the trigger right now.
I mean, is there a problem with moving it now? I don't think so, but...
maybe we can investigate. Let's keep an eye on the players as well, because is this the big moment that Giri will make his move? So, yeah, pulling the trigger, pushing this pawn. Simon, you're thinking now is the right moment? I guess White will take once just to open up this rook. And the question for White is, do you take again, or do you just continue running away with the king? If we run away with the king, I think Black might just shut down this side of the board, and suddenly White's army are completely kind of cut off from each other. The queen and rook are cut off from helping the white rook. So Black will be able to take control over the h-file, maybe go for this pawn long term. This looks nice. Therefore, I would be inclined to think White will take here. Maybe a capture by Black. Maybe another trade, and then the White King just drops back, trying to hide. The question is, have we gained anything here as Black? White does a great job of defending now. White has actually traded off his worst piece. And if we go back to the starting position, if you compare this piece to Black's bishop, White's bishop is worse, right? So, yeah, it's really difficult right now. If we do push forward, if we see this bunch of trades, everything flying off the board, especially the pawns and this light squared bishop, it does feel, because White can guard across the second rank, like Black is left with minimal quality left in his position. The knight now suddenly is dominated by the white bishop. Yeah, I was going to say Black's bishop is the worst piece on the board. So Giri decides that wasn't the right moment to pull the trigger and go for the attack. Instead, continues preparing it. He shuffles across, trying to maybe challenge the white rook on the open file.
But now maybe is the moment.
Now, so a pawn push, we would see a capture, and White would take the rook.
And then queen takes.
Yep, and White will take this pawn. And you want to come down with the black queen. Yeah, this is a pin. Maybe an annoying pin. Oh, he doesn't go for it, Giri. He needs to go for it soon before it's too late, before the chance passes. I like this, Jovanka, actually, because there is a threat of bishop takes pawn due to the fact we are pinning the bishop to the white king. Okay, he didn't seize that opportunity, instead lining up his two rooks, protecting each other, and White's queen now doing some annoying things, maybe, to this black knight, putting some pressure on.
There's a threat right in the air. You know, maybe White is actually going to step forward with the a-pawn, push it one square, destabilize the knight. So, I mean...
But never push the queen to a5.
Yeah. A4 is fine, just not to a5.
Okay. But I was wondering whether this is the equivalent, but no, it's a white queen on the a5 square.
Yeah, part of the problem as well, the 2 times it's backfired, having a white queen on the a5 square, and then it's always been with the white king on h2, both those occasions. It's because the white queen was so far away from her king, she couldn't protect, she couldn't kind of switch sides easily. Here, at least, the white queen is on the more important side, near her king, so she can be a defender. But Giri, meanwhile, drops his bishop back, just defending his knight from the side. Just in case White pushes forward with this pawn, Black can just block, and still amply defended by the queen. So White won't commit that pawn anytime soon. White wants to kind of hold this structure, and White's king shuffles off. White's king's gone on a long journey. It castled on one side. It looks like it's castled on the other side now. Literally, it castled, then it kind of came up, and then back, and back, back, back.
Yeah.
So the most important, the most, well, the piece that's done the most exercise in this game, at least, is the white king. And Black's queen goes back, but Giri, he's lacking a plan. He's down to 5 minutes now, and he's basically got the same position that he had, what was it, 10 moves ago? The only difference is his rooks being on these squares. I don't see how that helps, really.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I can think of is that you go, I mean, this is like super passive, but you actually
For example, if white waits with the king.
Yeah, if white waits with the king, you know, the knight actually takes on the role of protecting the b7 pawn. Maybe not necessarily now, but the whole point is that once g4 does come, then maybe the bishop can actually capture the pawn and there can be some trades and the knight is doing some defending.
Yeah, instead we do see a strange move maybe from Duda moving the rook across. Now Giri is potentially ready, finally. It looks like his rooks are perfect shields for the black king. Is he getting ready to pump this pawn forward? Oof, it's just a question of when. He's got to do it soon. He's down to 5 minutes, Giri. The last thing he wants is to have 1 minute on the clock and then push the pawn forward. Then it's just a gamble, and it's just rolling the dice. So, OK, moves the rook across. Giri's just, maybe he's going to tease us, go 100 moves, and then push the pawn. Actually, should I check when the last capture was, or the last pawn push?
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
Because it's been a while. It's just after we joined the game. We are now on move 40, or we've just had move 40, the last pawn push, move 23. So we've already made 17 moves without a pawn push or a capture. That means 33 more moves. It would be a draw. 50 move rule.
But there's a lot of pieces and pawns. There must be a possibility to capture something at some point.
The problem is, I guess you could, for example, capture this white knight with your bishop, but you lose control over the light squares, so you can make a trade, but it might not be a favourable one. And Giri, remember, he's the one who has to push a pawn or capture something. By that time, Duda's happy to just sit and wait and do nothing, go for the draw.
Now, the bar is not too enthusiastic, though, about Duda's last move.
Yeah, I don't really see why not, or why it's a mistake. The one thing, or at least historically, that computers struggled with were these block positions. Computers often overestimate one side's chances when they have more space. Here, black has more space potentially because of a pawn here, meaning that he can push. But it's now the moment. It's going to be the eternal question. Doesn't feel like it. Look at what he's doing. He's lined up on the 7th rank, now he's lining up on the 6th rank. Still no progress. We might even get to the stage in this game where nothing is happening. We might have to switch over to some more exciting games until the breakthrough happens. Because we could be sitting here for another 40 moves. And meanwhile, lots happening in the other games. Really difficult decision here.
Okay, well, Samuel Sevian, the bar is over to his side, and he only needs a draw in this game to go through to the semi-finals. Levon and Arjun, they have been playing this game for quite a while, and if it is a draw, then they will head into tie-breaks. And that's what we're hoping for. Richard reports and Jeffrey Zhong as well. There will be a tie-break if that is a draw. Sevian right now, along with Jan-Krzysztof Duda, seems to be the only ones getting ready after the rapid portion.
Yeah, Sevian looks like a heavy favourite now. He's got white. Wei Yi's done some really kind of dodgy stuff, some weird stuff, just to try and complicate the game there, which might backfire. So Sevian, big favourite in that match. Does look like Aronian Geisty should be a draw. I just peeked over. So we're likely to get tie breaks there. Rapport versus Zhong, too early to say.
Okay. We'll keep an eye. We will keep an eye. But let's hope this game just fires up at some point. I mean, Anish Giri, he has to. He has to do something.
Yeah, he's biding his time, but the clock situation only really helps Duda. If the breakthrough happens when they're both at 1 minute, we've seen Duda is the quicker player. He's the trickier player when it gets messy. He's beaten Giri in previous tie-breaks before. OK, I like what Giri's doing here. He's lined up both his rooks on the H file. So if things open up on that line, black's 2 rooks will maybe find an entry point.
I predict the breakthrough will happen on the next move.
Oh.
OK.
Them's fighting words, I know. But I mean...
We know you're good at predictions as well, Jovanka.
Yeah.
Well, he's manoeuvred around, so what was the point of doubling up the rooks on those squares if he's not going to do it? Come on.
Now
Is the moment. Don't keep us in suspense. What is he going to do?
What would be one of those moves?
It just push.
It's only one move.
There's only one move that he can play to liven things up, and that is actually to pick up the G-pawn and push it one square forward to make contact with those white pawns. I mean, another improving move could be moving the knight forward. No! Why is he doing this to us?
I mean, come on, please.
I've
Just
never
push
seen
the pawn, man.
I've never seen anyone do that with their rooks. Little pattern there.
Going round in circles.
You can go back around and the other way.
Those are rooks like dogs chasing its tail, you know?
The risk is you confuse yourself as well. Yeah. You might confuse your opponent, but Duda looks pretty comfortable here. Look how bright his camera is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Duda's just going to wait with his king, wait with his bishop. It's up to Giri. He's only going to confuse himself if he waits.
Oh, hang on a second. Maybe this could be the sign.
The sign?
Yeah, because the rook has moved all the way to the B1 square.
Well, he's just got to do it at some point.
Now.
I
just
mean,
do it now.
Yeah.
So we're looking for a niche to push the G-pawn.
Push black's G-pawn. That's the only winning plan ever. It's just about the right moment to choose.
I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to take a step back with the rook.
Look at him. He's stressed. He knows he wants to do it. He knows he has to do it at some point to win this game, but it's such a difficult question, right? Oh, this was his idea, swinging the black rook across, going for the white king on this side of the board.
That's interesting. Because,
really interesting, actually.
Yeah, he now has that other pawn break, possibly, at some point as well. So he's got 2 pawn breaks now. He's got the one we've been discussing for a long time, but maybe the other one at the right moment is, well, it's certainly something that White has to think about, right? So it's
yeah, suddenly, just by hook or by crook, he's managed to trick White into putting both his heavy pieces, his royal family, the queen and king, on the A file. So he's managed to maneuver a rook around.
Maybe we'll see the white king go the other side, and then it'll come back again.
Yeah, move the rook across, then run. But no.
I was just going to ask, I mean, if we're kind of cold-blooded about this whole thing, I mean, what is Duda's plan? I mean, yes, OK, maybe he can get that pawn move in, and then what next?
Yeah, the problem for Giri is, if you push this pawn, finally a pawn push, so no more 50 move rule. It looks like you're breaking through on this square, but how do you actually crash through? For example, OK, he doesn't go for anything yet, but for example, if White's rook moves, you don't really want to capture this pawn with your own pawn because you still block up this line and actually White gets the open file. Maybe the whole idea would be to move back with your knight and capture it with a piece on this square, but still hard to achieve. And in the meantime, if we go back to the current position, Giri's still reluctant to pull the trigger and actually make a pawn break. He drops back with his knight instead. So some pressure on this pawn. White is tied down here. Is he going to maybe tie down all of White's pieces to this pawn and then push on the other flank? I mean, it's so mysterious what Giri's up to right now.
But wait one second. Duda's put his queen on a bit of a funny square, if I do say so. You know, because I was thinking maybe the knight can actually come potentially to that square or even to the B4 square. I mean, that's just an idea that's in the air.
Try and kind of cage this this white queen in. The problem is, how do we attack her? If we jump into the centre, for example, if White waits, if we jump into the centre, she just goes back. We've seen her land on this square before. We've seen this kind of pattern. But yeah, if we go the other way, unfortunately, every time we attack the queen with the bishop, she can run. She has a safe square. She can capture this pawn. So yeah, at the moment, it looks like Duda's OK in the current position. Maybe Giri's just hoping that Duda's the one who gets impatient. It's not Duda's style to sit and wait normally. So we'll see. If I were Duda, I would just wait with one of these 2 pieces, most likely. And
can that be hard, though?
Yeah, it's not human nature, especially not Duda's nature.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the key for White is just playing very, very quickly. And when Giri burns all the time, making that big decision when to push this pawn or when to push this pawn, then you use your saved up time to calculate. But both sides low now, 3 minutes.
Well, he has, I think, around about 22 moves to push a pawn, so still lots of things. Can you believe that? They'll move 51.
Yeah, I mean...
if they get to move 70-something.
And then push. I mean, I have seen the strategy before, though, being used that, you know, if you can bring your opponent's time down as well, then when you do push, you're basically making it more random. Yeah. So, like, OK, if you're only bringing your own time down, it's not good. But if you can both go down at the same time, like you've both got a minute, and then you open the position, it's going to come very tactical, and you're bringing in more of that chance element. So that's another, like, maybe strategy he's trying to do here. But
Giri's going to move his king, I bet, now. Just have a feeling. He's going to shuffle the black king across one square towards the centre.
Towards the centre, yeah.
Just have a feeling.
Is that a bet? Should we have a little cheeky one? Come on, decide. So no one wants to take my bets anymore.
No.
No? You don't want to bet?
Yeah, I'll take your bet.
What, you think he will? I'm saying he won't move the king towards the centre. I'm saying black won't move the king towards the centre. One beer. Norwegian beer. Oh, something went there when it wasn't the king.
I'm glad I didn't say yes. But, yeah, there were some ideas if the black knight had moved out the way simply of the white queen going on the diagonal and giving some checks. So Giri just protecting the black king. But he is really running out of time. Now it's 20-move countdown. He has to push a pawn in the next 20 moves. Otherwise, the 50-move rule kicks into effect and it's a draw. So move 73, that's the magical, that's the deadline, basically, for Giri. Knight jumps in again. The white light-squared bishop's going to go back to the first rank now. That's what, yeah, there we go. That's the defensive setup. Duda's settled the pawn. That light-squared bishop actually indirectly guards the g4 square.
I reckon a rook's going to come back behind the g-pawn now. Yeah, I don't know which one. No, he's trying every other square on the board first.
But that doesn't really achieve too much, this last move.
He's got to push that pawn.
If this wasn't a must-win situation for Anish, would they simply agree a draw very soon?
I think they would have agreed a draw maybe a while ago already.
But you might as well lose, though, right? I mean, like, if you're in Anish's position, there's no difference between drawing and losing, so you've got to take a big risk. And you've got to push the pawn. I mean, it's the only way you can try something. And
is there a financial difference between a draw and a loss right now?
No, not in these matches. They gain money for winning the match, but not for the games in the knockout stage.
Tour ratings, fighting chess index. That's, I guess,
a loss is better than a draw for Anish if you think about the fighting chess index.
True.
Yeah, so just resign or does something, you know.
Now, it looks like some drama between Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi. The bar just jumped up for Levon. They are tied before this game 4. Is Levon now winning that one?
It looks like he's tricked his young rival. That's a really dramatic queen endgame. Yeah, looks like Levon, he's put Arjun's king in a box, in a mating net, and Arjun's king can't get out. It's a queen endgame. Still some hard work to be done, but looks like objectively doing well.
Okay.
Back to this riveting game.
We've chosen the most tense one here, but I'm not sure exciting is the word.
As soon as G4 comes, it's going to get really exciting, right? It has to, because it's going to come to life, and they're getting short time. It's just, come on, Anish, just play G4. Yeah. You've got to move it. I mean, how many moves left now, David? I mean, do we know until move 50?
About 14 moves left.
He's got to play it soon. I mean, he's just got to do it.
He's getting further away as well from pushing one of these pawns successfully.
Yeah.
Why is he not playing it? I mean, OK, it doesn't really help, but he's got to do it. It's
Yeah, it'll be a massive anticlimax for Anish Giri's tournament if he gets knocked out because he didn't do anything. He just sat still and didn't push a pawn, didn't take a risk. He has to try maybe now. Now it doesn't look like the right moment, though. Black's king is in the corner, so you can't push the g-pawn. It's too open. He's going away with his rook, changing plan again. Not ideal.
He's trying everything, isn't he? Yeah. Literally everything.
He's not playing bad moves. It's just not the most incisive.
Yeah, but he just has to commit to the idea of risk-taking and pushing that pawn. This game, at the minute, reminds me a little bit of a scene from The Simpsons, where they go to watch what they call a soccer match for the first time, and it's very much, you know, the ball starts in the centre, it goes to the wing, goes back to the centre, goes back, and then they go down to the defence, and then it carries on like this, and the American commentators are like, passes the ball back, forward, back, and then the Italians, on the other hand, he holds, he holds.
The Italian commentary is so good. It reminds me of another clip, a comedy clip of snooker. And, you know, it's like when they're scoring, the score person was like scoring it. It's like he pots the red, 1. And then the guy pots the black and he goes, another 1. And another one. And another one. It's like, yeah.
Okay, well, the players are speeding up. Okay, so that's good news. They're getting
I've got a
very
challenge
quick.
for you.
Yeah.
Now you have to commentate on this like an Italian, really passionate commentator. He's coming for the G4 and the H4, he's taking it over. He's going to go G4 at any moment. Riveting stuff, edge of the chair stuff, David. Over to you, sir.
Keep it up, Simon. I can't compete with that.
Oh, my voice is gone. Too much for me. So,
Funny thing is, that's how Pepe Cuenta, like the Spanish commentator, he commentates all the time.
yeah.
Barely takes a breath.
Yeah. God, that's a lot of energy to do that. So, yeah.
Imagine keeping that up for 4 hours of all these long grinds.
We can do it as soon as we see the move G4 come on the board. No, okay, and
Move 64. Remember, he's got till Black's, what is it, 73rd move.
Okay.
Okay, so
9
it's
moves
getting
now.
super close, actually.
Yeah.
Ooh, I mean, I understand it should maybe have been sort of a draw-ish, this game, but it still feels just super intense, just waiting for that pawn move.
Anish is keeping us on tenterhooks. It's like, when will he make that move? What piece configuration will he choose before he finally decides enough is enough?
He's trying to put his pieces on every single square so far. He just literally randomly seems putting them on every square, hoping something will happen. And he's got to put the bishop out, right?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, come on, you're not going to get a better chance than
That
he
last
had.
move. That last move, he could have done it, maybe.
Why is he not doing it?
Oh, he's getting so close now. How many more moves?
67.
73, you said?
73 is the golden moment, and the game will automatically stop. But it's so rare, actually, that you get the 50-move rule in a 73-move game.
Yeah.
True. That's true.
I mean, when have we seen that?
I mean, there's only been a trade of one set of pawns and one set of knights. That's it. Every other piece is still on the board. I mean, that's, 28 pieces still on the board. And you get the 50-move rule. No progress.
Yeah.
That's once in a lifetime, almost.
Yeah.
Is now the moment?
No, I think he's going to do it on move 72.
You do?
Yeah,
I think he's aware. Like,
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, these guys are always aware.
You reckon?
I wouldn't be aware.
I did see Giri look over to the right of his screen slightly a few moments ago, and it looked like he was scanning something, but maybe he was checking when the last pawn push was made.
Wouldn't it be cool, right, if they had a warning? Like, you are now approaching a
5 moves to go.
50-move rule.
Yeah. I mean, why not just do it now? Just do it at some point. Just play G4.
Maybe this is the moment.
It has to be now.
Why can't he? Why is he putting his king there?
I don't know.
That's making it less likely he's going to push this pawn.
K2. Okay, maybe we're going to see B6. We can see the B.
Well, anything. Just literally anything. H4.
Have to gamble, Anish.
H4 is probably the worst move on the board, but at least you can play another 50 moves.
Okay. Oh, we're now move 70.
How many moves to go? 2. If he doesn't play it and it's just a 50-move draw, it's just going to be...
That's anticlimactic, right?
I'm out of here.
He has to play it on his 73rd move at the latest. Okay. So, including 71, that's 71, 72, 73. He's got 3 final chances.
Okay.
Capture a pawn or capture a piece. He could capture the white knight in the centre of the board. That would be okay.
Yeah, but then G4 really hard to play, right? I mean...
I say okay. I mean, that would keep the game going.
Keep going. Yeah, that's right.
Not a good move, maybe.
You could even go rook takes a5. It's better than having a draw. You know, better for the fighting index. You're going to lose the game, but, you know.
OK. Duda's pausing.
He's got Duda under 2 minutes, though, so maybe now is the moment to gamble.
So maybe it's just a very clever strategy.
Just one eye on Duda's clock, one eye on the board, and then make your move.
Yeah. And I think Duda senses he's very good at maths. I think he's got a maths degree, right?
Is he right? OK. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. And,
is that not MVL?
Yeah. MVL also has a maths degree and is one of the finest calculators on chess.
So if you do it now, you might lose the exchange. So it's actually like, maybe you've missed your chance.
71.
2 moves to go.
So he's got to get his rook over and then get the bishop back and do it. It's going to be a bit late now.
No, OK. Oh, no, 72. He's got one more go.
He's got to go G4
He has to do now.
G4.
Now or never.
Just play it. Play G4.
No!
You. Oh, my God. What a waste of my life.
But look, And actually, in the same moment, Levon Aronian wins the match against Arjun Erigaisi to face Jan-Krzysztof Duda tomorrow in the semi-finals. Anish Giri is knocked out, and so is 18-year-old Arjun Erigaisi. Jan-Krzysztof Duda logs out, but this reaction from Anish just laughing when it happens, what is that about, do you think, David?
I simply can't explain it. Maybe he forgot about the 50-move rule, maybe he was shocked, maybe he just laughed like, oh, I left it one move too late. I don't know. Anticlimax for his tournament, though. It's such a shame. At least gamble. At least take your one chance.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that playing G4 didn't really help, but I mean, at least it kept the game going, and that's the important thing. So you're going out the tournament anyway. You got to play it, you know, for better or worse. So yeah. Wow.
Well, two matches have now finished. Anish Giri knocked out by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda won Game 4, and Anish was not able to make a comeback in the final game. And Levon Aronian, he lost the first game to Arjun Erigaisi today, but he has now won 2 games in a row to clinch his spot in the semi-finals to face Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We're going to try to get a hold of both Levon and Jan-Krzysztof for a reaction. Ready for semi-finals. Now, 2 matches still going on. Wei Yi is in a must-win situation in Game 4 against Samuel Sevian. If that is a draw or a win for the young American, then he will play the semi-finals to face either Jeffrey Zhang or Richard Rapport. They are tied after 3 games. Game 4 currently going on. I guess that one is the match where it's the most likely we will see tie breaks.
Possibly right now. Still a lot of life left in that final game. It could go either way. So, yeah, it'll be nice to see some tie breaks at least.
Yeah, I agree.
More drama for us.
Yeah. Now, Levon Aronian against Arjun Erigaisi. We didn't get to follow that final game. What happened in that one for Levon to clinch the win?
Yeah, I just want to show 2 brief moments from that game because it was quite an up and down game from both players. I thought Erigaisi had an advantage earlier on. So here, Levon Aronian has white, Erigaisi has black, and if Erigaisi wanted a draw, he could have forced a draw immediately. For example, he could bring the black queen down to the 2nd rank, or he could grab this pawn. Either way, this would just end in a draw, a perpetual check. Black's king attacked, white's queen will continue giving the checks. And this would have seen a draw, and we would have gone to tie breaks. Instead, however, Erigaisi played an ambitious move, but I think the decisive mistake. At least in practical terms, he retreated his queen. And suddenly, after the white pawn stepped forward, we saw a situation where Black's king is simply caught in a mating net. Black's queen is tied down to the back rank, preventing any checks, and eventually this pawn did drop off. If we fast forward just to the final stages, we saw this position. Black's pawn did disappear. White still has this bind, keeping the black king in its cage. And here, Levon Aronian calculated really well to finish off the game. He decided now was the time to simplify. Now was the time to take action. He swapped off the queens at the cost of this pawn, but he realised it was a winning king and pawn endgame. Simply, white has the opposition. Black's king now, because it's black's move, has to give way. And after a check, we saw the white king step forward. There was nothing to do. This pawn simply dropped. Beautiful endgame technique from Aronian.
Yep, and we are joined by Levon, ready for semi-finals. Congratulations so much, Levon.
Thank you so much.
We could see on Twitter before your match against Arjun that you really praised him and looking forward to this match. So what was it like playing him again in a quarterfinal?
Arjun is very tricky, and I'm in a position in the first game where I thought nothing can go wrong this time. Somehow he tricked me there. I should have been winning there. And of course that made me very upset. I think the second game that I played I was just very nervous. But then somehow he gave me a chance to come back in the 3rd game. And after that, I think I got the confidence back. And the 4th game, of course, should have been a draw, but I think he thought that he has a draw at any moment. But then, I think the 3rd game's loss also, as much as the first game's loss affected me, that much it affected him, the 3rd game's loss.
Do you think it comes down to experience as well, having played more tournaments, more tournaments in this time format as well?
I don't really think so. Nowadays young players play so much online chess that I'm not sure who's more experienced, me or him in online chess.
Well, you did play last year as well in Gold Money Asian Rapid. So much has happened for Arjun over the last year. Was it very different this year? Does he feel a lot stronger to play?
Definitely Arjun is improving every day as a chess player, and you can clearly see that. I mean, I really like his style. He's always trying to play, to get a result, trying to win games instead of going for draws. So that's, I love that about his style. And definitely he got the confidence because he played really, really well in some other events. And he's a tough opponent and an opponent for everybody to be ready, he's the guy to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. And of course, for yourself, Levon, after a little bit of a tough start to the tournament, do you now feel that you're back into the mode and also playing online Rapid?
Yeah, well, I can't really say that I'm super impressive with my play, but, it's not just me playing badly, but also my opponents are playing very well. So it's always this factor that nobody is really, just sitting there and waiting for you to improve. Everybody is working, and I think really we're living in this golden era of chess because there are so many strong players, and I am personally so excited to play against all of them.
And tomorrow you're going to play Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the semi-finals. What do you expect from that match?
Well, I mean, he's far more established than I think anybody that was playing here in this tournament. So, I mean, he's a World Cup winner and very, very strong player. So I expect, very, very tough match. And he's also a very nice guy. I really like this young generation of players. They're kind guys. I like playing against them because I like them personally.
That's nice to hear, Levon. Thank you so much for great entertainment today, and good luck in the semi-finals.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. And we're joined by his opponent tomorrow, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Congratulations, a great win against Anish Giri today.
Hello, thank you.
So, this was an intense match, this final game. We were waiting for that pawn move from Anish. Were you waiting for that as well?
Yes, I was actually hoping that he, perhaps there was a chance that he didn't realize there was 50 moves coming. So, I was trying, to discourage him from playing like G4 or B6, some pawn move. But, actually the position was very tense and it was difficult actually to judge when it works, when it doesn't. So, definitely it wasn't the smartest choice for me to get this position because, it was like he had every chance to win this game, and overall, I'm happy to win, to qualify further. But honestly, I think it's kind of the weakest match I played ever against Anish. So,
wow.
The lowest quality. So, but still happy,
We could see you were very frustrated after game 2 and towards the end of game 2 when you weren't able to clinch that win, but you did come back in game 3 to win that. So how happy are you that you mentally were able to just forget about game 2 and win game 3?
Yes, I wish, I could have forgotten about game 2. Of course, it was a disaster. I was extremely annoyed by spoiling this. B4 move was, totally stupid, and it wasn't working for, I think, several reasons. So, actually, I hope, that I'm mature enough, not to do such things, but unfortunately, at times it happens. But it's also, the thing that I was like extremely happy with my play. I'm just, so proud of myself, to outplay him like that. And I mean, it was a very difficult position to play in a minute, and perhaps relaxed too early. Because of course my position was totally winning. And after that, in round 3, as I said, I was extremely annoyed. Also, circumstances weren't the best. There was a part of me being so upset. There was, the fly also got in here in my room and was bumping in the window all the time and making so much noise. I was so extremely, pissed and confused that I'm very happy actually that I didn't lose this game 3 because I basically got lost. After 8 moves, 10 moves, I forgot he could have played before, and after that it was a total disaster. So it was very fortunate, of course, to win this game.
Very nice. We heard your phone ringing, Jan-Krzysztof. Is it Anish calling to go through the games and analyze with you?
Hopefully not. But I don't know.
Now you're going to play Levon Aronian tomorrow. He was really looking forward to that semi-final match. What do you expect playing against the great Levon Aronian?
Yeah, I'm really hoping it will be an entertaining match. Because Levon is very creative and open-minded player, so most probably there will be a big clash, and I'm really looking forward to this match.
We are too. Thank you so much for joining us, Jan-Krzysztof, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda knocking out Anish Giri here in the quarterfinals. 2 matches still going on, and it's dramatic, you guys. The bar has just shot up for Wei Yi. He is in a must-win situation to take this to tie breaks. And is he winning?
Wow, it looks like he is. Maybe some kind of miscalculation by Sam Sevian. He's just given up on the last couple of moves. White's rook for a knight, so currently black is up some material. But it's all about this one white pawn that's racing up the board. Can he just stop it, though, with the black rook? Black's rook can just slide behind, stop this pawn. Actually, there's some real complications there. So it's not simple at all yet. Wei Yi still has under 20 seconds to navigate a really complicated position. And he goes for pawn push. Is this a winning move?
It looks great, doesn't it?
Might be very, very strong. Maybe this is the idea that Sam Sevian just missed. Suddenly, white can make a second queen. White can make a new queen, but black's queen is coming down to deliver a really nasty check. And that would end in a mating attack.
Oh, well, that's a fantastic move, right, from
What a move.
the Chinese player. And you have to remember, he's playing in the early hours of the morning and tactically so sharp. And now, unfortunately, White's pride and joy, the pawn sitting there on d7, can be snapped off.
Yep. I guess White's attacking the black bishop with the white queen, so that's what Sam Sevian's banking on. But black, remember, has a very strong pawn of his own. So do you just eliminate that pawn now? It looks like the key. OK, you could just stop it with the bishop as well. This is a check, though, and black blocks. Oh, this one, still with knights on the board, with queens on the board, it's not going to be easy for Wei Yi to convert, but it does look like he's averted the immediate danger. White's far advanced pawn has been stopped. So that's step 1. He's achieved successfully. Looks like step 2. I was going to say, go for the white king, maybe. Go for the white knights. But white's king now on the edge of the board, forcing the black bishop back.
And now black is threatening to capture the pawn with check. So it's is it a good idea just to eliminate black's pass pawn, or just...
Yeah, do you keep white's pawn at the cost of black's one surviving?
Yeah, when the players are down to seconds, these are the decisions that they will be taking.
It's just a rook for knight advantage, and black has an extra pawn as well. So if black can simplify, if black can ever trade the queens, it's simply winning, right?
And if it is a win for Wei Yi, we will have tie breaks today to decide this match, and quite possibly also between Richard Rapport and Jeffrey Strong, who are tied before game 4. And the bar is now a little bit over to Jeffrey's side, but roughly to the middle, so maybe tie breaks in that one as well. But with seconds on the clock, can Wei Yi get the win he needs in this one?
Yeah, he looks very close, to be honest.
He's doing a great job, isn't he? I mean, his position seemed to be very dubious earlier as well. So, but he's done the right thing. He's kept it complicated. He picked a risky opening, and he's been very calm with so little time on the clock. That's the most impressive thing. I mean, just how calm he's been and how well he's calculated that that very clever G3 push we saw earlier. And I expect him to win this one now.
Yeah. He's done all the hard work as black. He's won some material. He's stopped white's pass pawn. He's kept his own pass pawn alive. The white queen dropping back. Some ideas of going on a diagonal, delivering some checks to the black king. You can just prevent that with your queen. But this is the second time we've seen this position, so we have a repetition of moves. Wei Yi, under 20 seconds again. The clock is his main rival here, his main opponent. I think Sam Sevian's just trying to put up some resistance, but is clearly winning for black with best play. The queen chooses a different square. White's knight can maybe jump forward to attack this queen now. We do say knights on f5 are pretty decent.
Yep, they are. And he doesn't have too much time on the clock. He has to make the move. And
oh, he looks uncomfortable.
Yeah.
3 seconds, Sevian, when he made that move. He looks pretty calm, considering that he's in a lost position, but what's happened there? Okay, both players looked away momentarily, but the queen coming now. Big threat of black's rook taking one of the white knights with a check. There's a pin on the other knight. So Sevian drops back.
So similar position, except for the white king is in a different square compared to last time. So black's still got to find a way to win this at the moment.
Slightly tricky.
Which he hasn't done yet.
He pushes the pawn forward.
Wow, that makes sense. One square nearer.
Yep, and now again, there's a big threat on the board, and that is that black is simply going to promote the pawn. And this is why Sevian steps forward with his king.
Yeah, white could have given a check. The white queen could have jumped in with a check, but black's queen would have blocked. It was just 2 checks, nothing more. So rather than allow that, wow, he makes a second queen, black. And rather than even capture that queen, Sevian goes for a check, really desperate now. Black can just block this with his own queen. Looks relatively simple. There we go. Another check from the queen can be blocked as well. Black's second queen will drop off. White's knight can go and capture it, but the key is removing all the queens from the board. For Wei Yi, that is enough. Once all the queens are gone, it should be straightforward, just cleaning up process. And here we go. The queens are about to disappear. That's one gone. The other 2 about to disappear.
Oh, Sevian is not looking happy. He had this in his hands. It's slipping away. And he's now going to head probably into tiebreaks. Who's going to be the favorite in blitz between these two?
You would think that momentum is on Wei Yi's side, winning with black on demand in the last game. But we've seen it before. Normally the player making a big comeback tends to kind of reach that level, and then that's the maximum they've achieved. Yeah. Sometimes they fall apart in the blitz game. So still, I think it's going to be 50-50 in any tie breaks.
And also, you have to remember that for Wei Yi, it's getting very, very late or early in China. So it's, again, tiredness might kick in.
It's 3:45 a.m., I think, where he is right now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hard to keep going, hard to keep playing chess. Meanwhile, a couple of checks.
Yeah, and we can see the last pawn, well, not the last white pawn, but the dangerous white pawn is going to be removed very shortly as well, which means black's going to be the exchange and a pawn up. So it should be...
Down to a couple of seconds, though, where he made that move with 1 second on his clock.
So calm. I mean, so calm. He could have lost it there. 1 second, right?
He could have played it...
Wow.
Easy move. OK, now he finally removes that pawn.
Yeah, but he has lost a pawn in the whole journey. I mean... Is this going to be...
swap queens and get rid of the pawn, get queens off the board? That was his whole kind of goal in the first place.
Yeah. But this is the thing, you know, when you don't have so much time on the clock, the hand tends to make those impulsive decisions. And we're seeing a further trade. I mean, with all these trades that keep happening, maybe the chances for Sevian to save the game starts to increase.
Yeah, definitely. If he can keep the queens on the board, white has decent chances to hold, maybe. But the problem is white's king is a lot weaker than black's. Black's is pretty safe, tucked in the corner for now. White's king, a massive target. Black's rook wants to come down to the second rank now. That would be a deadly check. How do you stop that? If you take the queens off the board, Still a bit tricky for black, but it should be winning.
He's going for it.
Yeah, maybe this was the best try for white.
But this is, what do they say? A matter of technique.
Should be winning, although I'm not. I'm never 100% sure in these positions, rook versus knight, because black's pawn, the rook's pawns, they're the worst in these types of endgames. If the 2 pawns disappear, rook versus knight is an easy draw. And look at the black king, it's cut out. It's locked out of the game. This must be winning, surely.
Yeah, it's
That
got to
must
be
be
winning.
right.
Got to be.
I mean, maybe if the white king were...
If the white king wasn't also cut off
Yeah,
on the third rank.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to win the f pawn eventually, I guess.
We're just guessing at this point, but it is that type of endgame.
And then
now, how does black get his... OK, there were some tricky ideas there that Sevian was setting up with some knight forks, potentially. So, yeah, put your king and rook on opposite colours. They can't be forked.
OK, and the knight had to retreat to defend the pawn. OK, now the white king can step up and join the defence.
Yeah, the black king can also step up, though. The black king is closing in on that white pawn.
And unfortunately, the knight just can't wait. I mean, this is the big problem with
I
this
love that
pieces.
last move because you're really controlling that knight where it can move to. So it's a really clever square that, you know, controlling your opponent's pieces. And I guess now you start using your pawn, right?
Yep.
And your king, and it looks like it should be quite easy, right? No?
He's done really well, Wei Yi, to coordinate his pieces, to activate the black king. Yeah, now it's very straightforward. At some point, the pawn will be so advanced that you could even deflect away the white king by capturing the white knight with the black rook later. Yeah, there's simply no stable square. If white's knight was stable, if there was a pawn protecting it on this square, maybe you could argue there would be a fortress, but you need stability when you have a minor piece. And there's no stability here. That's a really nasty move, cutting off all hope. White's king now forced even further back.
Pawn goes as well now. So yeah.
It's over, that white pawn dropping. Again, still a matter of technique. Just putting the finishing touches Wei Yi, just go away with the rook to some safe square, go pin that white knight, immobilize it, and this one should be over shortly. Look at the time as well. Wei Yi, with some quick moves, he's built up a decent amount in the bank now on the clock. This is just one check, but the black king can easily hide.
We see Sevian resign this game. He will have 15 minutes to get ready for the first Blitz game. And he did win the preliminaries, so he has the advantage of choosing what colors to start with. Usually, they want to start with the black pieces to finish off with the white.
Usually, yeah. And Sevian, it's a big decision for him. Does he want to start with black, where he might be on the back foot quite early on, especially after coming from a defeat, or will he want to make amends for this game, strike back with the white pieces? He actually had a winning position earlier in this game.
I mean, you've presumably played Sam Sevian many, many times. I mean, how would you say he is in these faster time controls?
I think maybe only 3, but I've played him online dozens of times. Yeah, I mean, Blitz, he's very, very fast. He's very good. He's very direct as well, so it's really unpleasant in Blitz, at least, when he's going for your king from move 1 every game, and it's like, come on, just let me breathe, let me just manoeuvre and get into an endgame.
How would you compare him to like the other young talents in the world, which is there's so many now, and he's doing so well in this tournament? But
yeah, I mean, this feels like a big breakthrough for him. I always felt he was very good at what he does, but maybe not the most well-rounded, or he had clear strengths, but also clear weaknesses. This tournament, he's barely showed any weaknesses, though. Yeah, I guess it's difficult. Some of the super talented players we talk about are a few years younger than Sevian, 21. I mean, at this stage, it feels like a experienced warrior, 21-year-old. But I think we're about to see a result any moment. No, the black king just sidestepping. White's knight is almost trapped. Yeah, I'd say he's very good, but whether he can be a consistent kind of 27 plus, 2750 player, which you need to be nowadays to be top 10, I mean, that will take another couple of jumps.
yeah.
So, yeah, he's doing the right thing, though, and he loves chess. He's working for it. So if he makes it to the top 10, he deserves it.
Yeah.
And he's definitely making Wei Yi do the work here for the win to take it to tiebreaks. Not giving up here, Samuel Sevian.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes the black pawn having advanced so far down the board isn't necessarily a good thing. I know when it's rook versus bishop, at least, you need to make sure you don't advance your pawn too far forward, because then you lack some squares for the black king to sneak around the other side. But yeah, the white knight is so inflexible. Look how it's been forced away. The connection has been broken between white's king and knight. And now normally in situations like this, when the knight has been pushed, the knight, you can actually trap it at some point. Still takes a bit of work.
Yeah, the drawing technique is to keep the knight as close to your king as you can when the pawn's off the board.
Yeah.
And even with the pawn off the board, these positions can now be losing. Yeah. And look at it, it's gone right away. You can't get any further away, and you should be able to sort of now really start thinking about just rounding up the knight, which should be the easiest way to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, you can cut off the knight. Also, you can start retreating the king and putting it on a better square. And he goes for check. Okay, so this is also quite a nice technique.
Yeah, very effective. He's going to force the white king out of its hiding spot, away from the blockade of the pawn. And here we go.
It.
Really nice tactic to finish it. If that pawn's captured, the black rook goes to the third rank, check, and wins the white knight.
A comeback by Wei Yi in the late night in China means we will see tie breaks today. In 15 minutes, these two will start the tie breaks with the first blitz game. Best out of 2 blitz games, and if they are still tied, then Armageddon to decide who goes through to the semifinals. In this one, well, the bar is roughly to the middle. They are tied before this final game, and if it is a draw, then these two will go to tie breaks. And will this be a draw?
It looks likely to be a draw at this point. This is actually the second time we've seen this position. Will we repeat? It's opposite colour bishops. That is the key. So any queen trade is guaranteed to be a draw. It's also 2 pawns each at this point. I think we're going to see a draw now.
Yeah, I think we are.
But I should mention Rapport was in huge trouble earlier. I think Jeffrey had a winning advantage, which disappeared when the opposite colour bishops came into play.
And he's taken some risks now. I mean, this is a slight danger. Like when you know you're winning, and suddenly you have to agree to a draw, but you're like, I can't agree to a draw because I know I was winning, and you push it a little bit too far.
Yeah.
So he has to be a little bit careful not to go over the top. Just get to the tie break, I think, is sensible here. Why should either side be winning in this position?
I guess the white king is kind of caught in a mating net on the side of the board, so white has to be slightly careful. The trap is that if you take one of the black pawns with the white bishop or white queen, suddenly the black queen switches back, gives a check. I like this last move by Richard. It also stops the black queen coming down the whole way to the bottom of the board and going behind to checkmate the white king. But yeah, you're right, Simon. Why should black be winning this one? White has guarded everything. Yeah. At least there aren't any checks against the black king. It's kind of one-way traffic when you're looking at the attack. Just a quiet waiting move there from Jeffrey. That's actually a really clever... I mean, Jeffrey's a great blitz player. That's a really clever kind of blitz move. It's like doing not much, just passing the move to your opponent. Just making them see ghosts, making them think that you have a threat. And now black's queen, can it do any damage? It's not easy.
Definitely not easy, and well, at least maybe he can threaten checkmate. Coordinate his queen and point it towards the g3 pawn. And well, if Richard defends against that, maybe.
Then you agree a draw.
Then you agree a draw. But maybe you can snake your queen round the back.
He will try. There we go. He's trying to zigzag across. The goal is the h1 square behind the white king. You need 2 more moves to get there. What can Richard do with those 2 moves? You can bring the white queen back, potentially. I mean, worst comes to the worst, you just take away the black pawns with your bishop. And even if all the pawns disappeared, even if white lost his bishop, queen versus queen and bishop is a draw.
He's doing it.
Another 50 moves now, though.
Yeah.
So
maybe 50 moves, and then one of the white pawns drops, and then another 50.
David, you're getting far too excited.
No, sorry. But yeah, even with white's pawns off the board, this is a draw.
Yeah.
Although I have seen people lose it. I think I saw, was it Fabiano, or one of the top American players, lose this endgame without the pawns recently from the defending side. So queen and bishop can sometimes team up successfully together.
Yeah, you've got to try winning this position. I mean, there's no point agreeing to draw now because there's no way you can lose, and you've got an extra piece. Simple as that. But the white queen's very active, so
and there's a threat, right, of trading queens.
Yeah.
And that's why Jeffrey moved to the edge of the board, but start checking. Okay.
The reason it's a draw is, firstly, as Jovanka mentions, you can bully your opponent. You can offer a queen trade at any time. Black's bishop alone cannot deliver checkmate, so a queen trade, instant draw. But also you can hide on light squares. The black bishop only controls the dark squares. And there's not enough edges of the board. Unfortunately, the White King will always have a light square to run to, usually. I guess you have to try and force the White King to one side of the board, and then you still need kind of everything else to fall in your favor as black to create some mating tricks.
So, as I understand, Jeffrey Chong is the only one who can win this game.
Yeah.
But it looks like a draw, and if they do head to tie breaks, who will be the favorite? Should Jeffrey Chong, for example, feel like a favorite there, young, playing a lot of online chess? He seems like someone who can play under pressure in less time.
I think I would pick Jeffrey if I had to. Richard, great blitz player, of course, but maybe less experienced online compared to Jeffrey. Or at least he's less focused on kind of the online blitz format. Yeah, I mean, that will be both quarterfinals, sorry, the tiebreaks, they'll be really close.
Oh.
It's hard to pick favourites in those these two.
Yeah. I suspect, I agree with you there, David. I think Jeffrey will be the favourite, especially if it went to Armageddon.
Yeah.
I'm putting all my money and my house on Jeffrey.
Yeah,
In Armageddon?
Yeah, in Armageddon, yeah.
Yeah, but Richard's, you know. He's the kind of guy who could beat anyone, including Magnus Carlsen on his day, which he has done.
Yeah, but I would say that over the board chess, I would say, OK, I wouldn't be so confident in Jeffrey, but, you know, it's online chess.
Yeah.
And this is the bread and butter for many of our youth.
Yeah.
They're so fast. OK, so the king steps forward.
What are your mouse skills like, Jovanka? What are your mouse skills like?
Terrible. It's like I lose, you know, hand-eye coordination, and the mouse starts doing some random thing like that, and I'm just like, no, I did not want to play that move. And I mean, also I have terrible like emotional problems when the clock starts ticking down. I literally spend most of my time just looking at the clock, going, just 20 seconds. My goodness me, what can I play in 20 seconds? And before I know it, I've like talked myself down to 5 seconds left on the clock. And then I have to make a move, and then, you know, the mouse.
Yeah. Maybe that's a new profession now, to be like a chess mouse coach.
Yeah.
They have training camps just about.
They practice just by the fact that, you know, the more you play, obviously, the more you get better.
Yeah.
And
There are those websites that I've seen actually some of the young players use where it's all about mouse accuracy. So it's not about chess at all. It's like you have to click certain places as quickly as possible. So, and target will appear on the screen, then you click there, then you have to drag it across the other side, and you get points according to the accuracy, the speed. I've seen the young players practice their mouse speed. Sites like that. So.
I mean, I know you're very quick, Dave, because I've seen you play, and
we see him play all the time.
I mean, you see him play very quick over the board, but is your blitz better over the board then, rather than online, would you say?
Yeah, once I warm up.
Once you warm up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm the same as you, Dave. If I'm playing online, I'm just looking at my clock, and it's just like, yeah, it just goes down, and I just lose all coordination. I'm just like, my mouse goes everywhere. Click the wrong square. It's embarrassing to watch. You know?
But you know, it is good fun. It is until my clock goes down. But I have to say, it's very rare that I play with increments. I feel much more confident when I have those extra 2 seconds on my clock.
Yeah, I mean, I like playing without increment. I find it a bit more fun. I normally play 3-minute chess online, but I'm very bad when I get short of time, and I can't play bullet. I'm just incapable of playing bullet. I mean, I saw David playing 30-second chess earlier, and it's like, I don't know how you do it. I really don't, you know. So
actually, a bit earlier today, I played bullet online with a touchpad. It didn't go very well, but managed to flag a couple of people. So. But, yeah, mouse skills. I mean, Jeffrey. I think he'd be the favourite in this one, at least.
Now we've got another 50 moves now.
One has been pushed.
So back to square one again.
Do you think they'll reach move 100?
Easily.
Because it's a nice round number, and then they'll agree a draw.
No,
Jeffrey's not agreeing a draw.
They just play on and on, I think, until, you know, some...
But maybe this is...
to prove it.
Maybe this is a good psychological trick as well, because perhaps Richard, I mean, I'm just taking a look at the webcam there, is getting more and more frustrated. After all, you know, he's probably thinking, why is Jeffrey playing? Does he not think that I can draw this?
Yeah, but it's more and more time. I mean, you could take a draw now, or you could take a draw in 10 minutes. But if you take a draw in 10 minutes, you've had that 10 minutes longer where you're in the dominant mindset. Your opponent is in the submissive mindset, where they're like, oh, I'm just playing for the draw. I'm just playing for the draw. And maybe they'll find it harder to switch out of...
Can you force the draw here? Yeah, I was going to say with this move, because now the black queen's gone so far away, it can't cover a lot of checks. So whatever happens here now, I think you can force to, like Anish did earlier on, possibly.
Quite possibly, yeah. The black queen is so far away.
So.
And you've got to keep checking. The black king's actually walking towards the white queen. That's quite clever. But there must be a way to force a draw. Even if you're not forcing a draw, giving up that white pawn makes a lot of sense. You didn't need it anyway.
It'll save us another 50 moves later on, at least. Yeah. So, maybe is there? I can't even work out if this is perpetual or not, to be honest. But
it makes sense to check on the light squares. Diagonal checks usually more effective. There we go.
Maybe it's not perpetual, though, right? Maybe there's no perpetual.
Well, the king can run. The queen will just drop back.
It's so hard with no time on the clock to calculate whether the king gets out or not.
Yeah.
I think Richard just has to make sure he's within reach of a central square with the white queen. Just in case you run out of checks, you put the white queen on a light square in the middle of the board, and nothing can go wrong.
This is where I've noticed computers are one of the areas where computers are exceptionally stronger than humans, like queen endings, or they can just calculate how queens check, where the queen should go, so much better than humans can, and it's a really big difference. And
for humans, at some point it becomes guesswork, right? You might be able to calculate 10 checks in a row, but that 11th check or the final detail, the computer's horizon is so much deeper and more accurate. And sometimes we might think, 3 different checks, they're all the same value, same result will happen. Computers will see that 2 are roughly the same, but 1 is much better or 1 is much worse.
Yeah. And I guess the other playoff's going to probably start soon, isn't it, as well? Is that
4
right?
minutes.
I mean, 4 minutes, okay.
4 minutes. So if these two don't finish before that, we will definitely head into the first blitz game between Sam Sevian and Wei Yi. Do you think this will be finished in 3 minutes?
No.
Really?
I think they're going to carry on and on and on.
And on.
Until...
Second time we've seen this position, though.
Oh, I
see Geisty,
David's sad now.
Only 112 moves.
Yeah, that's good. It is a draw, though, between Richard Report and Jeffrey Zhang. So that means 2 quarterfinal matches will be decided in Blitz and potentially Armageddon tiebreaks. Richard Report, he is still by the computer looking over this game, or maybe getting ready for Blitz tiebreaks. They're going to have a 15-minute break before the first Blitz game starts, and Richard Report will have the chance to choose which colors to start with. But in 3.5 minutes, the first Blitz game between Samuel Sevian and Wei Yi will start. Samuel Sevian, he won the first game, game 2, but a comeback by Wei Yi in game 4 to tie the match and to send those two into Blitz tiebreaks. And Jeffrey Zhang, he also won game 2, but an immediate comeback by Richard Report in game 3, and a draw in the final rapid game takes these two also to Blitz tiebreaks. But Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won one game against Anish Giri, and that was enough. Duda is ready for the semifinals, knocking out Anish Giri and Levon Aronian. A tough fight against 18-year-old Arjun Erigaisi, losing the first game to the 18-year-old, but 2 wins in a row, and Levon is ready for the semifinals to face Jan-Krzysztof Duda. But now, it's all about tiebreaks. It's all about blitz chess, and these are the regulations. David, what will be the time control for the players now?
So for these 2 upcoming blitz games, each player gets 5 minutes on the clock for the entire game, but they do gain 3 seconds after every move. So each player will have 1 white, 1 black, and after these 2 blitz games, if the score is 1-1, then we go to Armageddon chess. We'll talk about those rules if it happens. But essentially, white will get more time, but has a must-win situation. First, it's 2 blitz games, and everything rests on these.
And Sam Sevian, who won the preliminaries, he has chosen to start with the white pieces. Are you surprised about that, or do you think it's sensible to get a good feeling now after losing game 4?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He's trusting his emotions. He knows that last game he lost with white, but he had a winning position. He wants to get back in the winning mood, get back kind of in the flow, and to start with black after a defeat can be a bit demoralizing if things go badly. So I think good decision from Sevian.
Yeah. Who do you hold as a favorite, Simon?
Well, the momentum is in Wei Yi's favour after that last one. So you would say here, I don't know. I mean, I'm still going to go Sam because he did so well in the qualifying, and I've seen him play with the white pieces, and he's playing so aggressively and getting some great positions of white. So I'll go Sam. I'll go Sam this one. Yeah.
All right. And it's been a long day of chess so far for these guys. They have been playing for 4 hours so far, and now the Blitz tiebreak starts. We can see David, he gets more energetic as the day goes by. Simon, how are you? Are you feeling ready? Do you need some coffee?
I might actually take a bit of coffee there. Yeah, that'd be.
I'll give you some coffee.
Fantastic.
To get ready
So,
for Blitz tiebreaks. How are you feeling, David?
I'm feeling good, feeling fresh. I'm a bit jealous of these guys playing. I'm suddenly feeling the energy myself, but I think the players there are doing exactly what you guys are doing. You know, fueling up, getting the coffee, doing whatever gets them in the mood. It's all about the rhythm now, who can come down to this shorter time control and who can hit the ground running. That is the key.
Yeah. Wei getting ready, and so is Sam Sevian. He's had a fantastic tournament so far. The American 21-year-old. He won the preliminaries, only losing one single game, and he's lost one single game today. But in Blitz tiebreaks, he can still clinch a spot in the semifinals. He is a tour debutant, and he's only drinking water so far, but maybe we'll see some sugar there as we go on. And here we go.
It's the Sicilian defense. I've got to say, I love Sam Sevian's body language, forgetting the previous defeat where he was so close to qualifying. It's the Najdorf Sicilian, one of the most aggressive openings for black, counter-attacking, and decision. Where does white put his knight? Oh, the move's coming really fast.
I'm a little bit surprised that Sam's gone for this variation, because Sam is a very aggressive player. He's a very sharp player. He loves attacking, and I thought he might put his king on the queen side. I was hoping we were going to see opposite side castling. This is a bit more positional, this variation, isn't it, where white tries to take the central squares, right?
Yeah, white tries to create a bind. If you look at the central squares, the d5 square is controlled by white. White also has this nice kind of A pawn clamping down on black structure on that side. But look at Wei Yi, the speed with which he's been playing. He's worked out all the defensive maneuvers here for black. And you mentioned the choice of opening, Simon. Wei Yi plays this type of position with white and with black. So Sevian, I'm sure he's aware of that, but interesting choice. It's always hard to play blitz chess when you're just trying to keep control. Sometimes it's easier when you're just attacking, going in one direction. Yeah, tense so far, but it looks like Wei Yi is slightly the quicker of the two players at this early stage of the middle game. I like white's chances in general, but yeah, black rock solid. How to break through.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the normal plan here, from what I've seen, is black often plays on the queen side. So black's got this half-open line that his rook's on. But then, if you look at the pawn structure in the middle, it certainly favours white. Black's got this horrible pawn that is on a half-open file, and white can try to take the centre of the board. So it's those two plans we're really looking at both sides doing here. White trying to take the centre and black trying to do something on the queen side. So Sam, now I guess thinking about how to manoeuvre. I mean, you'd love to get that knight in front of the queen a couple of squares up, wouldn't you? But OK, he's gone there, so that's...
It was unexpected.
Very peculiar move, yeah.
I was expecting the knight to actually manoeuvre itself, the d2 knight to f1 and then go on a journey on the right side. But OK, it's an interesting move, and it's probably a really good one in terms of psychology, because for sure Wei Yi did not even consider that. And now we'll have to think about, OK, that white rook is going to find itself lined up with the queen, and there's going to be some pressure on the weak d6 pawn.
Yeah, Wei Yi was clearly in his opening preparation, but he's finally slowed down after that odd-looking rook move. So sometimes playing weird moves in chess can be a way to throw off your opponent.
I love this move, though. I love this b5. Totally going for queenside play. You may be even sacrificing a pawn, right, with this move. So
there we go. White's rook on the A file can go and grab a pawn, right, Simon? But black's knight is going to jump in. That could be...
The black rooks look lovely, lined up against white's position. And I remember, you know, studying this opening a little bit from the black side. I never played it because there was too many lines to memorise, and my memory's like a sieve. But Bobby Fischer was the guy. He used to play some brilliant games, and we're talking about Bobby Fischer's 50th anniversary of him becoming world champion. And just look at some of Bobby Fischer's games if you want to understand this better. So, and that knight's now got its ideal square, right? It could come into.
White's pieces just feel a bit clumsy. They're kind of congested in the centre right now. They're staring at their own central pawn. Look at Sevian. He's scratching his head literally there, thinking for almost a minute now. He thought for over a minute on a previous move just 2 turns ago.
I mean, his position looks, like you say, rather awkwardly placed. I mean, so maybe he should just grab the pawn and just see what happens.
That is such a sad move to play.
Yeah.
You played it up, you played it back. You can't... I mean, that is, you know, depressing if you have to play that. Wei Yi looking good right now, surely.
Definitely, at least from a psychological standpoint. But in terms of chess, I mean, that's not such a mistake, is it?
Yeah, objectively, it's maybe one of the best moves because that rook was actually a target in some variations. But yeah, it's just psychologically, it's kind of thinking, oh, I've messed it up already. And he's also more than a minute down on the clock, Sevian, giving 2 free moves there to Wei Yi, moving his rook up and back. In this type of position, especially, well, any Sicilian, right? You can't lose any time, but he's lost 2 moves.
Yeah.
On the bright side, yeah, there is still a target on the A file. First, Black's knight jumps in. Just take that off the board. There we go. And what can White do? This pressure. I mean, you mentioned, Simon, those black rooks. Haven't seen better rooks for a long time. They look
They're
glorious.
lovely, aren't they? Yeah, definitely. And you know, you can also think about pushing the centre at some point when you're black in these positions. I mean, not here. You want to use those open files, right? So maybe move the bishop so your queen can dive in. Maybe you can move the bishop to attack the knight, and you're attacking 2 pawns in certain lines here. So I still really like Black's position at the moment, and this loss of tempo was quite unfortunate for Sam, I think.
But you know something? I suspect that Wei Yi is going to get frustrated because this is the type of position where your opponent wastes 1 move, 2 move. You have everything you want, but White is still okay.
You feel entitled to an advantage. You're like,
exactly.
You've messed it up. I'm going to be better. But
like, why am I not winning this? But
do you think we'll see the rook go back where it came from? Up once.
Yes.
There we go. He's literally just been yo-yoing back and forth with that rook, but finally it can slide across 1 square. You mentioned the backward D pawn for Black. It's a target.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, pawn structure, White's better. If we just look at the pawns, White has the better pawn structure because he's got more pawns connected together, looking after each other. And if he can consolidate his pawns, then Sam might be better here. And
He's speeding up as well.
He's speeding up. Is he ready to push the pawn next to that 1-2 squares, get a grip?
White C pawn, yeah.
It's maybe... It's funny in chess how you can get away with just wasting 2 moves like that, and you're okay. You know, it's sort of oh, I like this move though.
Yeah,
this is a good move.
This is nice. Yeah. I mean, but chess is like that. You know, you sometimes play perfectly for, you know, let's say 40 moves, and then you make 1 mistake, and it's a howler, and there's no going back. That's it, game over. And then sometimes you just make some inaccuracies, make 10 or 15 inaccuracies, and nothing happens.
That's my nickname, Howler.
Howler.
But, meanwhile, one of them. Meanwhile, there has been a trade of pawns in the centre, and Simon, you mentioned you love this move. Normally in the Sicilian, when you break out and make this pawn exchange as Black, it's a good sign, right?
Yeah, it's normally a great sign because you get rid of 2 weaknesses. You get rid of that pawn weakness that Black's just moved, and you get rid of the square in front of it as a weakness. And I think this position is, I guess, roughly even still, because White's pawns are still a little bit scary for Black, because they can come up, they can defend each other, and that's why I think White's okay. But we look at Black's pieces are doing well. Do you take the bishop here, I'm wondering, or not? This is...
I've just got to say, Sevian's boss pose right now, just arms crossed. That's impressive. But yeah, maybe you do take the bishop, Simon. It's difficult because where do you put your knight? You could put it on one side of the board, but maybe it just gets in the way there. You retreat it to protect your king.
I want to see Sam play his next moves like that. That'd be even more impressive. If he can play some moves like that, can he? And he did.
Oh, he pre-moved.
That was that. Okay, that was impressive. No, I'm really impressed.
Who needs arms to move the pieces?
I mean, Anish has shown this, right? You don't need arms.
Yeah, and that's the type of safe pre-move you can make when you kind of capture on a square that, it would never happen unless your opponent plays that one specific move. So Sam gained a bit of time with that rook recapture. And Black's bishop, he needs to get it into the game. Maybe he can bring it out, gain some time against White's rook. Some calculation, White's knight is a bit offside, but if it gets 2 moves to re-centralise, White's knight is going to dominate the Black bishop if the White knight lands up on the d5 square. Yeah, suddenly it's Wei Yi under 2 minutes for the first time, facing some pressure. Black's pawn in the centre, some pressure there.
I suppose the same goes to Black's bishop. If Black can get that bishop in the centre of the board, then that'd be fantastic. But it's very hard to do at the moment. Still very much in the balance, yeah? I mean,
who would you pick if you had to?
I'd probably pick White, actually, now, just because I kind of like his pawn structure a bit better.
It's maybe easier to play in blitz as well when you have the knight and queen combo.
one of the only players who likes the knight, you know, sometimes better than the bishop, just because I can, you know, get some cheapos going.
Give me a bishop pair any day, but knight versus bishop when queens are on the board, if it's just one bishop.
Yeah, and I do feel that I agree with you, Simon, that the momentum is with the white. I mean, because the rook is perfectly well placed on the third row, and then not only that, the queen can actually jump forward and maybe head towards the right side.
I love
maybe.
that idea, Jovanka. I love the idea. I mean, I always love going for the opponent's king, but you could go there straight away, couldn't you, Jovanka? Maybe?
That's what I was thinking, and you just try to get everything. It wasn't just the idea of attacking like a caveman on the right. I was also thinking that you could also make way for the rook to centralise itself, and then domination.
I think it's a nice idea.
There might be a threat, however, of black's bishop coming out to hit that white rook in the centre, and where do you go if the bishop hits you? Okay. The problem here for white is if the rook lifts itself up and captures the black pawn in the centre, the bishop comes and skewers the two rooks. Both the white rooks will be on a dark square diagonal.
So let's say you move the queen and then the bishop attacks and the rook goes over 2 squares.
Yeah.
It's a bit...
Could work, could work.
All right, exchange of queens? Is that a wise?
I don't know. Normally, queen and knight, you want them together. You don't want just one knight, a queenless position on the edge of the board. Bishops then might dominate you.
Look at the time as well. This is going to be very exciting now. They're both getting to under the minute stage where, you know, anything's possible. Even with the increment, it's not much increment.
And it's so little increment compared to the rapid that they've been playing now for 5 days.
Exactly. It's only 3 seconds per move, whereas they used 10 seconds. And, OK, the bishop attacks the rook. I thought the queens would get traded off immediately, but OK.
Dangerous place to put your rooks, though. I mean, maybe that pawn in the centre can now move, opening up the black bishop. And I have noticed a lot of time one of the big problems that players have is adjusting to that new time control, especially if they get to Armageddon. And now I feel white has to be careful, right? I mean, there's a big threat on the board. The bishop aiming, OK, and of course Sam sees it and dodges it.
Yeah, maybe black can start mobilising his majority. White has 2 versus 1 on the queen side. Black's 4 versus 3 might not look too impressive, but if they start rolling, I just hate white's knight right now. White's knight just terribly placed.
Yeah.
Okay, at least he's attacking some pawns now. But first, a hit on white's rook on the 3rd rank. Feels like white's fighting for his life here actually already, fighting for a draw. White's rook on the c3 square's stuck on the 3rd rank defending a pawn.
Maybe black can draw immediately here if he so wishes by just attacking that rook with a bishop, and he might be comfortable doing that because he's got white. You know, I expect him to play on, right?
I think he's going to play on. This is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah.
Because the position is pretty unbalanced. OK.
Moment of truth.
Yeah. Are we going to see?
Will he force a draw?
Because I suppose the white knight is ready to jump in the game, and you know that could cause some problems if that white knight comes in. So you have to, you know. I think, OK, I better draw.
Jovanka.
Yeah.
Yeah, I better draw. Because you know, last time I was saying, Anish, take the draw, and he should have taken the draw.
Every second he ticks down on the clock, it's more likely he'll take the draw, force the draw. Here we go, the rook attacked again. Now will Sevian agree to the draw? He pretty much has to, unfortunately. If the white rook moves, the b pawn drops.
It's got to take the draw, yeah. Got to.
And there we go. 3-fold repetition and a draw in the first blitz game.
Ooh, that is perhaps not the best news for Sam Sevian because he will have the black pieces in game 2 starting in 5 minutes. They are tied now after the first blitz game. If we have a winner in the second blitz game, then that player will be ready for semifinals. If it is a draw, then we will head to Armageddon. Now, this is the first blitz game between Jeffrey Zhang and Richard Report. Richard, he chose to start with the black pieces. And it just started. What are we seeing on the board?
It's early days. Richard, he always surprises us in the opening. It's sometimes hard to even define what he does in the opening. But it's some kind of King's Indian defence as black. But black's dark squared bishop, which is normally the pride and joy of the King's Indian defence, has been traded off. So black's king, potentially weak on some dark squares. Look at white's knight jumping forward now. We might see all the bishops leave the board even. There we go. And it's just a battle of knights. Ooh. The reason white is usually better here, though, is look at white's pawn centre. White occupies the 4th rank. Black had to challenge. And opposite side castle.
Yeah, I was praying that Jeffrey would do this because to me, I love White's position. You know, just take a look at Black's king. It looks so shaky. It's got no defenders. For me, it's a prime sign that White needs to go on the offensive. And OK, Richard developing his queens, connecting the rooks, and I kind of would be tempted to make two moves, either like move my knight over to the right side, but instead Jeffrey plays this move, which I really wasn't expecting. Were you expecting this, David?
No. He does line his queen up on the same diagonal as the Black King. There's a few pawns pieces in the way, but it might make Rapport feel uncomfortable in blitz, at least. Would you be worried here, though? I mean, my concern when castling on the opposite side to my opponent is always whose king is safer. Black's king, definitely a target. I love White's knight on that side of the board, but White's king is a bit airy. Would you be worried about that?
Yeah, I would be, but I think the thrill I would get from attacking would outweigh any defensive worries I have.
Neutral
well, Richard is actually threatening a serious threat, which is knight takes pawn, forking the two rooks.
Yep, White's f-pawn, how do we defend it? That's the question, right?
That is a good question.
One of the white rooks is likely to just scoot over 2 squares, there we go, just to defend the pawn in front of it. But if Rapport wants, he can kick away the white knight from his half of the board. White's knight over there on the g5 square, there we go, attacked, forced backwards. Also, where to retreat to. Maybe the most logical square is actually the edge of the board, so that the white f-pawn isn't blocked. Next, White wants to do exactly what Black just did, and kick away the Black knight from his half. This is really tense. I mean, no queen trades anytime soon. Kings on opposite sides of the board. This is really heating up already.
Wow, cool game. This is the first blitz game between Jeffrey Chong and Richard Rapport. You can come in, Simon. You guys should see what I'm seeing now. Simon trying to sneak his way back in the studio, and he's back to help us commentate on the blitz drama going on here in the quarterfinals. So this is the first out of 2 blitz game between these two. Sevian and Wei, they have finished the first blitz game and the second one. The decisive one will start in a few minutes. They are tied after the first blitz game. And this one, I mean, by the way you're talking about this game, is it going to end up with a winner?
It's looking likely. It's anything but a drawn position right now, especially while queens are on the board. It's all about the tricky knights as well, especially in blitz. Knights are so tricky. And Rapport, OK, slightly surprising move, but he's fighting for a central square. He wants the d4 square for his knight. So look at the pressure on White's d4 pawn right now. It has to commit if it steps forward or if it trades off for a black pawn. Either way, Black's knight will get access to that square.
Yeah, I was thinking...
Yeah, sorry, go.
Yeah, I was thinking I don't really like this decision by Richard because, yes, OK, it secures a strong square for the knight, but White gets a really strong square for the rook. OK, he didn't put his rook in.
Instead, he's going for the attack, Jeffrey. He's launching pawns towards the Black King. But this last move is a big threat. Black's knight now on this great square. Wow, Jeffrey, that's so cool. He's just ignoring Black's monster knight in the middle of the board, and he's playing around it. He's going for the Black King. I'm not sure whether this is good, but it's ambitious, and that's what we like to see. Black's king, a massive target. White's king just needs one move, to tuck itself away. Just on the b1 square, it's very safe. At the moment, the white king is almost within checking distance of a black knight, so a bit scary for both sides.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not sure I approve of Jeffrey's play. I feel like he's burning the bridges a bit too much for my liking. But then again, fortune favours the brave, as they say. And
sometimes you've got to go all in. You've got White in the blitz game. You're up on the clock. Yeah, burning bridges, but asking questions.
Definitely. And the first person to ask questions is Richard. He asks how you're going to defend pawn, and Jeffrey says, nope. Let's see what you're going to do about those light squares.
Yeah, but blocking it up, the black knights control all the squares right now. I really like it for Richard. I'm surprised the evaluation bar says that White's slightly better here, I must say.
It looks nice, doesn't it, for Black? Because Black's stopped the attack now, and Black's got this knight in the centre. And I'm sure Black can start having some fun, maybe by launching his own pawns on the queen side. So I'd definitely take the black pieces at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's as if, the two players, they're having this argument. One side has said all what they want to say. Jeffrey, he's pushed all his pawns, he's gone on the attack. Now Richard's just like, yep, you've done your stuff, now it's my turn. And is his attack maybe going to be more powerful? That's the question. I don't even see what Jeffrey does right now.
It's really hard to play for white now, this position. I mean, because you have to kind of give up on the attack. And now your knights are very badly placed, especially the knight in front of the rook.
Yeah, but it feels like the whole of white's army is badly placed. I mean, the rook, none of them are ever going to see any action. And black, you know, he can open up the line, the D line, even start softening up white's pawns on the left a little bit. And he can do everything at his own leisure. And there he goes. Rook is occupying the central line.
Sometimes it's that simple. Black has the best piece by a mile. That's the black knight in the middle of the board. And, OK, Jeffrey's doing what he has to. He offers an exchange of one set of knights.
I think this is quite clever because now the white knight has a good square it can move to. I say a good square. It has a square which is kind of semi-aggressive. Maybe just push that H-pawn as well. I mean, you don't really care about the pawn at some point. Just get rid of Harry.
Exactly.
That's what he's there for.
Oh, you love Harry, though, Simon.
Yeah.
Gonna keep him alive.
I love giving him up. He's a brave soldier. He always gets his war medal.
And he's always reborn for the next game, right? Just in time.
Exactly. Just get rid of him and attack, you know. He always comes back.
So, yeah, if white does push the H-pawn forward, I guess black wouldn't even touch it. Black would just blockade Harry. Yeah. And here we go. White is banking everything on that pawn. Black's king sidestepping. No more checks.
But maybe there's no more progress now that white can do on the king side because everything is blocked. And you just feel at some point black will open it up against white's king at the right moment or just play on the open line. Because you've got that lovely knight that you said, David, in the middle, and you can always choose when you move it.
Yeah, white could do the same. White could kind of reroute the knight and establish that in the centre of the board. So it's a bit similar to that game we saw earlier with Duda and Giri, where both sides could have a really powerful knight.
Oh, hang on a second. It's coming now. I think Richard's just missed this idea.
Yeah.
And
this easy idea to miss, actually, now.
Whose knight is better?
Yeah.
Now it just feels like... I don't know, maybe it's just going to be like a locked-up position.
I'm getting flashbacks of that game, Duda against Giri.
No,
Another 100 moves.
I don't want any flashbacks of that one. No.
But the computer loves white's position now.
Yeah, I mean...
Why is that?
I mean, it still looks in the balance to me.
Completely blocked.
I don't think there's much in it, really, at the moment. Keep an eye on the clock, though, because we know how quick Jeffrey is, but he is under a minute.
Is he going for some sacrifice? Is he going to give up a piece to break open the structure around the Black King? It takes a while to set up, but he's got the skeleton of that attack against the Black King.
But now Black is ready to open up the B file as well.
Wow.
So they're both getting ready to open up the opposing king here.
And they're not afraid of pushing pawns. OK, here he comes. This is chaos.
This does sacrifice a pawn temporarily. I mean, what happens if the queen now comes in? And threatens the rook.
I guess if white's queen takes the black c-pawn, then the black rook just sidesteps one square. Is that the idea?
Then I can get the queens off, I guess, at least. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's...
Wow, he's really one-track mind, Jeffrey Jean.
Wow.
Going for the black king. I'm not sure what his next move is, but he's really lining up at least.
Is it a threat, though?
That's the question. Is white actually threatening anything? It looks nice and pretty, lining up the rooks. Maybe giving up the white knight for some pawns, but... Richard needs to call the bluff. He needs to just ignore that and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking you can go pawn takes pawn and say what you got up your sleeve.
Because also after pawn takes pawn, you might be able to eliminate the white knight at some point. Just sacrifice the exchange back to get complete control of the position.
Give up the black rook for that knight. I mean, that knight.
OK.
Here he comes.
Here he comes.
It's
chaos.
All in.
OK, what do you capture with? The queen or the rook?
Oh, no, is it a blunder?
It might be. He's definitely pushed all his chips into the centre. He's saying, OK, have my knight, have everything. I'm going to checkmate you, but...
It just feels that the white king is too weak for this to possibly work, doesn't it? I mean, a bit of a decision here. Very messy position still. I mean, I think the computer, it says it's winning, but it's not clear.
Exactly.
Not clear at all.
Not clear, as Simon mentions. I would probably take this knight with the rook. Just to give myself a bit more time. If you take with the queen right now, if you take the white knight with the black queen, white will capture a pawn with his rook, and there are some immediate threats of some checks. There we go. And white is a knight down, but...
This is a nice move.
Big threat.
This is a great move, and the counter-attack now starts. And
black's hitting white's central pawn on the diagonal with his queen. Queen takes e4 would be a winning threat.
Yeah.
Well, this is the first blitz game in the tiebreaks between Jeffrey Jong and Richard Report. But the second Blitz game, the decisive Blitz game between Wei Yi and Sam Sevian just started. They tied the first one. We're going to jump into that one when the drama in this one finishes. And it looks like Richard Report is winning, but I mean, clock's ticking. Oh, it's dramatic.
Super complicated. Here I'm thinking Black's knight could maybe jump into a square, but White's actually got a big threat himself. White's queen wants to slide across. Check the Black king on a diagonal now. Ooh. Okay, Richard really switches the focus of the
Can
attack.
you get the queen over now?
No, check. No, everything can happen actually, because...
Yeah. Now it's a mess again.
4 seconds.
Needs to give a check with the rook or with the white queen.
1 second.
What?
Oh, he made the move with 1 second. He's got 1 second again.
Oh, and now he's only 3 seconds increment.
Crazy.
What is this move?
He's just getting out of any checks, but yeah, this looks weird. Just moving the white king when the heat of the action is...
What a move.
3 seconds again.
What a move. This is getting absolutely crazy now.
So he's won the black queen, but he had to part with both of his rooks. Black is up 2 rooks for a queen. That's a big material advantage. No more checks right now. Black's king's pretty safe. Surely he can go for the white king.
If he can go rook takes pawn and not get and avoid a perpetual, it's game over. Pawn takes looks very tempting as well, of
Even
course.
a knight check right now looks really strong.
Actually, knight looks
I'm
good,
thinking knight check, yeah.
Now the white king has nowhere to go. Just play pawn takes pawn. That black pawn is about to make a new queen.
Yeah. Is there a perpetual here?
Looks like White's running out of checks.
The last hope.
And time.
Yep, and time. Black's king is just going to run. He loves his king walks, Richard Report. He's already won 1 game against Jeffrey by zigzagging the black king.
He could have just moved it back as well, but he's showing the power of the king now, coming around the angles.
He's done it again. He's zigzagged with his king, and he's won the game, Richard Report.
Jeffrey Jong with the white pieces, the young American debutant in the tour. He loses the first Blitz game to Richard Report. They now have a 5-minute break before the final Blitz game. And Jeffrey Jong, he has to win that to take it to Armageddon. Any other result means Richard Report goes through to the semifinals. In this one, they tied the first Blitz game. So if we have a winner in this game, that player will go through to the semi-finals. Wei Yi has the white pieces and the bar slightly over to his side after 24 moves.
Yeah, still early days, but a quick count shows that White has an extra pawn. It's 7 pawns against 6 pawns. It's not so relevant right now, but it could be a factor. And opposite colour bishops on the board. Maybe that gives Black some drawing chances. Black does have nice action on the c-file. It does feel, though, that having the extra pawn might be... I would choose White just because I'm 1 pawn up. Greed is sometimes necessary here. And what do you guys think? Who would you pick?
Yeah, I think I'd go along with you. I don't see any reason why Black has enough compensation for the pawn. So take the pawn. And I also see a move that White could play, that pushing Freddy. 1 move. I love that move. I keep suggesting it. But at the right time, it could even be White who's attacking with the extra pawn. I like White's bishop. It's in the centre of the board. So, yeah, it all looks very promising for White at the moment.
Yep.
This is a nice move as well first, and then if you can move the f-pawn, then I think you're in total control.
Yep.
Yeah, White's bishop is just beautiful, looking at both sides of the board. Do we kick the white bishop? That's the big question. Does Black push his f-pawn before we can initiate your plan, Simon, of White's pawn stepping forward on the king's side?
Yep.
Strategically, that's what I want to do, but it is a bit weakening for Black. I think you just have to kick the white bishop away. It's too good.
Yeah, and surely now this...
No.
Well, OK, you do drop a pawn, but you start the attack. You can maybe defend that pawn first, but I'd probably just play this kingside attack now.
Me too. I mean, I always judge opposite-coloured bishop middle games by the initiative, by who is attacking, by the target, and it's on the board. And I think it's the best move by far. And of course, it's going to ask very unpleasant questions of Sam. How is he going to defend his king? Only 2 minutes on the clock. He will be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys saw the opening of this game, but guess what opening it was? Judging from this position.
The birds?
Oh, so close. No, maybe a cousin of the birds opening.
Grand Prix.
Oh, no.
B3.
Kaja.
You got
I didn't check, actually. I didn't check. But it's the only strange opening I know.
Yes, 1b3.
Is it the last? Does it actually have a name or not really? Larson, maybe?
Got a few names, maybe.
Yeah, OK. Well done.
1b3. Yeah, great course out there on chessable by Adiban. Really popularised the opening again. It had a resurgence last year because of that chessable course, and clearly working for Wei Yi in this game so far. 1 pawn up and with an attack brewing.
Is that a chessable course that even like top grandmasters will check out because it is such a strange opening?
Yeah, exactly. And after Adiban used that opening to crush several players, including Anishkiri, I think everyone went to check out that course to find out the antidotes against it. But this is the type of position it can give you, just something that's not maybe mainstream, no forcing lines, but so much room for flexibility.
Yeah, creativity, I guess, avoid a lot of theory. And I mean, I know a lot. I don't know if you do, David, but I know a lot of the top players. They get all the chessable courses. They maybe don't get the videos because they're the top players. They don't necessarily need that video explanation, but they make sure they get all the courses because the quality of the chessable courses is just cutting edge theory, and they need to keep up to date with what's happening at their level. So it is important for them, and probably important for everyone else out there as well.
I have to say something. I've started watching the videos. Before, I was always just following the chess, but now the videos, they're really selling it to me.
It's a great way I mean, the videos are a lot more expensive than the book, but you're getting a one-on-one lesson like for 10 hours of a grandmaster that you can replay. So you get a really good understanding of whatever you're trying to learn. So it's the videos are great, definitely.
And meanwhile, Wei Yi goes for the attack with the white queen. She is really well positioned right now. I was slightly surprised he didn't say F for forward again and push that F pawn on one more square. That would have been the move he wanted to play, because now this exchange still looks great for white. White's pieces are all coming, kind of pouring forward, but at least black has some chances of defending on the 6th rank, maybe. Actually, there's a great square in the centre for white's bishop.
Yeah.
White's bishop could line up with a black king shortly.
And also, I was looking at a potential weakness. The rook on c8 is only defended by one piece, and there could be some kind of tactic stuff hanging in the air. And as David mentioned, the rook is defending on the g6 square. Queen moves, and 17 seconds for the young American.
So shaky for black. How do you defend? Simply white's other rook, the rook in the corner that's now attacked. It's the only piece not playing, so he wants to swing it across anyway.
Maybe there's a weird bishop move as well, but that's you don't need to. This is so obvious, right? Just bring the rook in.
Ooh, now it looks like there might be some sacrifices in the air.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's holding things together by a thread here, Sevian. He's hoping that white can't just break through immediately right now.
Can you capture twice there? That's the question.
Yeah. And, well, Wei Yi says there's no need for me to risk that. I don't need to calculate. 14 seconds left. Let's just play it positionally. And I think Sam is doing the right things. You know, he's trying to swap off pieces, trying to neutralise the initiative, because he will be thinking that the more pieces he trades off, you know, then he will get to an endgame where he will have good chances to draw.
They're both fighting for their life here, and I agree. I think Sam's done a great defensive job in what was a tricky position, and he's still got chances here. White is definitely better. That bishop is so strong, but you know they're fighting for their tournament survival with 10 seconds each on the clock.
Yeah, and if Sam can just swap off queens, he'll be okay. But that is going to be a tall ask, because there's no way Wei Yi is going to allow that.
Yeah, and I mean, all Wei Yi needs to do is just slowly build up. The black rook is completely passive and will remain so. You can build up forever. Black's bishop is actually terrible. Look how he's had to contort himself here. Sam Sevian to protect his bishop.
Okay,
Great move. White's queen breaking through, utilising a pin. Checkmate looks like it's coming, surely.
But where is it?
There it is.
The bishop will drop back.
Beautiful move.
Yeah, and how do we put the finishing touches on this one?
Just...
Okay, repeating the position.
That's the professional choice, and then when the king moves, you can move the rook.
Now you move the white rook, threatening to sneak in with the white queen, giving a mate. That's unstoppable. The white king actually has a nice, safe hiding place on the h3 square. White's king is just going to hide, and black is going to get mated on the light squares.
Yeah.
Instructive opposite colour bishop.
I feel really sorry for Sam if he loses this one, because he had such a good start, and I think it's going to be over soon, isn't it?
Yeah, he doesn't even take the free queen on offer there, where he goes for checkmate instead, and we have a result.
It's over. Look at Wei. He is relieved. He is probably tired. It's been a long day, but it's heartbreak for Samuel Sevian. He's had a fantastic tournament. He won the preliminaries, losing only one game, and today he was up in the match, but losing the final rapid game. And losing the final blitz games knocks him out of the tournament. But what a performance. And he has definitely made his mark on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, Samuel Sevian. But it is Wei Yi going through to the semi-final to face the winner of this match. Richard Report is up by 1 point. He won the first blitz game. This is the second one. And Jeffrey Chong, he has to win this one to take it to Armageddon. But the bar is over to Richard Report's side.
Yeah, it's over on White's side, and Black actually has a decent position apart from two factors. Black's pawn structure is ruined. Look at the A file. Black's pawns over here, doubled. Black has doubled F pawns, also an isolated pawn on the C file. But the main factor actually is the Black king. Black's king has nowhere safe to hide. If Black had just had time to castle, then he would have been fine. But just White's last move, the White bishop, cutting off the Black king, that was the key. And now, okay, a rook move from Jeffrey. Maybe he wants to push a pawn forward and trap this White bishop, but the bishop just retreats. And I've got to say, this is one of my favourite opening setups as Black, but this one has gone all wrong.
Yeah.
Is this the Caro-Kann?
I was going to say, I was looking at which opening was the culprit, and I was thinking, oh dear, I think it's the Caro at fault here, and it is.
Yeah, Jeffrey Jong, he's been playing this variation of the Caro-Kann for years with a huge amount of success. But it looks like Richard just kind of tricked him in the opening. And I guess his saving grace for Black is that he has the bishop pair. So if the queens disappear, Black is completely fine. But with queens on the board, this Black king, Simon, you'd love to checkmate this Black king right now.
I love checkmating Black kings in general, if I can. White kings, Black kings, I love attacking. Yeah. And the problem I can see, though, for Black is White's just got a pawn lever, right? So White can use the pawn behind the queen to come up 2 squares and then just open up the middle where that Black king is. And at the moment, the White king is totally safe. Yeah. There's no problem with it. So, I mean, you know, is there a cheeky knight check on the horizon? Yeah. I don't know. That's a little bit flamboyant, but maybe. It looks good for White, but I mean, it is a bit messy. Yeah. It's not all over for Jeffrey quite yet.
But maybe now we can do.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, it looks like he's just given power to this idea. You mentioned, Simon, right. The White knight jumping in. There we go.
And there we go.
Flashy check. If that knight was captured by a bishop or by Black's pawn, then White's pawn would have taken and the d-file would have opened up. Disastrous for the Black king. So the Black king's running.
Still quite funny, though, isn't it? Because the Black king, if it gets all the way... We've seen the creepy, crawly king. If that Black king gets into the corner, you got the 2 bishops, they're pointing at the king. It's bad, but, you know, you've got practical chances. Yeah. And...
that's all you can ask for in Blitz.
Yeah. So it's not over even here.
Yeah. This is the theme of the day, right? Not just queenside pawns running, but kings just dancing, look wandering around the board.
Doesn't even care about taking the pawn with check. He wants to sacrifice his knight. That's a really
insisting on the sacrifice.
Yeah, but this is Richard's signature style, right? Yeah. You know, he takes these compositions and he just makes them wild. And he is a maverick. He is an artist. And well, I would be looking at can Black just get away with capturing the knight?
Yeah.
Or would it be a bit of a disaster?
Problem is that king might not escape, right? If you take that knight, I mean, but if you don't take the knight, what else can you do? That's also the problem. I mean,
maybe just grit your teeth, move the rook out of the way, and try to kind of tuck your king into the corner. But
there's a big threat though. White's knight wants to take a pawn with check. How are we going to fend against that one? I mean, it just looks disastrous for Black. You mentioned he's a maverick, an artist. This artistic move, this bishop move, I think it's just going to win in the game. I don't even see it. Okay, he takes the knight, but now we're going to see what the consequences are. Firstly, that bishop is trapped.
Wow.
Secondly, the Black king is struggling to survive.
He's got to try to run.
I thought it was going to trap that, actually. I was a bit surprised by this queen move, but okay, it is completely trapped.
I think he's got to try to put the king on 8 in the corner, but it's not even safe there with the dark squares, and White has a dark square bishop. So it's
compare the 2 kings. I mean, White's king is laughing. It's just living the dream right now.
Looks terrible. There's nowhere that bishop can move to. I mean, if you try to keep the bishop, your king will never escape the centre of the board. So
Jeffrey looks unhappy as well.
Yeah.
It's closing stages of this quarterfinal.
Richard Report looks good for him. He won the first Blitz game. He only needs a draw in this one. But do you think he's going to win it, basically?
No. I mean, yes, I think that Jeffrey, I think Richard will, it's been a long day. I was going to say, I think Richard will win, and I don't think that there's any hope for Jeffrey to save this, because he needs to win, and this position is just a disaster.
Well, this could
be over any moment now.
I don't see.
Okay, he gives a check. Okay, Jeffrey's giving up his rook in the corner.
Yeah.
But that is not going to save him. He's now down, Jeffrey, a rook and 2 pawns for just 1 bishop. So that's a significant disadvantage. And the black king's pretty weak.
Many ways you can win this one.
Just keep the white queen safe, or trade off the rooks, even better.
Trading's very good tactic, isn't it? When you're a lot of material up, try to trade off as many pieces you can, get rid of your opponent's attacking pieces, and keep it simple.
Yeah, Richard's still focused. I'm surprised. I thought he would be relaxing by now. Yeah. Not much else to worry about in this game, unfortunately, for Jeffrey.
Bad day for the bad knockout for the American supporters out there. I mean, both 2 young talents have. It looks like they're both going out, right?
Yeah, so it's a heartbreaking round. I mean, because both of them were doing so well. Both of them, I would say that they had the upper hand throughout their matches, and then just some bad moves here and there just didn't go their way.
Experience, maybe?
Yes, maybe.
Stronger nerves by the slightly older players. I mean, Sevian was just 1 or 2 accurate moves away from going through. Jeffrey, in the 4th game of today, 1 or 2 moves away from going through. Yeah, just maybe it's coincidence, but the young guy is just faltering slightly with the end goal in sight.
But we have to praise them. Definitely, these 2 21-year-old American boys, Sam Sevian and Jeffrey Chong, they have impressed us so much, and they will be back. I have a feeling they will be back, and with experience, who knows how far they can reach.
Yep, they'll be back, and they'll be better the next time they play.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, they should be proud. I mean, especially Sevian and Jong, they did so well in the prelims. Did so well in these quarters as well, just 1 or 2 moves. Tiny margins. Meanwhile, yeah, this game is just petering out slowly. The black king is going to come under fire. White still has a massive material advantage.
And obviously, Richard Report, a draw is enough for him. He will be ready for semi-finals. Do you think he's going to offer a draw, or will he play on until...
He'll probably play on. I don't think it's even on Richard's mind right now to go for the draw. Fair play to Jeffrey. He's making it difficult for Richard, not giving him an open goal to shoot at. Lining up some hints of checkmates himself. There's a big threat on the board. Black's bishop was going to try and distract the white queen, but yeah, white's queen defends everything. And
here it comes.
That's the killer.
Yeah.
Swapping the queens off and winning the game.
There it is. It's over. Jeffrey Chong leaves his chair and he leaves the tournament. But what a performance. We have to applaud Jeffrey Chong for his performance in the FTX Road to Miami. But he is knocked out by Richard Report, ready for semifinals to face Wei Yi, still at his computer. I think I see a smile. Wow, he's always very negative on his own behalf. But Richard Report played some great chess today to make it to the semi-finals. All right, so there it is. What a day, you guys. Such a long day, fighting chess all day.
Definitely. You know, the players really pulled it out of their hats. You know, they kept us in suspense. And we saw some players make magnificent comebacks, actually. You know, we saw Richard Report needing to win on demand. He did. And, of course, winning in the tiebreak. And the same goes with Wei Yi, playing in the early hours of China. And, well, what a performance. And I also... It is a bit heartbreaking for our young American talents, because I think on some level we were all cheering for them to do so well. Absolutely. Because they had really been trailblazers here. Yeah. But, OK, dreams have to come to an end.
Yeah, they do. Let's take a look at the results from the quarterfinals. 4 matches have been going on. 2 of them were decided in the rapid portion and 2 were decided in the Blitz part. Wei Yi winning the second game against Samuel Sevian in the Blitz portion. to win the match and knock Samuel Sevian out of the tournament. Wei Yi goes through to the semi-finals, where he will face Richard Report. Richard was down by a point in the rapid portion to Jeffrey Chong. He did make a comeback, and in the blitz, he won both games. Richard Report ready for semi-finals. We also did see Jan-Krzysztof Duda knock out Anish Giri in the rapid portion, and Levon Aronian. He made a comeback. Arjun Erigaisi won the first game today, but Levon made a comeback to make it through to the semifinals, and he will face Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and it's going to be Richard Report against Wei Yi. So, David, who do you now hold as favorites to make it to the big final?
Oof, this one is so difficult to call. I'm going to say Richard Rapport, just because he looked great in those final Blitz games, and he's got slightly more experience maybe than Wei Yi at this top level. And I'll say likewise Levon Aronian, despite the fact that Duda is maybe the form player of the tour this season. I'll say Aronian just because he's motoring through the gears. He's stepping up every day.
And we're joined by Richard Report, ready for semi-finals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you are. Now, wow, what a long and tough fight against Jeffrey Chong today. What has it been like?
Yeah, well, it wasn't really going my way right from the start, actually, and then yeah. So the first game was also extremely crazy. At one point, I thought I might be even winning because I had some tactics, but I couldn't figure it out. And then we entered this endgame, which was draw, and I decided to play on as long as possible to try to, get some rest for the next game, which didn't really succeed because the next game I played, I think, extremely poorly. I made many blunders and I lost with white quite easily. And yeah, that was a very unpleasant situation to be in. And then after that, I won with black. Okay, not really on demand, but yeah, I needed to score at least +1, and he didn't. I felt like he didn't quite know what to do, in the sense that he was trying to play solid, but also he was, at some point having some ambitions. And when you combine these two things, sometimes this can get to catastrophic results, and you play your worst. So yeah, and the last game of the Rapids was also extremely tense for me. I felt like I had some advantage out of the opening, but then I misplayed it, and then he kind of outplayed me. And then we were on seconds. I felt like I was losing, but then, with some tough defense, I at least felt like it. I kind of saved it. So I was already kind of happy just to reach the blitz. Yeah.
Well, you're always very sort of negative on your own behalf. It's always very hard to get you to say something positive, Richard. So now I'm going to force you. Say something positive about your play today, because you have made it to the semifinals and it's been very entertaining to follow your games.
Well, the one positive thing that I can say that I won, yeah?
Yeah? That is a positive, definitely.
Yeah,
and
that's always positive,
I'm going to just keep pushing. One day I'm going to get you to really praise the way you're playing. But tomorrow you're going to play Wei Yi in the semifinals. What's your experience with him?
Yeah, I played him quite a few times, actually, even online, which is very strange. But also, okay, off the board, of course, we had some break now since the pandemic, but before that we played quite often. I like playing with Wei Yi. He's a nice guy, and also he's a very entertaining player. So whatever happens, I'm sure it's going to be fun. Yeah.
And well, obviously after the candidates, which didn't end, I bet the way you were hoping for. Are you feeling like you're getting back to your great self?
Oh, if I ever had a great self, no, I don't really consider it. In the okay, candidates was also classical, and here we are playing rapid, right? So also hard to compare. But I'm just still recovering from the candidates, and not really the result, but also the exhaustion of it, and also have some other things going on. So yeah, I don't know. I don't feel such a stress, so I just enjoy chess, which is kind of rare, but I enjoy it very much now. It's fun to play with good players every evening. So.
We'd love to hear that. And it's been a long evening today, many hours of chess. So what will you do tomorrow to get ready for the big semi-final?
I think I will keep my my routine of not preparing at all. I have always some programs during the day, and I have lots of fun with very nice people. So I hope to repeat that tomorrow as well.
Oh, well, that sounds like a good plan. Now, Richard, big congratulations on winning the quarterfinals. We look forward to more entertainment tomorrow in the semifinals. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for joining us. All right, he was smiling. That's nice to see. Yeah.
Oh, it was good. Yeah, I mean, it's nice, and he was being very positive.
Yeah.
I mean, he's such a great player and such a great talent. I want to see him beaming with that joy that he gives everyone else. So, yeah, great to see that.
Yeah, and it's been great today as well. You guys have been the editors-in-chief today, deciding which games and which matches to follow. And we did promise that one person retweeting the poll would win a year of Chess24 Premium. And we have to announce the winner.
We do. The lucky winner, well, that is Jessica. She retweeted the poll. And she is today's winner, 1 year membership of Chess24 Premium. So you're coming your way.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Jessica. And congratulations to all 4 players who have made it now to the semifinals in the FTX Road to Miami. Remember, up for grabs in the final. Those 2 players who goes through the final, they will automatically qualify for the big major in Miami, FTX Crypto Cup, starting August 15th. So tomorrow will be a dramatic day. We're looking so much forward to it for fantastic players and some entertainment coming our way. So we'll hope to see you guys tomorrow as well. Bye.